chapters 3 and 4 of Book 2 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. See, therefore, the third argument after these, leading us to the same conclusion with the former arguments. For it is necessary that the cause of all beings should be that of which all beings participate, to which they refer the subsistence of themselves, and which separates itself from nothing, that in any respect whatever is said to have an existence. For this alone is the object of desire to beings, which primarily, or in some other way, is itself the cause of their subsistence. And it is necessary that everything which is produced with reference to, and on account of it, should have a certain habitude with relation to it, and through this also a similitude to it. For every habitude of one thing towards another is predicated in a twofold respect, either from both participating of one thing, which affords to the participants a communion with each other, or from one of them participating of the other, of which indeed the one, as being more excellent, imparts something to that which is subordinate to itself, but the other, as being inferior, is assimilated to the more excellent nature, so far as it participates of it. Hence it is necessary, if all sensible natures possess a habitude to that which is first, aspire after, and subsist about it, either that there should be a certain third thing, the cause of the habitude, or that the principle should impart to the natures posterior to itself a tendency to itself, and that desire through which everything is preserved and exists. Nothing else, however, is more excellent than that which is first. Hence, the habitude of beings, their existence, and their tendency to the first, are derived from thence, and all things participate of the principle of themselves, if it is necessary that this which is participated should from thence become apparent in all beings, since it is the principle of all things, and deserts no being whatever. What therefore will this nature be, which is everywhere and in all beings? Is it life and motion? But there are indeed many things which are deprived of these. Is therefore permanency everywhere and in all things? But neither is this true. For motion, so far as it is motion, will not participate of permanency. Is much honored intellect, therefore, so far as it is intellect, participated by all beings? But this also is impossible. For all beings would have intellectual perception, and no being would be deprived of intellect. Shall we say, therefore, that being itself and essence are participated by all things that in any respect whatever have a subsistence? But how is this possible? For that which is in generation, or passing into existence, is said to be, and is destitute of essence. Nor must we wonder if it also, since it ranks among beings, should now participate of essence. For so far as it is in generation, it is not, but it ends in existence and essence when it is now actually generated, and is no longer rising into existence. All things, therefore, that have in any respect whatever a subsistence, do not participate of essence. What then will that be which is everywhere and by all things participated? Let us consider every being, and see what that is to which all beings are passive, and what it is which is common in all of them, as in essence, sameness, difference, permanency, and motion. Can we say, therefore, that each of these is anything else than one thing, and not only separately, but this is also the case with the things which subsist from them? And in short, it is not possible in a certain respect to speak otherwise of all things than this, that all things and each thing is one. For if anything should be deprived of the one, though you should speak of parts or of beings immediately, that which becomes destitute of the one will be altogether nothing. Or with what intention do we say that a thing which is not perfectly nothing, or not even one thing, unless the one is the last thing which deserts beings? This it is, therefore, to become that which in no respect is, and to be perfectly deprived of the one. For it is possible for that which is not moved to be, and for that which has no being to have an hyparxis, but that which is not even one thing, and which is destitute of the one itself, will be entirely nothing. Hence the one is present with all beings, and though you should speak of multitude itself, it is necessary that this also should participate of the one. For if it does not become one thing, it is not possible for it to subsist. And if even you divide the whole to infinity, immediately nothing else than one occurs. For either that which is divided does not subsist, or becoming to be, or subsisting something else, it will be immediately one. The one, therefore, which is everywhere apparent, and is in all beings, and which deserts no being whatever, is either derived from the one which is simply one, or from that which is more excellent than the one. For it is not possible for the one to be otherwise passive, i.e., to be consubsistent with something else, than from the first one, to which the one is no longer present, but which is the one itself, or nothing else than one. Again, therefore, from another principle we may arrive at the same conclusion by speaking as follows. It is necessary either that the causes of beings and things caused should proceed to infinity, and that there should be nothing first or last in beings, or that there should be no first, but that there should be the last of things, infinity existing in one part only. Or, on the contrary, it is necessary that beings should proceed to infinity from a definite principle, or that there should be a certain first and last, and a boundary of beings each way. And if there are boundaries of beings, things either proceed from each other, and the generation of beings is in a circle, or if they are not from each other, either one of them is from another, or the first indeed is one, but the last not one, or the contrary, or both are one, or each is not one. If, therefore, first things and the causes of beings are infinite, each thing will consist of infinites. For that which proceeds from a certain principle must necessarily participate of that principle from which it proceeds. But that which derives its subsistence from many causes will be in its own nature multiform, as participating of many powers. And that which is produced from infinites prior to itself will have infinite peculiarities derived from the principles, and adapted to itself. Every being, therefore, being infinite, and consisting of infinites, will render all things infinitely infinite, and there will neither be a knowledge of any being, nor any evolution of powers. For the power of the infinite is perfectly unknown, and incomprehensible, by those natures to whom it is infinite. But if things are infinite in a descending progression, whether is each of them infinite, always proceeding most downward, in the same manner as we say all things do? Or is each whole indeed finite, but the beings which are produced from these are infinite? For if every being according to the beginning of itself is definite, but according to its end is infinite, there will neither be in parts nor in wholes a conversion of beings to their proper principle, nor will that which is second in order ever have a subsistence so as to be assimilated to the extremity of a pre-existent order, though, as we frequently say, the summits of inferiors are conjoined with the boundaries of superiors. For where there is no last, by what contrivance can such a similitude of progression as this, and such a mutual cohesion of beings be left, according to which secondary things are always conjoined to the natures prior to them? But if all things alone have an infinity of this kind, each being bounded by that which is posterior to itself, wholes will be subordinate to parts, and the parts of beings will be naturally more perfect than wholes. For wholes, indeed, will be without conversion to the principle prior to themselves, but parts will be converted to it after their progression. By how much the more, however, every being hastens to conjunction with that which is more perfect than itself, by so much the more must it necessarily excel, as it appears to me. And if this whole, proceeding to infinity, is not convolved to the summit of itself, and circularly converted and perfected according to such a conversion, it will not desire its proper good. If, however, we admit that there is an infinity both ways, these things must necessarily happen. In addition to these things also, there will be no common object of desire to all beings, nor any union nor sympathy of them. For things which are perfectly infinite have not that which is first in them. But not having a first, we shall not be able to say what is the common end of beings, and why some things are more excellent, but others are allotted a subordinate nature. For we call one thing better, and another less excellent, from proximity to that which is best, just as we define the more and the less hot from communion with that which is hot in the first degree. And in short, we form a judgment of the more and the less from a reference to that which is a maximum. It is necessary, therefore, that the boundary in beings should be that which is first and that which is last. But if indeed these are from each other, the same thing will be older and younger, cause and at the same time the thing caused, and each thing will be first and last. For it makes no difference whether these are from each other, or the things which subsist between these. For the extremes being indifferent, how is it possible that a mutation according to essence should intervene? But if the one is from the other, whether is the first derived from the last, as some say, who generate things more excellent from things subordinate, and things more perfect from such as are more imperfect? In this case, however, must not that which is allotted the power of generating and producing the perfect, by a much greater priority perfect and adorn itself by its present power? And how is it possible that leaving itself to be of an inferior allotment, it should definitely assign a more excellent order to another thing? For every thing aspires after its proper perfection, and simply desires good, though not every thing is able to participate of a thing of this kind. If, therefore, it has the power of producing this most perfect thing, that which is last will energize on account of itself prior to other things, and the whole of good and all perfection will be first established in itself. But if that which is last is produced from that which is first, and the most imperfect from that which is most perfect, whether is each of them one, or is this one, but that not one? If, however, that which is first or that which is last is not one, neither of them will be first or last. For as there will be multitude in each of them will have the better and the worse, and neither will that which is best be unmingled with that which is inferior to it, nor that which is the most obscure of all things according to being, have so great a subjection, entirely deprived of a more perfect nature. But there will be something more extreme than that which is last, and something more perfect than that which is first. For everywhere that which is best, if it receives another addition through that which is inferior, will be more perfect than that which does not abide in the best, through not receiving this very addition. If, therefore, we rightly assert these things, the one is the principle of all things, and the last of beings is one. For it is necessary, I think, that the end of the progression of beings should be assimilated to the principle, and that as far as to this, the power of the first should proceed. Summarily, therefore, recapitulating what we have said, it is necessary either that the first principle should be one, or that there should be alone many first principles, or one containing multitude in itself, or many participating of one. But if there are many first principles only, there will not be one thing from them. For what will make one and a whole, if there are many principles, and there is nothing which produces one? For it is certainly necessary that things posterior to the principles should be assimilated to them. Either, therefore, there will not be the one in any being, or it will not be from these principles, so that each of the things which in any respect whatever have a subsistence will be divided multitude alone. And again, each of the parts of any being will be a thing of this kind, and we shall in no way whatever stop, dividing into minute parts essence and existence. For all things will be many, and the one will be nowhere in the universality of things, nor will either wholes or parts be apparent. But if it is necessary indeed that there should be many principles, and that they should participate of the one will be coordinated in the many. Again, however, it is necessary that the uncoordinated should everywhere be more ancient than the coordinated, and the exempt than the participated. For how is the one in each of the many except from one principle which co-arranges the multitude, and converts it to itself according to the communion of the one? Again, if the first one were multiplied, the one will be passive, for at the same time it will be one and not one, and will not be that which is one only. It is necessary, however, in each genus of things, that there should be that which is unmingled with an inferior nature, in order that there may be that which is mingled, in the same manner as we say respecting forms. For from the equal itself, things which are equal in the sublunary realms appear indeed as equal, though they are filled with a contrary nature. And from that which is primarily being, that which is mingled with non-being is derived, and which presents itself to the view as being. And in short, everywhere the simple unmingled subsistence of each thing precedes those things which through remission are mingled with the privations of themselves. The one, therefore, is by itself exempt from all multitude, and that which is one, and at the same time not one, is not the first one, but is suspended from that which is primarily one, through the principle indeed participating of the one, but through the diminution arising from multitude, now manifestly exhibiting in itself the cause of separation. Chapter 4. That the one, therefore, is the principle of all things and the first cause, and that all other things are posterior to the one, is I think evident from what has been said. I am astonished, however, at all the other interpreters of Plato, who admit the existence of the intellectual kingdom, but do not venerate the ineffable transcendency of the one, and its hyparxis, which surpasses the whole of things. I particularly, however, wonder that this should have been the case with Origen, who was a partaker of the same erudition with Plotinus. For Origen ends in intellect and the first being, but omits the one, which is beyond every intellect and every being. And if indeed he omits it as something which is better than all knowledge, language, and intellectual perception, we must say that he is neither discordant with Plato nor with the nature of things. But if he omits it because the one is perfectly unhyparctic and without any subsistence, and because intellect is the best of things, and that which is primarily being is the same as that which is primarily one, we cannot assent to him in asserting these things, nor will Plato admit him and connumerate him with his familiars. For I think that a dogma of this kind is remote from the philosophy of Plato, and is full of peripatetic innovation. If you are willing, however, we will adduce some arguments against this dogma, and against all others who are the patrons of this opinion, and we will strenuously contend for the doctrine of Plato, and show that according to him, the first cause is beyond intellect, and is exempt from all beings, as Plotinus and Porphyry, and all those who have received the philosophy of these men, conceive him to assert. We shall begin, therefore, from the Republic. For here Socrates clearly shows that the good is established above being, and the whole intellectual order, following the analogy of the first goodness to the sun. For if, as the sovereign sun is to generation, to everything visible, and to all visive natures according to the power generative of light, so it is necessary the good should be with reference to intellect and intelligibles, according to a cause productive of truth. If this be the case, we must say that the sun is exempt at one and the same time from visive and visible natures, and must admit that the good transcends the natures which are always intellective, and also those which are eternally intelligible. It is better, however, to hear the Platonic words themselves. Quote, "You may say that the sun not only imparts the power of being seen to visible natures, but also that he is the cause of their generation, increase, and nutriment, not being himself generation. Certainly, we may say, therefore, that things which are known have not only this from the good that they are known, but likewise that their being and essence are thence derived, whilst the good itself is not essence, but beyond essence, transcending it both in dignity and in power." Close quote. Through all these things, therefore, it is evident how the good and the first principle are defined by Plato to be expanded above not only the intellectual, but also the intelligible extent, and essence itself, according to union, in the same manner as it is inferred the sun surpasses all visible natures, and perfects and generates all things by his light. How, therefore, following Plato, can we admit that intellect is the best of things, and the cause of all things? How can we assert that being itself and essence are the same with the principle which is the leader of all the divine progressions? For essence and intellect are said to subsist primarily from the good, to have their hyparxis about the good, to be filled with the light of truth proceeding from thence, and to obtain the participation which is adapted to them from the union of this light, which is more divine than intellect itself and essence, as being primarily suspended from the good, and affording in beings a similitude to that which is first. For the light which is emitted from the sun causes everything visible to be solar form, and the participation of the light of truth renders that which is intelligible boniform and divine. Intellect, therefore, is a god through a light which is more ancient than intellectual light and intellect itself, and that which is intelligible and at the same time intellectual participates of a divine hyparxis through a plenitude of this light being appropriately imparted to it. And in short, every divine nature is that which it is said to be on account of this light, and is through it united to the cause of all beings. By no means, therefore, is the first good to be considered as the same with intellect, nor must it be admitted that the intelligible is more ancient than all the hyparxis of the whole of things, since it is even subordinate to the light proceeding from the good, and being perfected by this light is conjoined according to its own order with the good itself. For we must not say that the intelligible is united to the first after the same manner as the light of truth, but the latter, through continuity with the good, is established in it without a medium, while the former, through this light, participates of a vicinity to the good, since in sensibles also the solar light is primarily connascent with the circulation of the sun, ascends as far as to the centre of the whole sphere, and subsists on all sides about it. But all sensible natures, through this, obtain a similitude to the sun, each of them according to its own nature, being filled with solar form illumination. These things, therefore, will be sufficient to recall into the memory of those who love the contemplation of truth the conceptions of Plato on this subject, and to evince that the order of intellect is secondary to the exempt transcendency of the One. If, however, it is requisite to evince the same thing through many testimonies, let us survey what the Elean guest in the Sophista determines concerning these things. He says, therefore, it is necessary that the multitude of all beings, whether they are contraries or not, should be suspended from the one being, i.e., from being characterized by the one, but that the one being itself should be suspended from the one. For when we call the hot or the cold, or permanency or motion, being, we do not denominate each of these as the same with being itself. For if permanency were being itself, motion would not be being, or if motion were such like being, permanency would not participate of the appellation of being. But it is evident that being accedes to permanency, to motion, and to every multitude of beings from one thing which is primarily being. This very thing, therefore, which is the cause of essence to all things, and which is participated by all other things, is a participant of this one, and on this account, as it is being alone, so also it is primarily being. It is, however, being itself indeed, and is not allotted to be from participation, But it is one according to participation, and on this account it is passive to the one. But it is being primarily. If therefore Plato gives to the one a subsistence beyond being, in the same manner as that which is first in wholes is supposed by him to transcend beings, how is it possible that being should not be posterior to the one, since it participates of it, and on this account is denominated one? Moreover, Socrates, in the Philebus, clearly demonstrates the same thing to those who are able to know wholes from parts. Videre licet, that intellect has not the same order as the first cause of all. Investigating, therefore, the good of the human soul and its end, of which participating in every respect sufficiently, it will reap the fruits of a felicity adapted to its nature, he in the first place removes pleasure from an end of this kind, and after this intellect, because neither is this replete with all the elements of the good. If therefore the intellect which is in us is an image of the first intellect, and the good of the whole of our life is not to be defined according to this alone, is it not necessary that in wholes also the cause of good must be established above intellectual perfection? For if that which is primarily good subsisted according to total intellect, in us also and all other intellectual natures, self-sufficiency and appropriate good would be present through the participation of intellect. Our intellect indeed is disjoined from the good, and is indigent, and on this account requires pleasure in order to the attainment of human perfection. But a divine intellect always participates of the good, and on this account is divine, for it is boniform through the participation of good, but divine as being suspended from the first deity. It is the same reasoning, therefore, which infers that the good is exempt from the first intellect, and which defines felicity to consist not in intelligence only, but in the all-perfect presence of the good. For the intellectual form of energy is itself by itself defective with respect to blessedness. And why is it requisite to be prolix? For Parmenides teaches us most clearly the difference of the one from essence and being, and shows that the one is exempt from all other things and from essence. For this he evinces of the one at the end of the first hypothesis. But how is it possible that the cause of essence, and which is exempt from it through supreme transcendency, should not also be beyond the intellectual order? For intellect is essence. But if in intellect there is permanency and motion, and Parmenides demonstrates that the one transcends both these, does he not immediately bring us to the ineffable cause of all things, which is prior to every intellect? And if every intellect is converted to itself, and is in itself, but the one is demonstrated to be neither in itself nor in another, how can we any longer consider intellect as the same with the first cause of all? In what respect also will the one which is prior to being differ from the one being which is the subject of the second hypothesis, if intellect is the best of things and the first principle of all? For the one being participates of the one, but that which participates is secondary to that which is participated. That the one, however, is according to Plato more ancient than intellect and essence, is through what has been said recalled to our memory. End of chapter 4. Chapters 5 to 7 of Book 2 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. In the next place, if the One is neither intelligible, nor intellectual, nor in short participates of the power of being, let us survey what will be the modes of leading us to it, and through what intellectual conceptions Plato unfolds, as far as he is able, to his familiars, the ineffable and unknown transcendency of the first. I say then, that at one time he unfolds it through analogy, and the similitude of secondary natures, but at another time he demonstrates its exempt transcendency, and its separation from the whole of things through negations. For in the Republic, indeed, he indicates the ineffable peculiarity and hyparxis of the good, through analogy to the sun. But in the Parmenides he demonstrates the difference of the One with respect to all things posterior to it through negations. But he appears to me through one of these modes to unfold the progression from the first cause of all other things, and prior to other things of the divine orders. For on this account, the first cause is exempt from all the natures produced by it, because everywhere cause is established above its effects. And on this account, the first is nothing of all things, because all things proceed from him. For he is the principle of all things, both of beings and at the same time of non-beings. But again, according to the other of these modes, he adumbrates the conversion to the first of the things which have proceeded from it. For in each order of beings through similitude to it, there is a monad analogous to the good, which has the same relation to the whole series conjoined with it, that the good has to all the orders of the gods. The cause, however, of this similitude is entirely the conversion of the whole of things to the good. These therefore proceed from thence, and are converted to it. And the progression indeed of all things demonstrates to us the ascent to the first through negations. But the conversion of all things demonstrates this to us through analogies. Let not, however, anyone considering these negations to be such things as privations despise such a mode of discussion, nor defining the sameness in words analogously, and words in habitudes, endeavor to calumniate this anagogic progression to the first principle. For negations, as it appears to me, extend a triple peculiarity in things, and at one time indeed, being more primogenial than affirmations, they are procreative and perfective of the generation of them. But at another time they are allotted an order coordinate to affirmations, and negation is then in no respect more venerable than affirmation. And again, at another time, they are allotted an order subordinate to affirmations, and are nothing else than the privations of them. For with respect to non-being itself, with which there is also a negation of beings, at one time considering it as beyond being, we say that it is the cause and the supplier of beings. But at another time we evince that it is equivalent to being, just as, I think, the Elean guest demonstrates in the Sophista, that non-being is in no respect less, if it be lawful so to speak, than being. And at another time we leave it as a privation of, and indigent of being. For indeed, according to this mode, we call every generation and matter itself non-being. analogies, however, are assumed for the purpose alone of indicating the similitude of secondary natures to the first principle, and neither any reason nor habitude, nor communion of this principle with things posterior to it becomes apparent from these. For its exempt nature is not of such a kind as is beheld in the second and third orders of beings, but the good transcends the whole of things in a much greater degree than intellect surpasses the natures posterior to itself, whether it be the demiurgic intellect, or the intellect of the whole world, or some other intellect from among the number of those that are called divine. Every intellect, however, and every God is allotted a transcendency with respect to subordinate natures, and those things of which it is the cause, inferior to that which the first principle has to every being. For this principle similarly transcends all things, and not some in a greater, but others in a less degree, since thus we should introduce a greater and less habitude of it to secondary natures. It is necessary, however, to preserve it without habitude to all things, and similarly exempt from the whole of things. But of other natures, some are indeed nearer, and others are more remote from it. For each thing proceeds from it, since it produces all things according to one cause, and different things are indeed converted to it in a different manner. This principle, in the meantime, receiving no habitude or communion with things posterior to itself. Chapter 6. The mode of demonstration, therefore, pertaining to the One is, as we have said, twofold. For again, Plato delivers to us twofold names of the ineffable cause. In the Republic, indeed, he calls it the good, and demonstrates it to be the fountain of the truth, which unites intellect and intelligibles. But in the Parmenides, he denominates such a principle as this the One, and shows that it gives subsistence to the divine unities. Again, therefore, of these names, the One is the image of the progression of the whole of things, but the other of their conversion. For because indeed all things derive their subsistence and proceed from the first principle, on this account, referring the One to it, we demonstrate that it is the cause of all multitude and every progression. For whence is multitude unfolded into light except from the One? But because again the progressions from it are naturally converted to it, and desire its ineffable and incomprehensible hyparxis, we denominate it the good. For what else is that which converts all things, and which is extended to all beings as the object of desire, but the good? For all other things subsist distributedly, and are to some beings honorable, but to others not. And everything which in any respect whatever is said to have a subsistence, aspires after some things, and avoids others. But the good is the common object of desire to all beings, and all things according to their nature verge and are extended to this. The tendency, however, of desiring natures is everywhere to the appropriate object of desire. The good, therefore, converts, but the One gives subsistence to all secondary natures. Let not, however, any one suppose that the ineffable can on this account be named, or that the cause of all union is doubled. For here indeed we transfer to it names, looking to that which is posterior to it, and to the progressions from, or the circular conversions to it. Because indeed multitude subsists from it, we ascribe to it the appellation of the One, But because all things, even as far as to things that have the most obscure existence, are converted to it, we denominate it the good. We endeavor, therefore, to know the unknown nature of the first principle through the things which proceed from and are converted to it. And we also attempt through the same things to give a name to that which is ineffable. This principle, however, is neither known by beings, nor is effable by any one of all things. But being exempt from all knowledge, and all language, and subsisting as incomprehensible, it produces from itself, according to one cause, all knowledge, everything that is known, all words, and whatever can be comprehended by speech. But its unical nature, and which transcends all division, shines forth to the view dyadically in the natures posterior to it, or rather triadically. For all things abide in, proceed from, and are converted to the One. For at one and the same time they are united to it, or in subjection to its union, which is exempt from the whole of things, and desire the participation of it. And union indeed imparts a stable transcendency to all secondary natures, and which subsists in unproceeding conjunction with the cause of them. But subjection defines the progression of beings, and their separation from the imparticipable and first unity, and desire perfects the conversion of the subsisting natures, and their circular tendency to the ineffable. First natures, therefore, being always entirely united to the ineffable, some more remotely, but others more proximately, and receiving through this union their hyparxis and their portion of good, we endeavor to manifest through names the progression and conversion of the whole of things. But with respect to their stable comprehension, if it be lawful so to speak, in the first, and their union with the ineffable, this as being incomprehensible and not to be apprehended by knowledge, those who were wise in divine concerns were unable to indicate it by words. But as the ineffable is primarily concealed in inaccessible places, and is exempt from all beings, thus also the union of all things with it is occult, ineffable, and unknown to all beings. For every being is united to it, neither by intellectual injection, or projection, nor the energy of essence, since things which are destitute of knowledge are united to the first, and things deprived of all energy participate according to their order of a conjunction with it. That which is unknown, therefore, in beings according to their union with the first, we neither endeavor to know, nor to manifest by names, but being more able to look to their progression and conversion, we ascribe indeed to the first two names, which we derive as resemblances from secondary natures. We also define two modes of ascent to the first, conjoining that mode which is through analogy with the appellation of the good, but that which is through negations with the appellation of the One, which Plato, also indicating in the Republic, indeed calls the first the good, and at the same time makes a regression to it through analogy, but in the Parmenides establishing it as the One itself, he unfolds the transcendency of it, which is exempt from beings through negative conclusions. According to both these modes, therefore, the first principle transcends both Gnostic powers and the parts of speech, but all other things afford us the cause of knowledge and of appellation, and the first principle indeed unically gives subsistence to all the unions and hyparxes of secondary natures, but the things posterior to this cause participate of it in a divided manner. These also, as we have before observed, become multiplied by abiding, proceeding and returning, but the one is at once perfectly exempt from all the prolific progressions, convertive powers, and uniform hypostases in beings. What the modes therefore are of the doctrine about the first, and through what names Plato endeavours to indicate it, and whence the names and the modes of this indication, which is unknown to all things, are derived, is, I think, through what has been said, sufficiently manifest. Chapter 7. If, however, it be requisite to survey each of the dogmas about it which are scattered in the writings of Plato, and to reduce them to one science of theology, let us consider, if you are willing, prior to other things, what Socrates demonstrates in the Sixth Book of the Republic, conformably to the before-mentioned mode, and how, through analogy, he teaches us the wonderful transcendency of the good with respect to all beings, and the summits of the whole of things. In the first place, therefore, he distinguishes beings from each other, and establishing some of them to be intelligibles, but others sensibles. He defines science by the knowledge of beings. But he conjoins sense with sensibles, and giving a twofold division to all things, he places one exempt monad over intelligible multitude, and a second monad over sensible multitude, according to a similitude to the former monad. Of these monads also he shows that the one is generative of intelligible light, but the other of sensible light, and he evinces that by the intelligible light indeed, all intelligibles are deiform and boniform according to participation from the first God, but that by the sensible light, according to the perfection derived from the sun, all sensible natures are solarform and similar to their one monad. In addition also to what has been said, he suspends the second monad from that which reigns in the intelligible. And thus he extends all things, both the first and the last of beings, I mean intelligibles and sensibles, to the good. Such a mode of reduction to the first as this appears to me to be most excellent, and especially adapted to theology. Videre licet, to congregate all the gods in the world into one union, and suspend them from their proximate monad, but to refer the supermundane gods to the intellectual kingdom, to suspend the intellectual gods from intelligible union, and to refer the intelligible gods themselves and all beings through these to that which is first. For as the monad of mundane natures is supermundane, as the monad of supermundane natures is intellectual, and of intellectual natures intelligible, thus also it is necessary that first intelligibles should be suspended from the monad which is above intelligibles and perfected by it, and being filled with deity should illuminate secondary natures with intelligible light. But it is necessary that intellectual natures, which derive the enjoyment of their being from intelligibles, but of good and a uniform hyparxis from the first cause, should connect supermundane natures by intellectual light, and that the genera of the gods prior to the world, through receiving a pure intellect from the intellectual gods, but intelligible light from the intelligible gods, and a unical light from the Father of the whole of things, should send into this apparent world the illumination of the light which they possess. On this account, the sun, being the summit of mundane natures, and proceeding from the ethereal profundities, imparts to visible natures supernatural perfection, and causes these as much as possible to be similar to the supercelestial worlds. These things, therefore, we shall afterwards more abundantly discuss. The present discourse, however, suspends all things after the above-mentioned manner from the good and the first unity. For if indeed the sun connects everything sensible, but the good produces and perfects everything intelligible, and of these the second monad, i.e., the sun, is denominated the offspring of the good, and on this account causes that which is sensible to be splendid, and adorns and fills it with good, because it imitates the primogenial cause of itself. If this be the case, all things will thus participate of the good, and will be extended to this one principle, intelligibles indeed, and the most divine of beings without a medium, but sensibles through their monad the sun. Again, therefore, and after another manner, Plato narrates to us in this extract from the Republic the analysis to the first principle. For he suspends all the multitudes in the world from the intelligible monads, as for instance all beautiful things from the beautiful itself, all good things from the good, and all equal things from the equal itself. And again, he considers some things as intelligibles, but others as sensibles, but the summits of them are uniformly established in intelligibles. Again, from these intelligible forms he thinks fit to ascend still higher, and venerating in a greater degree the goodness which is beyond intelligibles, he apprehends that all intelligibles and the monads which they contain subsist and are perfected through it. For, as we refer the sensible multitude to a monad uncoordinated with sensibles, and we think that through this monad the multitude of sensibles derives its subsistence, so it is necessary to refer the intelligible multitude to another cause, which is not conumerated with intelligibles, and from which they are allotted their essence and their divine hyparxis. Let not, however, any one fancy that Plato admits there is the same order of the good in intelligible forms as there is prior to intelligibles, but the good, indeed, which is coordinated with the beautiful, must be considered as essential, and as one of the forms which are in intelligibles. For the first good, which by conjoining the article with the noun we are accustomed to call tagathon, or the good, is admitted to be something superessential, and more excellent than all beings, both in dignity and power, since Socrates also, when discussing the beautiful and the good, calls the one the beautiful itself, and the other the good itself, and thus says he, we must denominate all the things which we then very properly considered as many. Again, particularly considering each thing as being one, we denominate each thing that which it is, and thus Socrates, leading us from sensible things that are beautiful and good, and in short from things that are participated, subsist in other things, and are multiplied, to the superessential unities of intelligibles and the first essences. From these again he transfers us to the exempt cause of everything beautiful and good. For in forms the beautiful itself is the leader of many beautiful things, and the good itself of many goods, and each form alone gives subsistence to things similar to itself. But the first good is not only the cause of what is good, but similarly of things beautiful, as Plato elsewhere says, and all things are for its sake, and it is the cause of everything beautiful. For again, in addition to what has been said, the good, which is in forms, is intelligible and known, as Socrates himself teaches. But the good prior to forms is beyond beings, and is established above all knowledge. And the former is the source of essential perfection, but the latter is the supplier of good to the gods so far as they are gods, and is generative of goods which are prior to essences. We must not therefore apprehend that when Socrates calls the first principle the good, from the name of idea, that he directly calls it the intelligible goodness. But though the first principle is superior to all language and appellation, we permit Socrates to call it the cause of everything beautiful and good, transferring through the things which are proximately filled by it, appellations to it. For this, I think Socrates, indicating, asserts in all that he says about the good, that it is beyond knowledge and things that are known, and likewise beyond essence and being, according to its analogy to the sun. And after a certain admirable manner, he presents us with an epitome of the negations of the one in the Parmenides. For the assertion that the good is neither truth nor essence, nor intellect nor science, at one and the same time separates it from the superessential unities, and every genus of the gods, and from the intellectual and intelligible orders, and from every psychical subsistence. But these are the first things, and through the first hypothesis of the Parmenides, these are taken away from the principle of the whole of things. Moreover, neither when he celebrates the good, the leader of the divine orders, as the most splendid of beings, does he denominate it most splendid as participating of light. For the first light proceeds from it to intelligibles and intellect, but he gives it this appellation as the cause of the light which is everywhere diffused, and as the fountain of every intelligible, or intellectual, or mundane deity. For this light is nothing else than the participation of a divine hyparxis. For as all things become boniform through participating of the good, and are filled with the illumination proceeding from thence, thus also the natures which are primarily beings are deiform, and as it is said, intelligible and intellectual essences become divine through the participation of deity. Looking therefore to all that has been said, we shall preserve the exempt transcendency of the good with reference to all beings and the divine orders. But again, in each order of beings, we must grant that there is a monad analogous to it, not only in sensibles, as Plato says the sun is, but likewise in supermundane natures, and in the genera of gods, arranged from the good prior to these. For it is evident that the natures which are nearer to the first cause, and which participate of it in a greater degree, possess a greater similitude to it. And as that is the cause of all beings, so these establish monads which are the leaders of more partial orders. And Plato indeed arranges the multitudes under the monads, but extends all the monads to the exempt principle of the whole of things, and establishes them uniformly about it. It is necessary, therefore, that the theological science should be unfolded conformably to the divine orders, and that our conceptions about it should be transcendent and unmingled and unconnected with other things. And we should survey indeed all secondary natures, subsisting according to and perfected about it. But we should establish it as transcending all the monads in beings, according to one excess of simplicity, and as unically arranged prior to the whole orders of gods. For as the gods themselves enact the order which is in them, thus also it is necessary that the truth concerning them, the precedaneous causes of beings, and the second and third progeny of these should be definitely distinguished. This, therefore, is the one truth concerning the first principle, and which possesses one reason remarkably conformable to the Platonic hypothesis, viz., that this principle subsists prior to the whole orders in the Gods, that it gives subsistence to the boniform essence of the Gods, that it is the fountain of superessential goodness, and that all things posterior to it, being extended towards it, are filled with good after an ineffable manner, are united to it, and subsist uniformly about it. For its unical nature is not unprolific, but it is by so much the more generative of other things, as it pre-establishes a union exempt from the things which have a subsistence. Nor does its fecundity tend to multitude and division, but it abides with undefiled purity, concealed in inaccessible places. For in the natures also, which are posterior to it, we everywhere see that what is perfect desires to generate, and that what is full hastens to impart to other things its plenitude. In a much greater degree, therefore, it is necessary that the nature which contains in one all perfections, and which is not a certain good, but good itself, and superfull, if it be lawful so to speak, should be generative of the whole of things, and give subsistence to them, producing all things by being exempt from all things, and by being imparticipable, similarly generating the first and the last of beings. You must not, however, suppose that this generation and progression is emitted in consequence of the good, either being moved or multiplied, or possessing a generative power, or energizing, since all these are secondary to the singleness of the first. For whether the good is moved, it will not be the good, since the good itself, and which is nothing else, if it were moved, would depart from goodness. How therefore can that which is the source of goodness to beings produce other things when deprived of good? Or whether the good is multiplied through imbecility, there will be a progression of the whole of things through a diminution, but not through an abundance of goodness. For that which in generating departs from its proper transcendency, hastens to adorn inferior natures, not through prolific perfection, but through a diminution and want of its own power. But if the good produces all things by employing power, there will be a diminution of goodness about it. For it will be two things and not one, viz., it will be good and power. And if indeed it is in want of power, that which is primarily good will be indigent. But if to be the good itself is sufficient to the perfection of the things produced, and to the plenitude of all things, why do we assume power as an addition? For additions in the Gods are oblations of transcendent unions. Let the good therefore alone be prior to power and prior to energy, for all energy is the progeny of power. Neither therefore does the good energizing give subsistence to all things through energy, nor being in want of power does it fill all things with powers, nor being multiplied do all things participate of good, nor being moved do all beings enjoy the first principle. For the good precedes all powers and all energies and every multitude and motion, since each of these is referred to the good as to its end. The good, therefore, is the most final of all ends, and the center of all desirable natures. All desirable natures, indeed, impart an end to secondary beings, but that which presubsists, uncircumscribed by all things, is the first good. End of chapter 7. Chapters 8 to 10 of Book 2 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. translated by Thomas Taylor. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. After these things, however, let us direct our attention to the conceptions about the first principle in the Epistle of Plato to Dionysius, and survey the manner in which he considers its ineffable and immense transcendency. But perhaps someone may be indignant with us for rashly drawing to our own hypotheses the assertions of Plato, and may say that the three kings of which he speaks are all of them intellectual gods, but that Plato does not think fit to co-arrange or conumerate the good with secondary natures. For such a conumeration ought not to be considered as adapted to the exempt transcendency of the good with respect to other things, nor in short must it be said that the good contributes as the first with reference to another second or third cause to the completion of a triad in conjunction with other natures, but that it in a greater degree precedes every triad and every number than the intelligible precede the intellectual gods. How, therefore, can we conumerate with other kings the good, which is at once exempt from all the divine numbers, and co-arrange one as the first king, another as the second, and another as the third? Some one may also adduce many other things, indicating the transcendency of the first principle with respect to everything divine. Such a one, however, in thus interpreting the words of Plato, will remarkably accord with us who assert the good to be imparticipable, to transcend all the intelligible and intellectual genera, and to be established above all the divine monads. That Plato indeed admits the first God to be the king of all things, and says that all things are for his sake, and that he is the cause of all beautiful things, does not, I think, require much proof to those who consider his words by themselves, apart from their own conjectures, by introducing which they violently endeavor to accord with Plato. But that we do not assert these things, conumerating the first God with secondary natures, Plato himself manifests, neither calling the first king the first, but alone the king of all things, nor asserting that some things are about him, as he says that second things are about that which is second, and third things about that which is third. But he says, in short, that all things are about him, and to the other kings indeed he introduces number and a divided kingdom, but to the king of all things he neither attributes a part of number, nor a distribution of dominion opposite to that of the others. Such a mode of words, therefore, neither conumerates the king of all things with the other kings, nor co-arranges him as the leader of a triad with the second and third power. For of a triadic division, the first monad indeed is the leader of first orders, and which are coordinate with itself, but the second of second, and the third of third orders. If, however, some one should apprehend that the first monad is the leader of all things, so as to comprehend at once both second and third allotments, yet the cause which subsists according to comprehension is different from that which similarly pervades to all things. And to the king of all things indeed, all things are subject according to one reason and one order, but to the first of the triad, things first are subjected according to the same order, and it is necessary that things second and third should be subservient according to their communion with the remaining kings. Does not, therefore, what is here said by Plato remarkably celebrate the exempt nature of the first cause, and his uncoordination with the other kingdoms of the gods, since he says that this cause similarly reigns over all things, that all things subsist about him, and that for his sake essence and energy are inherent in all things. If also Socrates in the Republic clearly teaches that the sun reigns over the world analogous to the good, let no one dare to accuse this analogy as commemorating the good with the king of mundane natures. For unless together with the similitude of secondary causes to the first principles, we think fit to preserve that exempt dominion of the first cause, it will be impossible for us to evince that the supermundane kings have their allotment analogous to the first cause, who subsists prior to the whole of things according to one transcendency. But what occasion is there to be prolix? For Plato indeed calls the first god king, but he does not think fit to give the others the same appellation, not only in the beginning of what he says about the first, but shortly after he adds, quote, "About the king himself and the natures of which I have spoken, there is nothing of this kind." Close quote. The first god, therefore, alone is called king, but he is called not only the king of things first, in the same manner as the second of things second, and the third of things third, but as the cause at once of all being and all beauty. Hence the first god precedes the other causes in an exempt and uniform manner, and according to a transcendency of the whole of things, and is neither celebrated by Plato as coordinated with them, nor as the leader of a triad. That these things, however, are asserted by Plato about the first god, we shall learn by recurring a little to the preceding words, which are as follow, quote, "You say that I have not sufficiently demonstrated to you the particulars respecting the first nature. I must speak to you, therefore, in enigmas, that in case the letter should be intercepted, either by land or sea, he who reads it may not understand this part of its contents. All things are situated about the king of all, and all things are for his sake, and he is the cause of everything beautiful." Close quote. In these words, therefore, Plato, proposing to purify our conceptions about the first principle through enigmas, celebrates the king of all things, and refers to him the cause of the whole of things beautiful and good. Who, therefore, is the king of all things except the unical God who is exempt from all things, who produces all things from himself, and is the leader of all orders according to one cause? Who is he that converts all ends to himself, and establishes them about himself? For if you call him, for whose sake all things subsist, the end of all ends, and the primogenial cause, you will not deviate from the truth concerning him. Who is he that is the cause of all beautiful things, shining upon them with divine light, and who encloses that which is deformed, and without measure, and the most obscure of all things in the extremity of the universe? If you are willing also, from the words of Plato that follow the preceding, we will show that to be the recipient neither of language nor of knowledge is adapted to the first principle. For the words, quote, "This your inquiry concerning the cause of all beautiful things is as of a nature endued with a certain quality," close quote, are to be referred to this principle. For it is not possible to apprehend it intellectually, because it is unknown, nor to unfold it, because it is uncircumscribed. But whatever you may say of it, you will speak as of a certain thing, and you will speak indeed about it, but you will not speak it. For speaking of the things of which it is the cause, we are unable to say, or to apprehend through intelligence what it is. Here, therefore, the addition of quality, and the busy energy of the soul, remove it from the goodness which is exempt from all things, by the redundancy of its conceptions about it. This likewise draws the soul down to kindred, connate, and multiform intelligibles, and prevents her from receiving that which is characterized by unity, and is occult in the participation of the good. And it is not only proper that the human soul should be purified from things coordinate with itself in the union and communion with that which is first, and that for this purpose it should leave all the multitude of itself behind, and exciting its own hyparxis, approach with closed eyes, as it is said, to the King of all things, and participate of his light, as much as this is lawful for it to accomplish, but intellect also, which is prior to us, and all divine natures, by their highest unions, superessential torches, and first hyparxes, are united to that which is first, and always participate of its exuberant fullness. And this not so far as they are that which they are, but so far as they are exempt from things allied to themselves, and converge to the one principle of all. For the cause of all disseminated in all things impressions of his own all-perfect transcendency, and through these establishes all things about himself, and being exempt from the whole of things is ineffably present to all things. Everything, therefore, entering into the ineffable of its own nature, finds there the symbol of the Father of all. All things, too, naturally venerate him, and are united to him through an appropriate mystic impression, divesting themselves of their own nature, and hastening to become his impression alone, and to participate him alone, through the desire of his unknown nature, and of the fountain of good. Hence, when they have run upwards as far as to this cause, they become tranquil, and are liberated from the parturitions, and the desire which all things naturally possess of goodness, unknown, ineffable, imparticipable, and transcendently full. But that what is here said is concerning the first God, and that Plato in these conceptions leaves him uncoordinated with and exempt from the other causes, has been, I think, sufficiently evinced. Chapter 9. Let us, in the next place, consider each of the dogmas, and adapt them to our conceptions concerning cause, that from these we may comprehend by a reasoning process the scope of the whole of Plato's theology. Let then one truth concerning the first principle be especially that which celebrates his ineffable, simple, and all-transcending nature, which establishes all things about him, but does not assert that he generates or produces anything, or that he presubsists as the end of things posterior to himself. For such a form of words neither adds anything to the unknown, who is exempt from all things, nor multiplies him who is established above all union, nor refers the habitude and communion of things secondary to him who is perfectly imparticipable, nor in short does it announce that it teaches anything about him, or concerning his nature, but about the second and third natures which subsist after him. Such then being this indication of the first God, and such the manner in which it venerates the ineffable, the second to this is that which converts all the desires of things to him, and celebrates him as the object of desire to, and common end of all things, according to one cause, which precedes all other causes. For the last of things subsists only for the sake of something else, but the first is that only for the sake of which all other things subsist. And all the intermediate natures participate of these two peculiarities. Hence, they genuinely adhere to the natures which surpass them, as objects of desire, but impart the perfection of desires to subordinate beings. the third speculation of the principle of things is far inferior to the preceding, considering him as giving subsistence to all beautiful things. For to celebrate him as the supplier of good, and as end preceding the two orders of things, is not very remote from the narration which says that all causes are posterior to him, and derive their subsistence from him, as well those which are paternal, and the sources of good, as those that are the suppliers of prolific powers. But to ascribe to him a producing and generative cause is still more remote from the all-perfect union of the first. For, as it cannot be known or discussed by language, by secondary natures it must not be said that it is the cause, or that it is generative of beings, but we should celebrate in silence this ineffable nature, and this perfectly causeless cause, which is prior to all causes. If, however, as we endeavour to ascribe to him the good and the one, we in like manner attribute to him cause, and that which is final or paternal, we must pardon the parturition of the soul about this ineffable principle, aspiring to perceive him with the eye of intellect, and to speak about him. But at the same time, the exempt transcendency of the one, which is immense, must be considered as surpassing an indication of this kind. From these things, therefore, we may receive the sacred conceptions of Plato, and in order adapted to things themselves, and we may say that the first part of this sentence sufficiently indicates the simplicity, transcendency, and in short the uncoordination with all things of the King of all. For the assertion that all things subsist about him unfolds the hyparxis of things second, but leaves that which is beyond all things without any connection with things posterior to it. But the second part celebrates the cause of all the gods as prearranged in the order of end. For that which is the highest of all causes is immediately conjoined with that which is prior to cause. But of this kind is the final cause, and that for the sake of which all things subsist. This part therefore is posterior to the other, and is woven together with the order of things, and the progression of the Platonic doctrine. Again, the third part asserts him to be productive of all beautiful things, and thus adds to him a species of cause inferior to the final. Whence also Plotinus, I think, does not hesitate to call the first God the fountain of the beautiful. It is necessary, therefore, to attribute that which is best to the best of all things, that he may be the cause of all, and in reality prior to cause. But this is the good. This too, which is an admirable circumstance, may be seen in the words of Plato, that the first of these three divine dogmas neither presumes to say anything about the good, and this ineffable nature, nor does it permit us to refer any species of cause to it. But the second dogma leaves indeed the good ineffable, as it is fit it should, but from the habitude of things posterior to it, enables us to collect the final cause, for it does not refuse to call it that for the sake of which all things subsist. But when it asserts that all things are for the sake of the good, it excites in us the conception of the communion and coordination of that which is the object of desire with the desiring natures. And the third dogma evinces that the good is the cause of all beautiful things. But this is to say something concerning it, and to add to the simplicity of the first cause, and not to abide in the conceptions of the end, but to conjoin with it the producing principle of things second. And it appears to me that Plato here indicates the natures which are proximately unfolded into light after the first. For it is not possible to say anything concerning it except at one time being impelled to this from all things, and at another from the best of things. For it is the cause of hyparxis to all things, and unfolds its own separate union through the peculiarities of these. We ascribe to it, therefore, the one and the good, from the donation which pervades to all things from it. For of those things of which all participate, we say there is no other cause than that which is established prior to all these, but the about, which ta peri a, the on account of which ta di a, and the from which ta afu, particularly subsist in the intelligible gods, and from these they are ascribed to the first God. For whence can we suppose the unical gods derive their peculiarities except from that which is prior to them? To this summit of intelligibles, therefore, the term about is adapted, because all the divine orders occultly proceed about this summit, which is arranged prior to them. But the term on account of which pertains to the middle order of intelligibles, for all things subsist for the sake of eternity, and an hyparxis perfectly entire, and the term from which is adapted to the extremity of intelligibles, for this first produces all things, and adorns them uniformly. These things, therefore, we shall indeed make more known in the doctrine which will shortly follow concerning the intelligible gods. Chapter 10. In the next place, let us finish the discussion concerning the first God with the theory of Parmenides, and unfold the mystic conceptions of the first hypothesis as far as pertains to the present purpose. For we shall refer the reader for the most perfect interpretation of them to our commentaries on that dialogue. In the first place, therefore, it is requisite to determine this concerning the first hypothesis, that it comprehends as many conclusions negatively as the hypothesis which follows it does affirmatively. For this latter demonstrates all the orders proceeding from the one, but the former evinces that the one is exempt from all the divine genera. From both these hypotheses, however, it is obvious to every one how it is necessary that the cause of the whole of things should transcend his productions. For because the one is the cause of all the gods, he transcends all things, and because he is exempt from them through transcendency, on this account he gives to all things their hypostases. For through being expanded above all things, he causes all things to subsist, since in the second and third orders also of beings, causes which are entirely exempt from their effects more perfectly generate and connect their progeny than those causes do which are coordinate with their effects. And the one, by ineffably producing all the divine orders, appears to be unically established above all. For in the productions posterior to it, cause is everywhere different from the things caused, and on this account nature indeed being incorporeal is a cause which transcends bodies, but soul being perfectly perpetual is the cause of things generated, and intellect being immovable is the cause of everything that is moved. If, therefore, according to each progression of beings, effects are denied of their causes, it is certainly necessary to take away all things similarly from the cause of all. In the second place, I think it is necessary that the order of the negations should be defined by those who receive theology according to the intention of Parmenides, and that it should be admitted that they proceed indeed from the monads, which subsist primarily in the divine genera, and that Parmenides takes away from the one all second and third natures, according to an order adapted to each. For that which transcends more principal causes must in a much greater degree subsist prior to those that are subordinate. Parmenides, however, does not begin his negations from the gods that are united to the first. For this genus is with difficulty distinguished from the One, because being arranged naturally immediately after it, it is most unical and occult, and transcendently similar to its producing cause. Parmenides therefore beginning where prior to all other things division and multitude are apparent, and proceeding regularly through all the second orders as far as to the last of things, again returns to the beginning, and shows how the One differs from the Gods that are most similar to it, and which primarily participate of it, according to one ineffable cause. In the third place, in addition to what has been said, I determine concerning the mode of negations, that they are not privative of their subjects, but generative of things which are, as it were, their opposites. For because the first principle is not many, the many proceed from it, and because it is not a whole, wholeness proceeds from it, and in a similar manner in other things. And in thus determining, I speak conformably to Plato, who thinks it proper to abide in negations, and to add nothing to the One. For whatever you add, you diminish the One, and afterwards evince that it is not the One, but that which is passive to or participates the One. For it is thus not one only, but in addition to this, possesses something else also by participation. This mode therefore of negations is exempt, unical, primary, and is a departure from the whole of things, in an unknown and ineffable transcendency of simplicity. It is likewise necessary, having attributed such a mode as this to the first God, again to exempt him from the negations also. For neither does any discourse nor any name belong to the One, says Parmenides. But if no discourse belongs to it, it is evident that neither does negation pertain to it. For all things are secondary to the One, things knowable and knowledge, and the instruments of knowledge, and after a manner, that which is impossible presents itself at the end of the hypothesis. For if nothing whatever can be said of the One, neither is this discussion itself adapted to the One, nor is it at all wonderful that the discourse of those who wish to know the ineffable by words should terminate in that which is impossible, since all knowledge, when conjoined with an object of knowledge which does not at all pertain to it, loses its power. For since, if we should say that it pertained to that which is the object of science, would subvert itself, and this would be the case with science and every kind of knowledge, if we should say that they belonged to that which is intelligible, so that language, when conversant with that which is ineffable, being subverted about itself, has no cessation, and opposes itself. End of chapter 10. Chapters 11 and 12 of Book 2 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Let us now, therefore, if ever, abandon multiform knowledge, exterminate from ourselves all the variety of life, and in perfect quiet approach near to the cause of all things. For this purpose, let not only opinion and fantasy be at rest, nor the passions alone which impede our anagogic impulse to the first, be at peace, but let the air be still, and the universe itself be still. And let all things extend us with a tranquil power to communion with the ineffable. Let us also, standing there, having transcended the intelligible, if we contain anything of this kind, and with nearly closed eyes, adoring as it were the rising sun, since it is not lawful for any being whatever intently to behold him, let us survey the sun, whence the light of the intelligible gods proceeds, emerging, as the poets say, from the bosom of the ocean, and again from this divine tranquillity descending into intellect, and from intellect employing the reasonings of the soul. Let us relate to ourselves what the natures are from which, in this progression, we shall consider the first God as exempt. And let us, as it were, celebrate him, not as establishing the earth and the heavens, nor as giving subsistence to souls and the generations of all animals. For he produced these indeed, but among the last of things. But prior to these, let us celebrate him as unfolding into light the whole intelligible and intellectual genus of gods, together with all the supermundane and mundane divinities, as the God of all gods, the unity of all unities, and beyond the first Aditta, as more ineffable than all silence, and more unknown than all essence, as holy among the holies, and concealed in the intelligible gods. And again, after these things, descending into a reasoning process from an intellectual hymn, and employing the irreprehensible science of dialectic, let us, following the contemplation of first causes, survey the manner in which the first God is exempt from the whole of things, and let our descent be as far as to this. But opinion, and fantasy, and sense prevent us indeed from partaking of the presence of the gods, and draw us down from Olympian goods to earth-born motions, titanically divide the intellect that is in us, and divulse us from an establishment in wholes to the images of beings. Chapter 12. What, therefore, will be the first conception of the science proceeding from intellect and unfolding itself into light? What other can we assert it to be than that which is the most simple and the most known of all the conceptions contained in this science? What therefore is this? "The One," says Parmenides, "if it is the One, will not be many." For it is necessary that the many should participate of the One, but the One does not participate of the One, but is the One itself. Neither is that which is primarily one participable. For it would not be purely one if mingled with the many, nor that which is one if it received the addition of that which is subordinate. The One, therefore, is exempt from the many. The many, however, subsist primarily in the summit of the first intellectual gods, and in the intelligible place of survey, as we are taught in the second hypothesis. The One, therefore, entirely transcends an order of this kind, and is the cause of it. For the not many is not privation, as we have said, but the cause of the many. This, therefore, Parmenides does not think it requisite to demonstrate, but as a thing most manifest to every one, he first evinces this through the opposition, as it were, of the many to the One. But employing this, he takes away that which follows, and he takes away that which is posterior to this by employing the conclusions prior to it. And this he always does after the same manner. And at one time, indeed, he assumes the elements of the demonstrations from proximate conclusions, but at another time from those that are more remote. For, after this intelligible order of gods, as we have said, he gives subsistence to that order which connectedly contains and bounds the extent of them from their exempt cause. But this order is called by him in the second hypothesis, parts and a whole. These therefore he denies of the one, employing the many, for the purpose of distinguishing the subjects and the one. For, as he says, that which is a whole and has parts is many, but the one is beyond the many. If therefore the one transcends the intelligible simplicity, but whole and that which has parts proceed from it in order to become the bond of the whole of this distribution, is it not necessary that the one should neither be a whole, nor be indigent of parts? And I think it is through this transcendency that the one presubsists as the cause of this order of gods, and that it produces this order, but in an exempt manner. In the third place after these, we may survey the order which is allotted the boundary of the intellectual, and at the same time intelligible gods, proceeding from the one, and may behold the one perfectly expanded above it. For this order indeed subsists from the second genera, and from the intellectual wholeness of the genera, but the one, as has been demonstrated, is exempt according to cause from this wholeness. The one, therefore, has neither beginning or middle or end, nor has it extremes, nor does it participate of any figure. For through these gods, the before mentioned order of gods becomes apparent. Whether, therefore, there be a perfective summit, or what is celebrated as the middle centre in these gods, or a termination converting the end of these divinities to their beginning, the one is similarly beyond every triple distribution. For the one would have parts, and would be many, if it participated of things of this kind. But it has been demonstrated that the one unically subsists prior to the many, and to wholeness together with its parts, as the cause of them. And you see how Parmenides indeed exhibits to us one negation of the highest order, but two negations of the middle, and three of the last order. Besides this also, he shows that the one has no extremity, but the infinite is a thing of this kind. And separately from this, he likewise shows that the one is unreceptive of all figures. Again, therefore, after these triple orders, we must direct our attention to the intellectual gods subsisting from these, and receiving a tripartite division, and must demonstrate that the one transcends these also. For such is the one, says Parmenides, since it is neither in itself nor in another. For if it were in another, it would be on all sides comprehended by that in which it is, and would everywhere touch that which comprehends it. But in this case it would have a figure, would consist of parts, and on this account would be many and not one. And if it were in itself, it would entirely comprehend itself in itself. But comprehending and at the same time being comprehended, it will be two, and will be no longer primarily one. The discourse therefore proceeds to the same conclusion, and evinces that the one will not be one by the summit of the intellectual order, if any one endeavours to mingle it with other things. Hence the one, being perfectly exempt from this summit also, gives subsistence to it. This summit at one and the same time participating of the third of the gods placed above it, but being produced from the second of these gods, and being perfected from the first, and entirely established in it. Moreover, the One likewise generates the second intellectual order, being unmingled with it, for the One neither stands still nor is moved. It participates therefore of neither of these, but being similarly exempt from both, it at the same time transcends the middle orders of the intellectual progression of the Gods. For if it were moved, it would be moved in a twofold respect. Videre licet, either according to a change in quality or local motion. But it is not possible that the One can be changed in quality, for being thus changed, it will be not one, and will fall off from a unical hyparxis. Nor can it be locally moved, for it is impossible that it should be moved in a circle, because it would have parts, videre licet, middle and extremes. And if it changed one place for another, it would be partible. For it would be necessary that it should neither be wholly in that place to which it is moved, nor in that whence it begins to be moved. For if it were wholly in either of them, it would be immovable, in consequence of partly not yet being moved, and partly having now ceased its motion. But if the One stands still, it is certainly necessary that it should abide in the same thing. But it has been demonstrated that the One is nowhere. Hence it is neither in itself nor in another thing. In no respect, therefore, is the One moved. Or does it stand still, which things, videre licet, motion and permanency, particularly belong to the middle order of intellectuals, as will be evident from the second hypothesis. For the first God produces this order also, being exempt from it. In the third place, we may survey through what next follows the last order of intellectuals, proceeding from the One, and subordinate to it. For in this order, sameness and difference subsist unitedly, but at the same time, the One subsists prior to both these. For different is said to be different both from itself and from other things. And in a similar manner, same is the same with itself and with other things. But the One is not indeed different from itself, because that which is different from the One will be not one. And it is not the same with other things, lest becoming the same with them, it should latently pass into their nature. Moreover, neither is the One different from other things, for it would be at the same time one, and would have as an addition the power of difference. For so far as it is different, it will not be one, since difference is not the One. Hence, being one and different, it will be many and not the one. Nor is the One the same with itself. For if the One and the same differ only in name, the many will not be in consequence of participating of sameness with each other. For it is impossible that the many should become one by participating of the many. But if the One and sameness are essentially different, that which is primarily one does not participate of sameness, lest by receiving sameness in addition to the One, it should become a passive one, and not that which is primarily one. If, however, the extremity of intellectuals is characterized by this tetrad, it is evident that the One, existing beyond this, also supernally unfolds it into light, and places over the wholes of the universe a tetradic monad, the source of ornament to all secondary natures. For from hence other things primarily receive a communication with the One, which are also indeed produced and connectedly contained by the One. But after the intellectual Gods, The ineffable transcendency of the One arranges the extent of the supermundane divinities. The One, in the meantime, being occultly exempt from its supermundane progeny. And this extent indeed proximately subsists from the intellectual Gods, but uniformly receives its hyparxis from the first God. This, therefore, Parmenides produces through similitude and dissimilitude, from the deity which encloses the boundary of the intellectual monads. For the similar is that which is passive to sameness, in the same manner as dissimilitude is that which is passive to difference. Parmenides therefore demonstrates that the One transcends according to one simplicity such a peculiarity of the Gods also as this. For that which is established above the power of same and different, in a much greater degree transcends the genera which are allotted a subsistence according to similitude and dissimilitude. What therefore remains after this? Is it not evident that it is the multitude of the mundane Gods? But this also is twofold, the one being celestial, but the other sublunary. Of these, therefore, the genus which revolves in the heavens proceeds together with the equal, the greater and the less. But in the sublunary genus, the equal is allotted a difference in multitude from the celestial quality, but the unequal is again divided by the power of the more and the less. According to another genus, therefore, of the divine orders, there will be a monad and a duad. But above indeed, they are allied to the One and to sameness, and beneath to multitude and the intellectual cause of difference. Hence the One transcends all these, for the equal indeed everywhere consists of the same parts. By what contrivance therefore is it possible that the nature which at one and the same time is exempt from sameness, and the difference which is associated with it, should participate of equality and inequality? Besides all these divine orders, therefore, we must intellectually survey the genera of deified souls, and which are distributed about the Gods. For in each of the divine progressions, and in the progressions also of souls, the first genus presents itself to the view connascent with the Gods. Since both in the heavens and in the sublunary region, divine souls receive the division of the Gods into the world, as the Athenian guest in a certain place demonstrates. The psychical extent, therefore, is characterized by time, and by a life according to time. But the peculiarity of divine souls is shown by Parmenides to consist in their being younger, and at the same time older, both than themselves and other things. For revolving always according to the same time, and conjoining the beginning with the end, as at one and the same time proceeding to the end of the whole period, they become younger, but at the same time circulating to the beginning of it, they become older. All their ages, however, perpetually preserve the same measures of time. Again, there is sameness in them and difference, the former indeed preserving equality, but the latter inequality according to time. The One therefore subsists prior to divine souls, and generates these also together with the Gods. We now therefore come to the end of the whole distribution of more excellent natures, and the cause of all intelligibles at once unfolds into light the genera that follow the Gods, and that are triply divided by the three parts of time. But this cause is demonstrated by the intellectual projections of Parmenides to be also exempt from these. For that which is beyond all time, and the life which is according to time, can by no contrivance become subservient to the more partial periods of time. That which is the first of all things, therefore, unfolds into light all the gods, divine souls, and the more excellent genera, and is neither complicated with its progeny, nor multiplied about them, but being perfectly exempt from them in an admirable simplicity and transcendency of union, it imparts to all things indifferently progression, and at the same time order in the progression. Parmenides, therefore, beginning from the intelligible place of survey of the first intellectual gods, proceeds thus far according to the measures of generation, giving subsistence to the genera of the gods, and to the natures that are united to and follow the gods, and perpetually evinces that the One is ineffably exempt from all things. But again, from hence he returns to the beginning, and imitating the conversion of the whole of things, separates the One from the highest, videre licet from the intelligible gods. For thus especially we may survey the transcendency of the One, and the immense difference of its union from all other things, if we not only demonstrate that it is established above the second or third progressions in the divine orders, but also that it subsists prior to the intelligible unities themselves, and this in a manner conformable to the simplicity of their occult nature, and not through a variety of words, but through intellectual projection alone. For intelligibles are naturally adapted to be known by intellect. This, therefore, Parmenides also evinces in reality, relinquishing logical methods, but energizing according to intellect, and asserting that the One is above essence, and being characterized by the One. For this assertion was not collected from the preceding conclusions. For the discourse about the first gods themselves would be without demonstration if it derived its credibility from things subordinate. At the same time, therefore, Parmenides contends that all knowledge, and all the instruments of knowledge, fall short of the transcendency of the One, and beautifully end in the ineffable of that God who is beyond all things. For after scientific energies and intellectual projections, a union with the unknown follows, to which also Parmenides, referring the whole of his discussion, concludes the first hypothesis, suspending indeed all the divine genera from the One, but evincing that the One is uniquely exempt from all things, subsisting without the participation of intelligibles and sensibles, and in an ineffable manner giving subsistence to the participated monads. Hence also the One is said to be beyond that one which is conjoined with essence, and at the same time to be beyond every participated multitude of unities. End of chapter 12, and end of book 2. Chapter 1 of book 3 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Note: in the Prometheus Trust edition of this translation, it states that chapter 1 of the translation actually contains chapters 1 to 4 of the original Greek. Chapter 1. Such, therefore, is the theology with Plato concerning the first God, as it appears to me, and so great is the transcendency which it is allotted with respect to all other discussions of divine concerns, at one and the same time venerably preserving the ineffable union of this God, exempt from the whole of things, uncircumscribed by all Gnostic comprehensions, and apart from all beings, and unfolding the anagogic paths to him, perfecting that parturient desire which souls always possess of the Father, and progenitor of all things, and enkindling that torch in them by which they are especially conjoined with the unknown transcendency of the One. But after this imparticipable, ineffable, and truly superessential cause, which is separated from all essence, power, and energy, the discussion of the gods immediately follows. For to what other thing prior to the unities is it lawful to be conjoined with the One? Or what else can be more united to the unical God than the multitude of gods? Concerning these, therefore, we shall in the next place unfold the inartificial theory of Plato, invoking the gods themselves to enkindle in us the light of truth. I wish, however, prior to entering on the particulars of this theory, to convince the reader, and to make it evident to him through demonstration, that there are necessarily as many orders of the gods as the Parmenides of Plato unfolds to us in the second hypothesis. This, therefore, is, I think, prior to all other things apparent to those whose conceptions are not perverted, that everywhere, but especially in the divine orders, second progressions are completed through the similitude of these to their proper principles. For nature and intellect, and every generative cause, are naturally adapted to produce and conjoin to themselves things similar, prior to such as are dissimilar to themselves. For if it is necessary that the progression of beings should be continued, and that no vacuum should intervene either in incorporeal natures or in bodies, it is necessary that everything which proceeds naturally should proceed through similitude. For it is by no means lawful that the thing caused should be the same with its cause, since a remission and deficiency of the union of the producing cause generates secondary natures. For again, if that which is second were the same as that which is first, each would be similarly the same, and one would not be cause, but the other the thing caused. If, however, the one by its very being, or essentially, has an exuberance of productive power, but the other falls short of the power that produced it, these are naturally separated from each other, and the generative cause precedes in excellence the thing generated, and there is not a sameness of things which so greatly differ. But if that which is second is not the same with that which is first, if indeed it is different only, they will not be conjoined to each other, nor will the one participate of the other. For contact and participation are indeed a communion of things conjoined, and a sympathy of participants with the natures they participate. But if it is at the same time the same with, and different from that which is first, if indeed the sameness is indigent and vanquished by the power which is contrary to it, the one will no longer be the leader of the progression of beings, nor will every generative cause subsist prior to things of a secondary nature, in the order of the good. For the one is not the cause of division, but of friendship, and the good converts generated natures to their causes. But the conversion and friendship of things secondary to such as are primary is through similitude, but not through a dissimilar nature. If therefore the one is the cause of the whole of things, and if the good is in an exempt manner desirable to all things, it will everywhere give subsistence to the progeny of precedaneous causes, through similitude, in order that progression may be according to the one, and that the conversion of things which have proceeded may be to the good. For without similitude there will neither be the conversion of things to their proper principles, nor the generation of effects. Let this therefore be considered as a thing admitted in this place. But the second thing besides this, and which is demonstrated through this, is that it is necessary every monad should produce a number coordinate to itself, nature indeed a natural, but soul a psychical, and intellect an intellectual number. For if everything generative generates similars prior to dissimilars, as has been before demonstrated, every cause will certainly deliver its own form and peculiarity to its own progeny, and before it gives subsistence to far distant progressions and things which are separated from its nature, it will produce things essentially near to it, and conjoined with it through similitude. Every monad, therefore, gives subsistence to a multitude indeed, as generating that which is second to itself, and which divides the powers that presubsist occultly in itself. For those things which are uniformly and contractedly in the monad present themselves to the view separately in the progeny of the monad. And this indeed the wholeness of nature manifests, since it contains in one the reasons, id est, productive principles, of all things, both in the heavens and in the sublunary region, but distributes the powers of itself to the natures which are divided from it about bodies. For the nature of earth, of fire, and of the moon possesses from the wholeness of nature its peculiarity and form, and energizes together with this wholeness, and contains its own allotment. This also the monad of the mathematical sciences and of numbers manifests. For this being all things primarily, and spermatically producing in itself the forms of numbers, distributes different powers to different externally proceeding numbers. For it is not possible that what is generated should at once receive all the abundance of its generator, and it is necessary that the prolific power of everything that pre-exists in the cause itself should become apparent. The monad, therefore, gives subsistence to a multitude about itself, and to number which distributes the peculiarities that abide collectively in itself. Since, however, as was before observed, the similar is always more allied to cause than the dissimilar, there will be one multitude of similars to the monad, proceeding from the monad, and another of dissimilars. But again, the multitude which is similar to the monad is that in a divided manner which the monad is indivisibly. For if the monad possesses a peculiar power and hyparxis, there will be the same form of hyparxis in the multitude, together with a remission with reference to the whole. After this, however, it is necessary to consider in the third place, that of progressions, such as are nearer to their cause are indicative of a greater multitude of things, and are at the same time in a certain respect equal to their containing causes, but that such as are more remote possess a less extended power of signification, and on account of the diminution of their power, change and diminish at the same time the amplitude of production. For if, of progressions, that which subsists the first in order is more similar to its principle, and that which gives subsistence to the greatest number is both with respect to essence and power more similar to the generating principle of all things, it is necessary that of secondary natures, such as are nearer to the monad, and which receive dominion after it, should give a greater extent to their productions, but that such things as are more separated from their primary monad should neither pervade in a similar manner through all things, nor extend their efficacious energies to far distant progressions. And again, as similar to this, it is necessary that the nature which gives subsistence to the greatest number of effects should be arranged next to the monad, its principle, and that the nature generative of a more numerous progeny, because it is more similar to the supplying cause of all things than that which is generative of a few, must be arranged nearer to the monad according to hyparxis. For if it is more remote, it will be more dissimilar to the first principle. But if it is more dissimilar, it will neither possess a power comprehending the power of similar natures, nor an energy abundantly prolific. For an abundant cause is allied to the cause of all, and universally that which is generative of a more abundant is more naturally allied to its principle than that which is productive of a less numerous progeny. For the production of fewer effects is a defect of power, but a defect of power is a diminution of essence, and a diminution of essence becomes redundant on account of dissimilitude to its cause, and a departure from the first principle. Again, therefore, in addition to what has been said, we shall assert this which possesses the most indubitable truth, that prior to the causes which are participated, it is everywhere necessary that imparticipable causes should have a prior subsistence in the whole of things. For if it is necessary that a cause should have the same relation to its progeny as the one to all the nature of beings, and that it should naturally possess this order towards things secondary, but the one is imparticipable, being similarly exempt from all beings, as unically producing all things. If this be the case, it is requisite that every other cause which imitates the transcendency of the one with respect to all things should be exempt from the natures which are in secondary ranks, and which are participated by them. And again, as equivalent to this, it is requisite that every imparticipable and primary cause should establish monads of secondary natures similar to itself, prior to such as are dissimilar. I say, for instance, it is requisite that one soul should distribute many souls to different natures, and one intellect participated intellects to many souls. For thus the first exempt genus will everywhere have an order analogous to the one, and secondary natures, which participate kindred causes, will be analogous to these causes, and through the similitude of these will be conjoined with their imparticipable principle. Hence, prior to the forms which are in other things, those are established which subsist in themselves, exempt causes prior to such as are coordinate, and imparticipable monads prior to such as are participable. And consequently, as that which is demonstrated at the same time with this, the exempt causes are generative of the coordinate, and imparticipable natures extend participable monads to their progeny, and natures which subsist from themselves produce the powers which are resident in other things. These things therefore being discussed, let us consider how each of the divine genera subsists through analogy, and survey, following Plato himself, what are the first and most total orders of the gods. For, having discovered and demonstrated this, we shall perhaps be able to perceive the truth concerning these several orders. It is necessary, therefore, from the before-mentioned axioms, since there is one unity, the principle of the whole of things, and from which every hyparxis derives its subsistence, that this unity should produce from itself, prior to all other things, a multitude characterized by unity, and a number most allied to its cause. For if every other cause constitutes a progeny similar to itself prior to that which is dissimilar, much more must the one unfold into light after this manner things posterior to itself, since it is beyond similitude, and the one itself must produce according to union things which primarily proceed from it. For how can the one give subsistence to its progeny except unically? For nature generates things secondary to itself physically, soul psychically, and intellect intellectually. The one, therefore, is the cause of the whole of things according to union, and the progression from the one is uniform. But if that which primarily produces all things is the one, and the progression from it is unical, it is certainly necessary that the multitude thence produced should be self-perfect unities, most allied to their producing cause. Farther still, if every monad constitutes a number adapted to itself, as was before demonstrated, by a much greater priority must the one generate a number of this kind. For in the progression of things, that which is produced is frequently dissimilar to its producing cause, through the dominion of difference. For such are the last of things, and which are far distant from their proper principles. But the first number, and which is connascent with the one, is uniform, ineffable, superessential, and perfectly similar to its cause. For in the first causes, neither does difference intervening separate from the generator the things begotten, and transfer them into another order. Nor does the motion of the cause effecting a remission of power produce into dissimilitude and indefiniteness the generation of the whole of things. But the cause of all things, being unically raised above all motion and division, has established about itself a divine number, and has united it to its own simplicity. The one, therefore, prior to beings has given subsistence to the unities of beings. For again, according to another mode of considering the subject, it is necessary that primary beings should participate of the first cause through their proximate unities. For secondary things are severally conjoined to the natures prior to them through similars. Bodies indeed to the soul, which ranks as a whole, through the several souls which they participate. But souls to universal intellect through intellectual monads, and first beings through unical hyparxes to the one. For being is in its own nature dissimilar to the one. For essence, and that which is in want of union externally derived, are unadapted to be conjoined with that which is superessential, and with the first union, and are far distant from it. But the unities of beings, since they derive their subsistence from the imparticipable unity, and which is exempt from the whole of things, are able to conjoin beings to the one, and to convert them to themselves. It appears therefore to me that Parmenides, demonstrating these things through the second hypothesis, connects the one with being, surveys all things about the one, and evinces that this proceeding nature, and which extends its progressions as far as to the last of things, is the one. For prior to true beings it was necessary to constitute the unities, since it neither was nor is lawful, says Timaeus, for that which is the best of things to affect anything else than that which is most beautiful. But this is in a remarkable degree most similar to that which is best. To the one, however, a unical multitude is most similar, since the demiurgus of the universe, also being good, constituted all things similar to himself through goodness itself. Much more, therefore, does the fountain of all good produce goodnesses naturally united to itself, and establish them in beings. Hence there is one God and many gods, one unity and many unities prior to beings, and one goodness and many after the one goodness, through which the demiurgic intellect is good, and every intellect is divine, whether it be an intellectual or intelligible intellect, and that which is primarily superessential is the one, and there are many superessentials after the one. Whether, therefore, is this multitude of unities imparticipable in the same manner as the one itself, or is it participated by beings, and is each unity of beings the flower, as it were, of a certain being, and the summit and center of it, about which each being subsists? But if these unities also are imparticipable, in what do they differ from the one? For each of them is one, and primarily subsists from the one. Or in what being more redundant than the first cause were they constituted by it? For it is everywhere necessary that what is second, being subordinate to that which is prior to itself, should fall short of the union of its producing cause, and by the addition of a certain thing should have a diminution of the monadic simplicity of the first. What addition, therefore, can we adduce, or what redundancy besides the one, if each of these also is by itself one? For if each of them is one and many, we shall appear to transfer to them the peculiarity of being. But if each is one only, in the same manner as the one itself, why does this rank as the cause which is exempt from all things, but each of these is allotted a secondary dignity? Neither, therefore, shall we preserve the transcendency of the first with reference to the things posterior to it, nor can we admit that the unities proceeding from it are unconfused, either with respect to themselves or to the one principle of them. But neither shall we be persuaded by Parmenides, who produces the one together with being, and demonstrates that there are as many parts of the one as there are of being, that each being also participates of the one, but that the one is everywhere consubsistent with being, and in short, who asserts that the one of the second hypothesis participates of being, and is participated by being, the participation in each not being the same. For the one indeed participates of being, as not being primarily one, nor exempt from being, but as illuminating truly existing essence. But being participates of the one, as that which is connected by it, and filled with divine union, and converted to the one itself, which is imparticipable. For the participated monads conjoin beings to the one, which is exempt from the whole of things, in the same manner as participated intellects conjoin souls to the intellect, which ranks as a whole, and as participated souls conjoin bodies to the soul, which ranks as a whole. For it is not possible that the dissimilar genera of secondary natures should be united without media to the cause which is exempt from multitude. But it is necessary that the contact should be effected through similars. For a similar multitude, so far indeed as it is multitude, communicates with the dissimilar, but so far as it is similar to the monad prior to itself, it is conjoined with it. Being established therefore in the middle of both, it is united to the whole, and to the one, which is prior to multitude, but it contains in itself remote progressions, and which are of themselves dissimilar to the one. Through itself also it converts all things to that one, and thus all things are extended to the first cause of the whole of things, dissimilars indeed through similars, but similars through themselves. For similitude itself by itself conducts and binds the many to the one, and converts secondary natures to the monads prior to them. For the very being of similars, so far as they are similars, is derived from the one. Hence it conjoins multitude to that from which it is allotted its progression. And on this account similitude is that which it is, causing many things to be allied, to possess sympathy with themselves, and friendship with each other and the one. End of chapter 1, which is also chapters 1 to 4 of the Greek. Chapter 2 of Book 3 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Note: in the Prometheus Trust edition of this translation, it states that chapter 2 of the translation actually contains chapters 5 and 6 of the original Greek. Chapter 2. If, however, it be requisite, not only by employing the intellectual projections of Parmenides to unfold the multitude of gods participated by beings, but also concisely to demonstrate the theory of Socrates about these particulars, we must recollect what is written in the Republic, where he says that the light proceeding from the good is unific of intellect and of beings. For through these things the good is demonstrated to be exempt from being and essence, in the same manner as the sun is exempt from visible natures. But this light being in intelligibles illuminates them, in the same manner as the solar-form light which is in visible natures. For visible natures no otherwise become apparent and known to the sight, than through the light which is ingenerated in them. All intelligibles therefore become boniform through the participation of light, and through this light every true being is most similar to the good. If, therefore, it makes no difference to speak of this light or of the one, for this light conjoins intelligibles and causes them to be one, as deriving its subsistence from the one. If this be the case, the deity proceeding from the first is participable, and all the multitude of unities is participable. And that indeed which is truly superessential is the one. But each of the other gods, according to his proper hyparxis, by which he is a superessential god, is similar to the first, but they are participated by essence and being. According to this reasoning, therefore, the gods appear to us to be unities, and participable unities, binding indeed all beings to themselves, but conjoining through themselves to the one, which similarly transcends all things, the natures posterior to themselves. Since, therefore, each of the gods is indeed a unity, but is participated by some being, whether shall we say that the same being participates of each of the unities, or that the participants of some of the unities are more, but of others less numerous. And if this be the case, either the participants of the superior unities must be more, but of the inferior must be fewer in number, or vice versa. For it is necessary that there should be an order of the unities, in the same manner as we see that of numbers some are nearer to their principle, but others more remote from it, and that some are more simple, but others more composite, and exceed indeed in quantity, but suffer a diminution in power. But it is well that we have mentioned numbers, for if it is necessary to survey the order of the first monads with respect to each other, and their progression about beings, from these as images, in these also the monads, which are nearer to the one, will be participated by things which are more simple in essence, but those which are more remote from it will be participated by more composite essences. For thus the participation will be according to the analogous, first monads being always participated by the first beings, but second monads by secondary beings. For again, if the first is exempt from all things and is imparticipable, but that which is connascent with the most simple nature and the one is more similar to the imparticipable than that which is connascent with a more various and multiform nature, and which has more powers suspended from it. If this be the case, it is perfectly obvious that the unities which are nearer to the one are necessarily participated by the first and most simple essences, but that those which are more remote are participated by more composite essences, which are less in power, but are greater in number and multitude. For in short, additions in these unities are oblations of powers, and that which is nearer to the one, which surpasses the whole of things by an admirable simplicity, is more uniform and is consubsistent with more total orders. And it happens, according to the ratio of power, that the simplicity of the first unities is transcendent. For those things which are the causes of a greater number of effects imitate as much as possible the cause of all things, but those which are the causes of fewer effects have an essence more various than the natures that are prior to them. For this variety distributes into minute parts and diminishes the power which abides in one. Moreover, in participated souls also, such as are first and most divine subsist in simple and perpetual bodies. Others again are connected with bodies that are simple, but in conjunction with these with material bodies also, and others are connected at one and the same time with simple, material, and composite bodies. For the celestial souls indeed rule over simple bodies, and such as have an immaterial and immutable subsistence, but the souls that govern the wholes of the elements are at the same time invested with ethereal garments, and at the same time through these are carried in the wholes of the elements, which as wholes indeed are perpetual and simple, but as material receive generation and corruption and composition from dissimilar natures. And the souls that rank in the third order are those which proximately inspire with life their luciform vehicles, but also attract from the simple element material vestments, pour into these a secondary life, and through these communicate with composite and multiform bodies, and sustain through this participation another third life. If, however, you are willing to survey the intellectual orders, some of these are arranged in the souls which rank as wholes, and in the most divine of mundane souls, which also they govern in a becoming manner. But others, being arranged in the souls of the more excellent genera, are proximately participated by the rulers that are in them, and are participated secondarily by more partial essences. But again, they arrange third intellectual orders in partial souls, and according as the power which they are allotted is diminished, in such proportion is participation in them more various and far more composite than the participation of the natures that are prior to them. If therefore this is the mode of participation in all beings, it is certainly necessary that of the Gods also, those that are nearer to the One should be carried in the more simple parts of being, but that those which have proceeded to a greater distance should be carried in the more composite parts of being. For the participations of second genera are divided after this manner according to a similitude to them. Again, therefore, we may summarily say that after the one principle of the whole of things, the Gods present themselves to our view as self-perfect monads, participated by beings. How many orders, therefore, there are of beings we shall afterwards unfold, and show what beings are allotted a more simple, and what a more various hyparxis. Of all beings, then, the last is that which is corporeal, for this derives its being and all its perfection from another more ancient cause, and is neither allotted simplicity, nor composition, nor perpetuity, nor incorruptibility from its own power. For no body is either self-subsistent or self-begotten, but everything which is so contracting in one cause, and that which proceeds from cause, is incorporeal and impartible. And in short, that which is the cause of hyparxis to itself imparts also to itself an infinite power of existence. For never deserting itself, it will never cease to be, or depart from its own subsistence. For everything that is corrupted through being separated from the power that supplied it with being. But that which imparts being to itself, as it is not separated from itself, is allotted through itself a perpetual essence. No body, however, since it is not the cause of perpetuity to itself, will be perpetual. For everything which is perpetual possesses an infinite power, but body, being finite, is not the cause of infinite power. For infinite power is incorporeal, because all power is incorporeal. But this is evident because greater powers are everywhere, but no body is capable of being wholly everywhere. If therefore no body imparts to itself power, whether the power be infinite or finite, but that which is self-subsistent imparts to itself the power of being, and of existing perpetually, no body will be self-subsistent. Whence, therefore, is being imparted to bodies? And what is it which is adapted proximately to supply them with being? Must we not say that the cause of being to bodies primarily is that which by being present renders the nature of body more perfect than its kindred bodies, when they are deprived of it? This indeed is obvious to everyone. For it is the province of that which imparts perfection to connect also the essence of secondary natures, since perfection itself is the perfection of essence. What therefore is that of which bodies participating are said to be better than the bodies which do not participate of it? Is it not evident that it is soul? For we say that animated bodies are more perfect than such as are inanimate. Soul therefore is primarily beyond bodies, and it must be admitted that all heaven and everything corporeal is the vehicle of soul. Hence these two orders of beings present themselves to our view, the one indeed being corporeal, but the other which is above this psychical. With respect to soul itself, however, whether is it the same with or different from intellect? For as the body which participates of soul is perfect, thus also the soul is perfect which participates of intellect, and of the soul indeed, which is able to live according to reason, all things do not participate. But of intellect and intellectual illumination, rational souls participate, and also such things as partake of any kind of knowledge. And soul indeed energizes according to time, but intellect comprehends in eternity both its essence and at the same time its stable energy. And not every soul indeed is adapted to preserve immutably and without diminution the perfection of itself, but every intellect is always perfect and possesses a never-failing power of its own blessedness. The intellectual genus, therefore, is essentially beyond the psychical, since the former, neither in whole nor in partial intellects, admits the entrance of the nature of evil, but the latter being undefiled in whole souls, departs in partial souls from its own proper blessedness. What therefore is the first of beings? Shall we say intellect, or prior to this the extent of life? For soul indeed is self-vital, supplying itself with life, and intellect is the best and most perfect, and as we have said, an eternal life. But the life of intellect is indeed in a certain respect intellectual, and is mingled from the intellectual and vital peculiarity. It is necessary, however, that there should be life itself. Whether, therefore, is life or intellect the more excellent thing? But if Gnostic beings only participate of intellect, but such beings as are destitute of knowledge participate of life, for we say that plants live, it is certainly necessary that life should be arranged above intellect, being the cause of a greater number of effects, and imparting by illumination more gifts from itself than intellect. What then? Is life the first of beings? And is to live the same thing as to be? But this is impossible, for if life is that which is primarily being, and to be vital is the same thing as to have being, and there is the same definition of both life and being, everything which participates of life would also participate of being, and everything which participates of existence would likewise participate of life. For if each is the same thing, all things would similarly participate of being and life. All vital natures indeed have essence and being, but there are many beings that are destitute of life. Being therefore subsists prior to the first life, for that which is more universal and the cause of a greater number of effects is nearer to the one, as has been before demonstrated. Soul therefore is that which is primarily established above bodies, but intellect is beyond soul. Life is more ancient than intellect, and being which is primarily being is established above all these. Everything also which participates of soul by a much greater priority participates of intellect. But not everything which enjoys intellectual efficiency is also adapted to participate of soul. For of soul, rational animals only participate, since we say that the rational soul is truly soul. For Plato in the Republic says that the work of soul is to reason and survey beings, and every soul, id est, every rational soul is immortal, as it is written in the Phaedrus, the irrational soul being mortal, according to the Demiurgus in the Timaeus. And in short, it is in many places evident that Plato considers the rational soul to be truly soul, but others to be the images of souls, so far as these also are intellectual and vital, and together with whole souls produce the lives that are distributed about bodies. Of intellect, however, we not only admit that rational animals participate, but also such other animals as possess a gnostic power. I mean, such as possess the phantasy, memory, and sense. Since Socrates also, in the Philebus, refers all such animals to the intellectual series. For, taking away intellect from the life which is according to pleasure, he likewise takes away not only the rational life, but every gnostic power of the irrational life. For all knowledge is the progeny of intellect, in the same manner as all reason is an image of soul. Moreover, all things which participate of intellect, by a much greater priority participate of life. Some things indeed more obscurely, but others more manifestly. But all living beings do not participate of intellectual power, since plants indeed are animals, as Timaeus says, but they neither participate of sense or phantasy, unless some one should say that they have a co-sensation of what is pleasing and painful. And in short, the orectic powers everywhere are lives, and the images of the whole of life, and the last productions of life. But they are of themselves destitute of intellect, and without any participation of the gnostic power. Hence also they are of themselves indefinite, and deprived of all knowledge. Again, therefore, all animals indeed receive a portion of being, and different animals a different portion according to their respective natures. But all beings are not similarly able to participate of life, since we say that qualities and all passions, and the last of bodies, receive the ultimate effective energy of being. But we do not also say that they participate of life. Being, therefore, is more ancient than life, life than intellect, and intellect than soul. For it is necessary that the causes of a greater number of effects, being more ancient and according to order more principal, should preside over causes which are able to produce and adorn fewer effects. Very properly, therefore, does Plato in the Timaeus give subsistence to soul from intellect, as being secondary to it according to its own nature. But in the Laws he says that intellect is moved similarly to a sphere fashioned by a wheel. For that which is moved by participating of life, and is nothing else than real life about motion. And in the Sopista he exempts being from all the total genera of things, and from motion. For being, says he, according to its own nature, neither stands still nor is moved. But that which neither stands still nor is moved is beyond eternal life. These four causes, therefore, being prior to a corporeal subsistence, videre licet, essence, life, intellect, and soul. Soul, indeed, participates of all the causes prior to itself, being allotted reason from its own peculiarity, but intellect, life, and being from more ancient causes. Hence, it gives subsistence to things posterior to itself in a fourfold manner. For according to its being, indeed, it produces all things as far as to bodies. According to its life, all things which are said to live, even as far as to plants. According to its intellect, all things which possess a gnostic power, even as far as to the most irrational natures. And according to its reason, the first of the natures that are able to participate of it. But intellect, being established beyond soul, and existing as the plenitude of life and being, adorns all things in a threefold manner, imparting indeed by illumination the power of the intellectual peculiarity to all gnostic beings, but supplying the participation of life to a still greater number, and of being to all those to whom primary being imparts itself. But life, being arranged above intellect, presubsists as the cause of the same things in a twofold respect, vivifying secondary natures indeed, together with intellect, and filling from itself with the rivers of life such things as are naturally adapted to live, but together with being, supernally producing essence in all things. But being itself, which is primarily being, generates all things by its very existence, all lives and intellects and souls, and is uniformly present to all things, and is exempt from the whole of things according to one cause, which gives subsistence to all things. Hence it is the most similar of all things to the One, and unites the comprehension of beings in itself to the first principle of the whole of things, through which all beings and non-being, wholes and parts, forms and the privations of forms subsist, which privations do not necessarily participate of being, but it is entirely necessary that they should participate of the One. These things, as it appears to me, persuaded the Elean guest in the Sophista, when discussing that which is perfectly being, to admit that not only being is there, but also life, intellect, and soul. For if true and real being is venerable and honorable, intellect is there in the first place, says he. For it is not lawful for that which is of itself venerable and immaterial to be without intellect. But if intellect is in that which is perfectly being, intellect will entirely be moved. For it is not possible for intellect ever to subsist either without motion or permanency. But if intellect is moved and stands still, there are in being both life and motion. Hence, from what has been said, three things become apparent: videre licet, being, life, and intellect. Moreover, soul also in the next place is discovered through these things. For it is necessary, says he, that life and intellect, which before were by themselves, should also be in soul. For every soul is a plenitude of life and intellect, participating of both, which the Elean guest indicating adds, quote, "Shall we say that both these are inherent in it, but yet it does not possess these in soul?" Close quote. For to possess, as some one says in a certain place, is secondary to existing, and soul indeed participates of each of these according to the peculiarity of itself, but it mingles the rational form of its own hyparxis with the intellectual vivific power. But both intellect and life subsist prior to soul, the former as being moved and standing still at one and the same time, and the latter as being motion and permanency. These four monads also, soul, intellect, life, and being, are not only mentioned by Plato here, but in many other places. And as in soul all things subsist according to participation, so in intellect the things which are prior to it subsist, and in life that which is prior to life. For we say that life exists or has a being, or how could it be said to be arranged in being unless it participated of being? We likewise say that intellect is and lives, for it is moved and is a portion of being. Hence it is the third of the more comprehensive monads. Prior, however, to beings which are participated, it is everywhere necessary that imparticipable causes should subsist, as was before demonstrated, conformably to the similitude of beings to the One. Being, therefore, which is primarily being, is imparticipable. But life first participates of being, yet is imparticipable, being exempt from intellect, and intellect is filled indeed from being and life, but is imparticipable in souls, and in the natures posterior to itself. Intellect also presides over soul, imparting to it by illumination the participation of life and being. But being imparticipable subsists prior to bodies. The last order of beings, therefore, is that to which bodies are annexed. Celestial bodies indeed primarily, but sublunary bodies with the addition of material vestments. This, therefore, is the progression of beings through life, intellect, and soul, ending in a corporeal nature. If, however, it is necessary that the superessential unities of the Gods, which derive their subsistence from the imparticipable cause of all things, should be participated, some of them indeed by the first orders in beings, others by the middle, and others by the last orders, as was before demonstrated, it is evident that some of them deify the imparticipable portion of being, but that others illuminate life, others intellect, others soul, and others bodies. And of the last unities indeed, not only bodies participate, but likewise soul, intellect, life, and essence. For intellect in itself is a plenitude of life and being. But from the unities which are above this world, intellect is suspended, and the psychical power which pre-exists in intellect. From the unities above these, imparticipable and intellectual intellect is suspended. From those that are beyond these, the first and imparticipable life is suspended. And from the highest unities, the first being itself, and which is the most divine of beings, is suspended. Hence Parmenides, beginning from the one being, produces from thence the whole orders of the Gods. These things, therefore, being previously determined by us, let us speak concerning the divine dialogues, beginning from on high, and producing from the one the whole orders of the Gods. Let us also, following Plato, in the first place demonstrate the several orders from other dialogues, by arguments which cannot be confuted. Afterwards, let us thus conjoin and assimilate the conclusions of Parmenides to the divine progressions, adapting the first conclusions to the first, but the last to the last progressions. End of chapter 2 of the translation, which is also chapters 5 and 6 of the original Greek. Chapter 3 of Book 3 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Note: in the Prometheus Trust edition of this translation, it states that chapter 3 of the translation actually contains chapters 7 and 8 of the original Greek. Chapter 3. Again, therefore, the mystic doctrine concerning the One must be resumed by us, in order that, proceeding from the first principle, we may celebrate the second and third principles of the whole of things. Of all beings, therefore, and of the Gods that produce beings, one exempt and imparticipable cause pre-exists, a cause ineffable indeed by all language, and unknown by all knowledge, and incomprehensible, unfolding all things into light from itself, subsisting ineffably prior to, and converting all things to itself, but existing as the best end of all things. This cause, therefore, which is truly exempt from all causes, and which gives subsistence unically to all the unities of divine natures, and to all the genera of beings and their progressions, Socrates in the Republic calls the good, and through its analogy to the sun, reveals its admirable and unknown transcendency with respect to all intelligibles. But again, Parmenides denominates it the One, and through negations demonstrates the exempt and ineffable hyparxis of this One which is the cause of the whole of things. But the discourse in the Epistle to Dionysius, proceeding through enigmas, celebrates it as that about which all things subsist, and as the cause of all beautiful things. In the Philebus, however, Socrates celebrates it as that which gives subsistence to the whole of things, because it is the cause of all deity. For all the gods derive their existence as gods from the first God. Whether, therefore, it be lawful to denominate it the fountain of deity, or the kingdom of beings, or the unity of all unities, or the goodness which is generative of truth, or an hyparxis exempt from all these things and beyond all causes, both the paternal and the generative, let it be honored by us in silence, and prior to silence by union, and of the mystic end may it impart by illumination a portion adapted to our souls. But let us survey with intellect the biformed principles proceeding from and posterior to it. For what else is it necessary to arrange after the union of the whole theory than the duad of principles? What the two principles therefore are of the divine orders after the first principle, we shall in the next place survey. For conformably to the theology of our ancestors, Plato also establishes two principles after the One. In the Philebus, therefore, Socrates says that God gives subsistence to bound and infinity, and through these mingling all beings has produced them. The nature of beings, according to Philolaus, subsisting from the connection of things bounded and things infinite. If, therefore, all beings subsist from these, it is evident that they themselves have a subsistence prior to beings. And if secondary natures participate of these mingled together, these will subsist unmingled prior to the whole of things. For the progression of the divine orders originates not from things coordinated and which exist in others, but from things exempt, and which are established in themselves. As, therefore, the One is prior to things united, and as that which is passive to the One has a second order after the imparticipable union, thus also the two principles of beings, prior to the participation of and commixture with beings, are themselves by themselves the causes of the whole of things. For it is necessary that bound should be prior to things bounded, and infinity prior to infinites, according to the similitude to the One of things which proceed from it. For again, if we should produce beings immediately after the One, we shall nowhere find the peculiarity of the One subsisting purely. For neither is being the same with the One, but it participates of the One. Nor in reality is that which is the first the One. For, as has been frequently said, it is better than the One. Where therefore is that which is most properly and entirely one? Hence, there is a certain one prior to being, which gives subsistence to being, and is primarily the cause of it. since that which is prior to it is beyond union, and is a cause without habitude with respect to all things, and imparticipable, being exempt from all things. If, however, this one is the cause of being and constitutes it, there will be a power in it generative of being. For everything which produces, produces according to its own power, which is allotted a subsistence between that which produces and the things produced, and is of the one the progression, and as it were extension, but of the other is the prearranged generative cause. For being, which is produced from these, and which is not the one itself, but uniform, possesses its progression indeed from the one, through the power which produces and unfolds it into light from the one, but its occult union from the hyparxis of the one. This one, therefore, which subsists prior to power, and first presubsists from the imparticipable and unknown cause of the whole of things, Socrates in the Philebus calls bound, but he denominates the power of it which is generative of being, infinity. But he thus speaks in that dialogue, quote, God, we said, has exhibited the bound, and also the infinite of beings. Close quote. The first, therefore, and unical God is without any addition denominated by him God, because each of the second gods is participated by being, and has being suspended from its nature. But the first indeed, as being exempt from the whole of beings, is God, defined according to the ineffable itself, the unical alone, and superessential. But the bound and the infinite of beings unfold into light that unknown and imparticipable cause, bound, indeed, being the cause of stable, uniform, and connective deity, but the infinite being the cause of power proceeding to all things and capable of being multiplied, and in short being the leader of every generative distribution. For all union and wholeness and communion of beings, and all the divine measures are suspended from the first bound. But all division, prolific production, and progression into multitude derive their subsistence from this most principal infinity. Hence, when we say that each of the divine orders abides, and at the same time proceeds, we must confess that it stably abides indeed according to bound, but proceeds according to infinity, and that at one and the same time it has unity and multitude. And we must suspend the former from the principle of bound, but the latter from that of infinity. And, in short, of all the opposition in the divine genera, we must prefer that which is the more excellent to bound, but that which is subordinate to infinity. For from these two principles all things have their progression into being, even as far as to the last of things. For eternity itself participates at once of bound and infinity, so far indeed as it is the intelligible measure, it participates of bound. But so far as it is the cause of a never-failing power of existing, it participates of infinity. And intellect, so far indeed as it is uniform and whole, and so far as it is connective of paradigmatical measures, so far it is the progeny of bound. But again, so far as it produces all things eternally, and subsists conformably to the whole of eternity, supplying all things with existence at once, and always possessing its own power undiminished, so far it is the progeny of infinity. And soul, indeed, in consequence of measuring its own life, by restitutions and periods, and introducing a boundary to its own motions, is referred to the cause of bound. But in consequence of having no cessation of motions, but making the end of one period the beginning of the whole of a second vital circulation, it is referred to the order of infinity. The whole of this heaven also, according to the wholeness of itself, its connection, the order of its periods, and the measures of its restitutions is bounded. But according to its prolific powers, its various evolutions, and the never-failing revolutions of its orbs, it participates of infinity. Moreover, the whole of generation, in consequence of all its forms being bounded, and always permanent after the same manner, and in consequence of its own circle, which imitates the celestial circulation, is similar to bound. But again, in consequence of the variety of the particulars of which it consists, their unceasing mutation, and the intervention of the more and the less in the participations of forms, it is the image of infinity. And in addition to these things, every natural production, according to its form indeed, is similar to bound, but according to its matter, resembles infinity. For these are suspended in the last place from the two principles posterior to the one, and as far as to these, the progression of their productive power extends. Each of these also is one, but form is the measure and boundary of matter, and is in a greater degree one. Matter, however, is all things in capacity, so far as it derives its subsistence from the first power. There, however, power is generative of all things, but the power of matter is imperfect, and is indigent of the hypostasis, which is generative of all things according to energy. Very properly, therefore, is it said by Socrates that all beings are from bound and infinity, and that these two intelligible principles primarily derive their subsistence from God. For that which congregates both of them, and perfects them, and unfolds itself into light through all beings is the one, prior to the duad. And union, indeed, is derived to all things through that which is first. But the division of the two orders of things is generated from these primary causes, and through these is extended to the unknown and ineffable principle. Let it therefore be manifest through these things what the two principles of beings are, which become proximately apparent from the one, according to the Theology of Plato. And of chapter 3 of the translation, which is chapters 7 and 8 of the original Greek. Chapters 9 to 11 of Book 3 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. In the next place, let us show what the third thing is which presents itself to the view from these principles. It is everywhere therefore called that which is mixed, as deriving its subsistence from bound and infinity. But if bound is the bound of beings, and the infinite is the infinite of beings, and beings are the things which have a subsistence from both these, as Socrates himself clearly teaches us, it is evident that the first of things mingled is the first of beings. This, however, is nothing else than that which is highest in beings, which is being itself, and nothing else than being. My meaning is that this is evident through those things by which we demonstrate that what is primarily being is comprehensive of all things intelligibly, and of life and intellect. For we say that life is triadic vitally, and intellect intellectually, and also that these three things, being, life, and intellect, are everywhere. But all things presubsist primarily and essentially in being, for their essence, life, and intellect subsist, and the summit of beings. Life, however, is the middle center of being, which is denominated and is intelligible life. But intellect is the boundary of being, and is intelligible intellect. For in the intelligible there is intellect, and in intellect the intelligible. There, however, intellect subsists intelligibly, but in intellect the intelligible subsists intellectually. And essence indeed is that which is stable in being, and which is woven together with the first principles, and does not depart from the one. But life is that which proceeds from the principles, and is connascent with infinite power. And intellect is that which converts itself to the principles, conjoins the end with the beginning, and produces one intelligible circle. The first of beings, therefore, is that which is mingled from the first principles, and is triple. One thing which it contains subsisting in it essentially, another vitally, and another intellectually, but all things presubsisting in it essentially. I mean, however, by the first of beings, essence. For essence itself is the summit of all beings, and is, as it were, the monad of the whole of things. In all things, therefore, essence is the first, and in each thing, that which is essential is the most ancient, as deriving its subsistence from the Vesta of beings. For the intelligible is especially this, since intellect indeed is that which is Gnostic, life is intelligence, and being is intelligible. If, however, every being is mingled, but essence is being itself, prior to all other things, essence is that which subsists as mingled from the two principles proceeding from the one. Hence Socrates, indicating how the mode of generation in the two principles differs from that of the mixture, says, quote, that God has exhibited bound and infinity, close quote. For they are unities deriving their subsistence from the one, and, as it were, luminous patefactions from the imparticipable and first union. But with respect to producing a mixture, and mingling through the first principles, by how much to make is subordinate to the unfolding into light, and generation to patefaction, by so much is that which is mixed allotted a progression from the one, inferior to that of the two principles. That which is mixed, therefore, is intelligible essence, and subsists primarily from the first God, from whom infinity also and bound are derived. But it subsists secondarily from the principles posterior to the unical God, I mean from bound and infinity. For the fourth cause which is effective of the mixture is again God himself. Since if any other cause should be admitted besides this, there will no longer be a fourth cause, but a fifth will be introduced. For the first cause was God, who unfolds into light the two principles. But after him are the two principles bound and infinity, and the mixture is the fourth thing. If, therefore, the cause of the mixture is different from the first divine cause, this cause will be the fifth, and not the fourth thing, as Socrates says it is. Farther still, in addition to these things, if we say that God is especially the supplier of union to beings, and the mixture itself of the principles is a union into the hypostasis of being, God is also certainly the cause of this primarily. Moreover, Socrates in the Republic clearly evinces that the good is the cause of being and essence to intelligibles, in the same manner as the sun is to visible natures. Is it not therefore necessary, if that which is mixed is primarily being, to refer it to the first God, and to say that it receives its progression from him? If also the demiurgus in the Timaeus constitutes the essence of the soul itself by itself from an impartible and a partible essence, which is the same thing as to constitute it from bound and infinity, for the soul according to bound is similar to the impartible, but according to infinity to the partible essence. If therefore the demiurgus mingles the essence of the soul from these, and again separately, from same and different, and if from these, being now pre-existent, he constitutes the whole soul, must we not much more say that the first God is the cause of the first essence? That which is mixed, therefore, proceeds, as we have said, from the first God, and does not subsist from the principles alone posterior to the one, but proceeds also from these, and is triadic. And in the first place indeed, it participates from God of ineffable union, and the whole of its subsistence, but from bound it receives hyparxis, and the uniform and a stable peculiarity, and from infinity it receives power, and the occult power, which is in itself of all things. For in short, since it is one and not one, the one is inherent in it according to bound, but the non-one according to infinity. The mixture, however, of both these and its wholeness are derived from the first God. That which is mixed, therefore, is a monad, because it participates of the one, and it is biformed so far as it proceeds from the two principles. But it is a triad so far as in every mixture these three things are necessary according to Socrates, videre licet, beauty, truth, and symmetry. Concerning these things, however, we shall speak again. In what manner, however, essence is that which is first mixed, we shall now explain, for this is of all things the most difficult to discover. Videre licet, what that is which is primarily being, as the Elean guest also somewhere says. For it is most dubious how being is not less than non-being. In what manner, therefore, essence subsists from bound and infinity must be shown. For if bound and infinity are superessential, essence may appear to have its subsistence from non-essences. How therefore can non-essences produce essence? Or is not this the case in all other things which subsist through the mixture of each other? For that which is produced from things mingled together is not the same with things that are not mingled. For neither is soul the same with the genera, from which, being mingled together, the Father generated it, nor is a happy life the same with the life which is according to intellect, or with the life which is according to pleasure, nor is the one in bodies the same with its elements. Hence, it is not wonderful if that which is primarily being, though it is neither bound nor infinity, subsists from both these, and is mixed, superessential natures themselves not being assumed in the mixture of it, but secondary progressions from them coalescing into the subsistence of essence. Thus, therefore, being consists of these as participating of both, possessing indeed the uniform from bound, but the generative, and in short, occult multitude from infinity. For it is all things occultly, and on this account is the cause of all beings, which also the Elean guest indicating to us calls being the first power, as subsisting according to the participation of the first power, and participating of hyparxis from bound, and of power from infinity. Afterwards, however, the Elian guest defines being to be power, as prolific and generative of all things, and as being all things uniformly. For power is everywhere the cause of prolific progressions, and of all multitude. Occult power, indeed, being the cause of occult multitude, but the power which exists in energy, and which unfolds itself into light, being the cause of all perfect multitude. Through this cause, therefore, I think that every being and every essence has connascent powers, for it participates of infinity, and derives its hyparxis indeed from bound, but its power from infinity. And being is nothing else than a monad of many powers, and a multiplied hyparxis, and on this account being is one many. The many, however, subsist occultly and without separation in the first natures, but with separation in secondary natures. For by how much being is nearer to the one, by so much the more does it conceal multitude, and is defined according to union alone. It appears to me also that Plotinus and his followers, frequently indicating these things, produce being from form and intelligible matter, arranging form as analogous to the one, and to hyparxis, but power as analogous to matter. And if indeed they say this, they speak rightly. But if they ascribe a certain formless and indefinite nature to an intelligible essence, they appear to me to wander from the conceptions of Plato on this subject. For the infinite is not the matter of bound, but the power of it, nor is bound the form of the infinite, but the hyparxis of it. But being consists of both these, as not only standing in the one, but receiving a multitude of unities and powers, which are mingled into one essence. Chapter 10. That, therefore, which is primarily being, is through these things denominated by Plato that which is mixed. And through the similitude of it, generation also is mingled from bound and infinity. And the infinite indeed in this is imperfect power, but the bound in it is form and the morphe of this power. On this account, we establish this power to be matter, not possessing existence in energy, and requiring to be bounded by something else. We no longer, however, say that it is lawful to call the power of being matter, since it is generative of energies, produces all beings from itself, and is prolific of the perfect powers in beings. For the power of matter, being imperfect, dissimilarly imitates the power of being, and becoming multitude in capacity, it expresses the parturition of multitude in the power of being. Moreover, the form of matter imitates ultimately bound, since it gives limits to matter and terminates its infinity, but it is multiplied and divided about it. It is also mingled with the privation of matter, and represents the supreme union of the hyparxis of being, by its essence always advancing to existence, and always tending to decay. For those things which subsist in the first natures according to transcendency, are in such as are last according to deficiency. For that also, which is primarily being is mixed, is exempt from the bound of infinite life, and is the cause of it. But that which consists of the last of forms and the first matter, is in its own nature void of life, since it possesses life in capacity. For there indeed generative causes subsist prior to their progeny, and things perfect prior to such as are imperfect. But here things in capacity are prior to such as are in energy, and concauses are subject to the things which are produced from them. This, however, I think, happens naturally, because the gifts of the first principles pervade as far as to the last of things, and not only generate more perfect natures, but also such as have a more imperfect subsistence. And on this account, that which is mixed is the cause of generation and of the nature which is mingled here. The bound and infinity, however, which are prior to being, are not only the causes of this nature, but also of the elements of it, of which that which is mixed is not the cause, so far as it is mixed. For bound and infinity are twofold, and one kind of these is exempt from the things mingled, but another kind is assumed to the completion of the mixture. For I think it is everywhere necessary that prior to things that are mingled there should be such as are unmingled; prior to things imperfect, such as are perfect; prior to parts, wholes; and prior to things that are in others, such as are in themselves. And this Socrates persuades us to admit not in one thing only, but also in beauty and symmetry, and in all forms. If therefore the second and third genera of being and forms subsist prior to their participants, how can we assert that bound and infinity, which pervade through all beings, have their first subsistence as things mingled? It must be admitted, therefore, that they are unmingled and separate from being, and that being is derived from them, and at the same time consists of them. It is derived from them, indeed, because they have a prior subsistence, but it consists of them because they subsist in being according to a second progression. The genera of being also are twofold, some of them indeed being fabricative of beings, but others existing as the elements of the nature of each being. For some of them indeed presubsist themselves by themselves, as possessing a productive power, but others, being generated from these, constitute each particular being. Let no one, therefore, any longer wonder how Socrates indeed in the Philebus establishes that which is mingled prior to bound and infinity. But we, on the contrary, evince that bound and infinity are exempt from that which is mixed. For each is twofold, and the one indeed is prior to being, but the other is in being; and the one is generative, but the other is the element of the mixture. Of this kind also are the bound and infinity of the mixed life, each being the element of the whole of felicity. Hence also each is indigent of each, and neither is intellect by itself desirable, nor perfect pleasure. It is necessary, however, that the good should consist of all these, videre licet, of the desirable, the sufficient, and the perfect. Bound itself, therefore, and infinity, which are separate, subsist according to cause prior to that which is mixed. But the bound and infinity which are mixed are more imperfect than the mixture. Hence, from what has been said, it is evident what the things are of which the mixture consists. Chapter 11. In the next place, we must speak of the triad, which is consubsistent with this mixture. For every mixture, if it is rightly made, as Socrates says, requires these three things: beauty, truth, and symmetry. For neither will anything base, if it is introduced into the mixture, impart rectitude, since it will be the cause of error, and of inordinate prerogative; nor if truth is at any time separated, will it suffer the mixture to consist of things that are pure, and which are in reality subdued; but it will fill the whole with an image and with non-being. Nor without symmetry will there be a communion of the elements and an elegant association. Symmetry, therefore, is necessary to the union of the things that are mingled, and to an appropriate communion. But truth is necessary to purity, and beauty to order, which also renders the whole lovely. For when each thing in the mixture has a place adapted to itself, it renders both the elements and the arrangements resulting from them beautiful. Here, therefore, in the first mixture, these three things are apparent: symmetry, truth, and beauty. And symmetry indeed is the cause to the mixture, that being is one. Truth is the cause of the reality of its existence, and beauty is the cause of its being intelligible. Hence it is intelligible and truly being. That also which is primarily being is more uniform, and intellect is conjoined to it, according to its familiarity with the beautiful. But each participates of existence because it is being derived from being. That which is mixed, however, is supreme among beings, because it is united to the good. And it appears to me that the divine Iamblichus, perceiving these three causes of being, defines the intelligible in these three, videre licet, in symmetry, truth, and beauty, and unfolds the intelligible gods through these in the Platonic Theology. In what manner, indeed, the intelligible breadth consists of these will be most evident as we proceed. Now, however, from what has been said, it is perfectly manifest why Socrates says that this triad is found to be in the vestibules of the good. For that which is primarily being participates of this triad through its union with the good. For because indeed the good is the measure of all beings, the first being becomes itself commensurate. Because the former is prior to being, the latter subsists truly and really. And because the former is good and desirable, the latter presents itself to the view as the beautiful itself. Here, therefore, the first beauty also subsists. And on this account, the one is not only the cause of good, but likewise of beauty, as Plato says in his epistles. Beauty, however, subsists here occultly, since this order comprehends all things uniformly in consequence of subsisting primarily from the principles, bound and infinity. But where and how beauty is unfolded into light, we shall shortly explain. End of chapter 11. Chapters 12 to 15 of Book 3 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. Such, therefore, is the first triad of intelligibles, according to Socrates in the Philebus, videre licet, bound, infinite, and that which is mixed from these. And of these, bound indeed is a God proceeding to the intelligible summit from the imparticipable and first God, measuring and defining all things, and giving subsistence to every paternal, connective, and undefiled genus of gods. But infinite is the never-failing power of this God, unfolding into light all the generative orders and all infinity, both that which is prior to essence and that which is essential, and also that which proceeds as far as to the last matter. And that which is mixed is the first and highest order of the gods, comprehending all things occultly, deriving its completion indeed through the intelligible connective triad, but unically comprehending the cause of every being, and establishing its summit in the first intelligibles, exempt from the whole of things. Chapter 13. After this first triad, subsisting from and conjoined with the One, we shall celebrate the second proceeding from this, and deriving its completion through things analogous to the triad prior to it. For in this also it is necessary that being should participate, and that the One should be participated, and likewise that this One, which is secondarily one, should be generative of that which is secondarily being. For everywhere participated deity constitutes about itself that which participates it. Thus whole souls render bodies consubsistent with their causes, and partial souls generate, in conjunction with the Gods, irrational souls. Much more therefore do the Gods produce in conjunction with the One all things. Hence, as the first of the unities generates the summit of being, so likewise the middle unity constitutes the middle being. But everything which generates, and everything which makes or produces, possesses a power prolific of the things produced, according to which it produces, corroborates, and connects its progeny. Again, therefore, there will be a second triad unfolded into light, analogously to the first. And one thing indeed is the summit of it, which we call One, Deity, and hyparxis. But another thing is the middle of it, which we call Power. And another thing is the extremity of it, which we say is that which is secondarily being. This, however, is intelligible life. For all things are in the intelligible, as was before demonstrated, videre licet, to be, to live, and to energize intellectually. And the summit indeed of the intelligible order is all things according to cause, and, as we have frequently said, occultly. But the middle of it causes multitude to shine forth, and proceeds from the union of being into manifest light. And the extremity of it is now all intelligible multitude, and the order of intelligible forms. For forms have their subsistence at the extremity of the intelligible order. For it is necessary that forms should subsist first, and become apparent in intellect. If, therefore, being abides exemptly in the first mixture, but now proceeds and is generated dyadically from the monad, there will be motion about it. And if there is motion, it is also necessary that there should be intelligible life. For everywhere motion is a certain life, since some one calls even the motion of material bodies life. That which is first, therefore, in this second triad may be called bound, that which is second in it infinity, and that which is the third life. For the second triad also is a God, possessing prolific power, and unfolding into light from and about itself that which is secondarily being. Here, however, also the triad is analogous to the first triad. But again, it is necessary to comprehend by reasoning the peculiarity of this triad. For the first triad, being all things, but intelligibly and unically, and as I may say, speaking platonically, according to the form of bound. The second triad is indeed all things, but vitally, and as I may say, following the philosopher, according to the form of infinity. Just as the third triad proceeds according to the peculiarity of that which is mixed. For, as in the progression according to breadth, that which is mixed presents itself to the view as the third, so likewise in the progression according to depth of intelligibles, The third has the order of that which is mixed with reference to the superior triads. The middle triad, therefore, is indeed all things, but is characterized by intelligible infinity. For the three principles after the first orderly distribute for us the intelligible genus of the Gods. For bound indeed unfolds into light the first triad, but infinity the second, and that which is mixed the third. It is infinite power, therefore, according to which the second triad is characterized. For, being the middle, it subsists according to the middle of the first triad, being all things from all. For in each triad there is bound infinity and that which is mixed. But the peculiarity of the monads, being respectively different, evolves the intelligible order of the Gods. The middle triad, however, thus subsisting, but I say thus, because it consists of all the things of which the triad prior to it consists, yet it contains and connects the middle of intelligibles according to infinite power, and is filled indeed from a more elevated union, but fills the union posterior to itself with the powers of being. And it is measured indeed from thence uniformly, but measures the third triad by the power of itself. And it abides indeed in the first triad stably, but it establishes in itself the triad which is next in order. And in short, it binds to itself the intelligible centre, and establishes one intelligible coherence, causing indeed that which is occult and possesses the form of the one in the first triad to shine forth, but collecting the intelligible multitude of the third triad, and comprehending it on all sides. The being, however, which gives completion to this triad is mixed, in the same manner as the being of the triad prior to it, and receives the peculiarity of life, for the infinity in this generates life. It is likewise necessary that this triad should participate of the three things, symmetry, truth, and beauty. That which is primarily being, however, principally subsists according to symmetry, which unites it and conjoins it to the good. But the second triad principally subsists according to truth, for because it participates of that which is primarily being, it is being and truly being. And the third triad principally subsists according to the beautiful, for their intelligible multitude, order, and beauty first shine forth to the view. Hence this being is the most beautiful of all intelligibles. This, however, will be discussed hereafter. As there is a triad, therefore, in each of the mixtures, the first indeed, symmetry especially, comprehends and connects, the second, truth, and the third, beauty. And this induced the divine Iamblichus to say that Plato, in these three, defines the whole of the intelligible order. For all are in each, but one of these predominates more in one of the intelligible monads than in another. Moreover, the third triad presents itself to the view after this, for it is necessary that the extremity of being should also be deified, and should participate of an intelligible unity. For beings are not more in number than the unities, as Parmenides says, nor are the unities more numerous than beings. But each progression of being participates of the one, since this universe also, according to each part of itself, is governed by soul and intellect. By a much greater priority, therefore, must the intelligible in its first, middle, and last hypostases participate of the intelligible Gods. Chapter 14. As the first unity, therefore, after the exempt cause of all things, unfolds into light intelligible being, and the second unity, intelligible life, thus also the third constitutes about itself intelligible intellect, and fills it with divine union, constituting power as the medium between itself and being, through which it gives completion to this being, and converts it to itself. In this, therefore, every intelligible multitude shines forth to the view, for the whole of this being is intelligible intellect, life, and essence, and it is neither all things according to cause, in the same manner as that which is primarily being, nor does it cause all things to shine forth, as the second being does, but it is, as it were, all things according to energy, and openly. Hence also it is the boundary of all intelligibles. For since the progression of beings is accomplished according to similitude, the first being is most similar to the one. The second is parturient with multitude, and is the origin of separation. But the third is now all perfect, and unfolds into light in itself, intelligible multitude and form. Farther still, as the first triad abides occultly in bound, and fixes in itself everything that is stable in intelligibles, but the second abides and at the same time proceeds, so the third, after progression, converts the intelligible end to the beginning, and convolves the order to itself. For it is everywhere the province of intellect to convert and converge to the intelligible. All these likewise are uniform, i.e., have the form of one, and intelligible, videre licet, the abiding, the proceeding, and the returning. For each of these is not asserted after the same manner in intelligibles, and the intelligible genus of Gods is unical, simple, and occult, conjoining itself to the One itself, which is prior to beings, and unfolds into light nothing else than the transcendency of the One. For these three triads mystically announce that unknown cause, the first, and perfectly imparticipable God. The first of them indeed announcing his ineffable union, the second his transcendency by which he surpasses all powers, and the third his all-perfect generation of beings. For as they are able to comprehend the principle which surpasses both the union and the powers of all beings, so they exhibit to secondary natures his admirable transcendency, receiving indeed separately the unical power and dominion of the first God, but unfolding into light intelligibly the cause which is prior to intelligibles. For these Gods, though they are allotted a simplicity which is equally exempt from all the divine orders, yet they fall short of the union of the Father. Of this triad, therefore, which converts all intelligibles to the first principle, and convolves the multitude apparent in itself to the stable union of the whole of things, one thing is bound, and unity, and hyparxis; another is infinity and power; and another is that which is mixed, essence, life, and intelligible intellect. But the whole triad subsists according to being, and is the intellect of the first triad. For the first triad is an intelligible God primarily, but the triad posterior to it is an intelligible and intellectual God, and the third triad is an intellectual God. These three deities also, and triadic monads, give completion to the intelligible genera. For they are monads according to their deities, since all other things are suspended from the Gods, and also powers and beings. But they are triads according to a separate division, for bound, infinity, and that which is mixed have a threefold subsistence. But in one place indeed all things are according to bound, in another all things are according to infinity, and in another all things are according to that which is mixed. And in one place that which is mixed is essence, in another it is intelligible life, and in another intelligible intellect. In this last, therefore, forms subsist primarily, For the separation of intelligibles unfolds the order of forms, because form is being, but is not simply being. Hence that which is primarily being is being itself, and is that which is being. But that which is the second being is power, proceeding indeed from the first being, and existing as it were a duad, generative of the multitude of beings, but not yet being multitude. And that which is the third being is itself the multitude of beings, being there existing with separation. For being is the exempt cause of those things which forms constitute divisibly, and of the things of which being is productive collectively. Of these, forms are the cause in a way attended with separation, because forms indeed are causes productive of separation in their effects, and also because forms are called the paradigms of beings. Being, however, is the cause of all things posterior to itself, but is not the paradigm of them. For paradigms are the causes of things which are separated according to existence, and which have different characters of essence. After the one, therefore, which is prior to beings, that which is one many, occultly, and the united subsists. On this account it is that which is divided into multitude, and which tends from the uniform to the splendid. But the last of intelligibles is that from which a certain distribution into parts originates, and which is comprehensive of intelligible multitude. Chapter 15. Socrates, therefore, in the Philebus, affords us such like auxiliaries to the theory of the intelligible triads. It is requisite, however, not only to abide in these conceptions, but also to demonstrate the theology of Plato about these triads from other dialogues, and from them to point out one truth adapted to the things themselves. We shall assume, therefore, what is written in the Timaeus, and shall follow our leader, Syrianus, who has unfolded to us the arcane mysteries of these triads, and conjoin with the end of what has been said the beginning of the following discussion. In the Timaeus, therefore, Plato, investigating what the paradigm of the whole world is, discovers that it is comprehensive of all intelligible animals, that it is all perfect, that it is the most beautiful of intelligibles, that it is only begotten, and that it is the intelligible of the demiurgus. He likewise denominates it animal itself, as being the intelligible paradigm of every animal, and of that which is the object of sense. Hence it is necessary that this animal itself, because it is all perfect and the most beautiful of intelligibles, should be established in the intelligible orders. For though there is intelligible animal in the demiurgus, yet it is rather intellectual than intelligible, and is not the most beautiful of all intelligibles, but is second to them in beauty and power. For primary beauty is in the intelligible gods. In the demiurgus also there are not only four forms of the things contained in the world, but there is all the multitude of forms. For in him the paradigms of individual forms presubsist, but animal itself is totally constitutive of all animals by the intelligible tetrad. The demiurgus likewise is not like animal itself, only begotten among beings, but subsists in conjunction with the vivific cause, together with which he constitutes the second genera of being, mingling them in the crater or bowl, in order to the generation of souls. For of the things of which intelligible animal is effective, and at the same time generative, of these the demiurgus is allotted the cause in a divided manner, in conjunction with the crater. Hence, as I have said, animal itself is exempt from the demiurgus, and is, as Timaeus everywhere denominates it, intelligible. Nevertheless, because forms are first separated in it, and because it is all perfect, it subsists in the third order of intelligibles. For neither that which is primarily, nor that which is secondarily being is all perfect. For the former is beyond all separation, but the latter generates indeed and is parturient with intelligibles, but is not yet the multitude of beings. If therefore neither of these is multitude, how can either of them be all perfect multitude? If however all perfect multitude shines forth in the third triad of intelligibles, as was a little before demonstrated, but animal itself is the first paradigm, for it is comprehensive of all intelligible animals, is an only begotten paradigm, and is not conjoined with any other principle, it is necessary that animal itself should be established according to this order. For either there will not be an intelligible paradigm, and in this case how will sensibles be images of intelligibles? Or how will the intelligible gods be the fathers of the whole of things? Or, if there is, it is the third in intelligibles. For the natures which are prior to the triad in intelligibles are not all perfect, since they are exempt from the division into multitude. But the natures posterior to it are not only begotten, for they proceed together with others, the male indeed with the female, and those that are of a demiurgic together with those that are of a generative characteristic. Nor are they the most beautiful of intelligibles, for beauty is in the intelligible. But animal itself is all perfect, and at the same time only begotten. The first paradigm of beings, therefore, is arranged in the third triad of intelligibles. Moreover, animal itself is eternal, as Timaeus himself says. For, says he, quote, "The nature of animal is eternal." And again, in another place he asserts, quote, "that the paradigm is through all eternity being." If therefore it is eternal, it participates of eternity. And if that which participates is everywhere secondary to that which is participated, animal itself is secondary to eternity. And if it is through all eternity being, it is filled with the whole power of eternity. If this however be the case, it subsists proximately after eternity, for that which enjoys the whole of causes is arranged proximately after them. End of chapter 15. Chapters 16 to 19 of Book 3 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. Moreover, if eternity has the same ratio to intelligible animal, which time has to that which is sensible, but the universe proximately participates of time, for time was generated together with the universe, it is certainly necessary that animal itself should primarily participate of eternity. Eternity, therefore, is beyond the first paradigm, for eternity indeed measures the existence of animal itself, but animal itself is measured and filled with perpetuity from it. To which may be added that we assert eternity to be the cause of immortality to all things. Hence, eternity is that which is primarily immortal. For as that which is primarily being is the cause of existence to all things, but that which is effective of form is itself prior to other forms, so that which is the cause of perpetuity and immortality is itself primarily immortal. The demoniacal Aristotle also rightly calls eternity immortal and divine, and that from whence the existence and life of all things are suspended. If, however, it is that which is primarily immortal, and not according to participation, but is, as it were, immortality and perpetuity, it will be life, possessing from itself the ever, and exuberantly scattering the power of perpetuity, and extending it to other things so far as each is naturally adapted to receive it. For the immortal is in life, and subsists together with life. Hence Socrates in the Phaedo, after many and beautiful demonstrations of the psychical immortality, says, quote, "God, therefore, my dear Cebes, and the form itself of life are much more immortal." Close quote. Hence, intelligible life and the God who is connective of this life primarily possess the immortal, and are the fountain of the whole of perpetuity. But this is eternity. Eternity, therefore, has its subsistence in life, and will be established in the middle of the intelligible order. Farther still, it is necessary to assert that intelligible eternity is one of these three things, videre licet, that it subsists either according to being, or according to life, or according to intelligible intellect. But being, as the Elean guest says, according to its own nature, neither stands still, nor is moved. For if being is being to all things, and essence is a thing of this kind, much more must this be the case with intelligible essence, and that which is primarily being. For they are nothing else than essence only. But being unfolds motion and permanency, and the other genera of beings, in the second and third progressions of itself. The first being, therefore, as we have said, is at one and the same time exempt from motion and permanency. But eternity, according to Timaeus, abides in one. Hence also, time imitates in its motion the intelligible permanency of eternity. Eternity, therefore, does not subsist according to that which is primarily being, nor yet according to intelligible intellect. For neither is soul time, which is moved through the whole of time, and in short, in divine beings, that which is participated is everywhere established above that which participates. But the eternal participates of eternity, just as that which is temporal participates of time. Eternity, therefore, is prior to intelligible intellect, and posterior to being, so that it is established in the middle of the intelligible breadth. And as animal itself is eternal, so likewise eternity is that which is always being. For as animal itself participates of eternity, so eternity participates of being, and is the cause of existence, of perpetual life and intellection, and measures the essences, powers, and energies of all things. Chapter 17. Since, however, eternity subsists according to the middle centre of intelligibles, and animal itself according to the extremity of them, and the most splendid of that which is intelligible, what is that which is the first of intelligibles, and how is it denominated by Timaeus? He says, therefore, of eternity, that while it abides in one, time proceeds according to number, and that by motion it adumbrates the permanency of eternity, but by number its stable union. What therefore is that one in which Timaeus says eternity abides? For it is necessary either to say that it is the one of eternity, or the one which transcends all intelligibles, or the one of the first triad. But if indeed we say that it is the imparticipable one, how is it possible that anything can abide in that which is exempt from all things, and which neither admits the habitude nor communion of secondary natures with itself? For everything which abides in anything is in a certain respect on all sides comprehended by that in which we say it abides. It is, however, perfectly impossible that the first one should either comprehend any being, or be coarranged with beings. But if any one should suppose that it is the one of eternity, in which Timaeus says eternity abides, in this case eternity will be in itself. It is necessary, however, that it should abide in itself by having its subsistence in abiding in that which is prior to itself. For to abide in that which is prior to is better than the establishment of things in themselves, in the same manner as it is more perfect than the collocation of better in less excellent natures. If, therefore, eternity abides in itself, to what shall we primarily assign permanency in that which is prior to itself? For it is necessary that this being more divine should have its generation prior to that which is inferior to it. If therefore eternity can neither abide in itself, nor in the one which is prior to beings, it is evident that abiding in one according to Timaeus, it is established in the one of the first triad, or rather in the whole of that triad. For, as we have before observed, the first triad is the cause of stability to all beings, in the same manner as the middle triad is the cause of their progression, and the third triad of their conversion to their principle. Chapter 18. Again, therefore, three orders of intelligibles present themselves to our view according to the doctrine of Timaeus: videre licet, animal itself, eternity, and the one. And through this one, and the firm establishment in it, eternity has fixed the intelligible kingdom. But through eternity, animal itself defines the boundary of the intelligible gods, according to a perpetual and invariable sameness. And animal itself indeed, having proceeded tetratically, is suspended from the duad in eternity. For eternity is the ever in conjunction with being. But the duad in eternity participates of the intelligible monad, which Timaeus on this account denominates one, as being the monad and principle of all the intelligible breadth. Since otherwise indeed, he very properly calls the first triad one, in consequence of its being especially characterized according to bound, denominating it from bound. But he calls the middle triad dyadically eternity, connecting the names, because this triad is defined according to intelligible power. And he denominates the third triad animal itself, transferring the appellation to the whole of it from the extremity of the triad. The first triad, therefore, is the union of all the intelligibles, being in a certain respect coordinated with them. For the union is different from this which is exempt from intelligibles and imparticipable. It is also the supplier of stable power, for all things are established on account of it. But eternity is primary being, and is that which is primarily established. Hence, with respect to the permanency of the whole of things, we say that the first triad is that on account of which this permanency is affected, but that the second triad is that by which it is produced. For the firm establishment of beings is indeed according to the second triad, but is on account of the first. but the second triad is the proximate measure of all beings, and is coordinated with the things that are measured. There are also at one and the same time in it bound and infinity. Bound indeed so far as it measures intelligibles, but infinity so far as it is the cause of perpetuity and the ever. For according to the oracle, eternity is the cause of never failing life, of unwearied power, and unsluggish energy. Nevertheless, eternity is more characterized by infinity than by bound, for it comprehends in itself infinite time, and time indeed has bound and infinity in a divided manner. For according to its continuity it is infinite, but according to the now it is bounded. For the now is a bound, but eternity establishes bound and infinity in the same, for it is a unity and power. And according to the one indeed it is bound, but according to power infinite, which time also demonstrates as from images. Because the middle triad of intelligibles has bound, infinity, and that which is mixed. For whence is the bound of time derived, except from eternal bound? For the temporal bound also is impartible in the same manner as the bound of eternity is one. For the impartible is the image of the one. Whence likewise is the infinity of the continuity of time derived, except from the power of the infinite. For the latter is a stable infinity, but the former an infinity which is moved. And as the latter stands still according to the one, so the former is moved according to number. Since whence is the alliance of time with lives, except from the first principle of life, eternity? But time proceeds through all temporal life. Again, therefore, from these things it is evident that eternity subsists according to the middle of the intelligible gods. For here there is infinite life, and the cause of all life, intellectual, psychical, and that which subsists partibly in bodies. But eternity is the father and supplier of infinite life, since eternity is also the cause of all immortality and perpetuity. And Plotinus, exhibiting in a most divinely inspired manner the peculiarity of eternity, according to the Theology of Plato, defines it to be infinite life, at once unfolding into light the whole of itself and its own being. For establishing its life in the intelligible centre, and through the one indeed measuring its being, and fixing it in that which is prior to itself, but through power causing it to be infinite, it unfolds indeed the uniform transcendency of the first triad, but defines the termination of the gods, and extends from the middle on all sides, and to all the intelligible breadth. Moreover, the third triad is filled indeed with intelligible life, and on this account is an intelligible animal, and the first animal, for it primarily participates of the whole nature of this life, but unfolds into light in itself the first of forms, to which also the demiurgic intellect extending itself constitutes the whole world, and is itself the intelligible universe, and the apparent world the sensible universe. Hence also Plato denominates animal itself all perfect. Or rather, if you are willing, we will speak thus: that in this third triad there are bound infinity and that which is mixed, which we have called intelligible intellect. Hence the whole triad is denominated only begotten from the Father which is in it. For the cause of bound imparts that which is uncoordinated with other things, and an exempt transcendency. For that which comprehends, says Timaeus, all such animals as are intelligible, will not be the second with any other. Since again it would be requisite that there should be another animal about it. Hence that which comprehends in one all intelligible animals is a whole. But everywhere whole is referred to bound, and parts to infinity. So that if on this account animal itself is only begotten, it will possess this peculiarity according to bound. But again, it is denominated eternal according to the power of it. For this power especially pertains to that which is eternal. For eternity is infinite power abiding in one, and proceeding stably. Animal itself, however, is all perfect according to intellect. For that which unfolds in itself all the intelligible separation of being is intelligible intellect. And that intellect, according to the decision of Plato, will be all perfect, which comprehends all intelligibles, and defines the boundary of the intelligible order. The only begotten, therefore, the eternal, the all-perfect, bound, infinity, and that which is mixed, manifests the nature of intelligible animal. On this account, Timaeus also, in these three conclusions, reminds us of the paradigm, videre licet, in the conclusion which shows that the universe is only begotten, and again in the generation of time, and in the all-perfect comprehension of all animals. If likewise Timaeus says that animal itself is the most beautiful of all intelligibles, and that this has the third order in intelligibles, it will not be wonderful. For it has been before asserted by us that everywhere the cause of the best mixture is the triad, symmetry, truth, and beauty. But beauty principally shines forth in the third progression of being, and exhibits its luminous nature together with intelligible forms, just as truth shines forth in the second, and symmetry in the first progression of being. If, however, truth is indeed the first, beauty the second, and symmetry the third, it is by no means wonderful that according to order, truth and beauty should be prior to symmetry, but that symmetry being more apparent in the first triad than the other two, should shine forth as the third in the secondary progressions. For these three subsist occultly in the first triad, and truth indeed, so far as it is intelligible knowledge, is in the second triad, but beauty, so far as it is the form of forms, is in the third triad. For that this triad subsists there first is evident from this, that truth is primarily in that which is especially being, prior to knowledge, but beauty, which pervades as far as to the last of beings, is necessarily in the first being, from which the last of beings are derived. And the first symmetry is in that which is primarily mixed. For every mixture requires symmetry, in order that what is produced from it may be one certain thing. Though these three things, therefore, presubsist there, for we assume, as acknowledged universally, that symmetry is there, and the most beautiful of intelligible animals, as Timaeus says, yet, at present, we shall dismiss the further consideration of them, as we have elsewhere precedenteously discussed them, and have especially endeavored to enforce what we conceive to be the opinion of Plato concerning their order. For we have spoken of these things in a treatise consisting of one book, in which we demonstrate that truth is coordinate to the philosopher, beauty to the lover, and symmetry to the musician, and that such as is the order of these lives, such also is the relation of truth, beauty, and symmetry to each other. Animal itself, therefore, may with the greatest justice be called most beautiful, so far as it is eminently contained in intelligible beauty. For beauty is wont to be carried in forms, and is, as it were, the form of forms, unfolding that which is occult in the good, causing its loveliness to shine forth, and attracting to its own splendor the desire which is concealed about it. And to the good indeed, all things possess a silent and arcane tendency. But we are excited to the beautiful with astonishment and motion. For the illumination from it, and its efficacy, acutely pervade through every soul, and as being the most similar of all things to the good, it converts every soul that surveys it. The soul also, beholding that which is arcane shining forth as it were to the view, rejoices in and admires that which it sees, and is astonished about it. And as in the most holy of the mysteries, prior to the mystic spectacles, those that are initiated are seized with astonishment, so in intelligibles, prior to the participation of the good, beauty shining forth astonishes those that behold it, converts the soul to itself, and being established in the vestibules of the good, shows what that is which is in the adyta, and what the transcendency is of occult good. Through these things, therefore, let it be apparent whence beauty originates, and how it first shines forth, and also that animal itself is the most beautiful of all intelligibles. Chapter 19. Since, however, Timaeus says that the primary and intelligible paradigms have their subsistence in intelligible animal, and that all these are four, unfolding themselves first into light according to the all-perfect tetrad. This being the case, in the first place it deserves to be considered that as species or forms present themselves to the view in the intelligible, it is necessary by a much greater priority that the genera of beings should presubsist in intelligibles. For it is not possible to admit that forms are intelligible, but that genera are intellectual only. But as forms exist intelligibly indeed according to their first subsistence, but the pleroma or plenitude of them shines forth in the intellectual gods, and divides that which is total into more partial decrements, produces the uniform into multitude, and expands that which is exempt into coordinate causes. Thus also the genera of being are occultly and indivisibly in intelligibles, but are accompanied with separation in intellectuals. And on this account, the first triad indeed has essence for that which is mixed, but the second has life, where there was motion and permanency, life both abiding and proceeding. And in the third there are sameness and difference. For the all-perfect multitude indeed is through intelligible difference, but the united and that which is comprehensive in common of parts according to genera and according to one is through intelligible sameness. And all these subsist intelligibly, essentially and uniformly in these triads. In the first place, therefore, this deserves to be inferred by those who love to survey the nature of things, and it is also fit that they should attribute coordinate genera to intelligible forms. For it neither was nor will be lawful for genera to shine forth secondarily after forms. Hence, much more must it be admitted that genera subsist in the intelligible after the above-mentioned manner, by those who admit that there are intelligible forms. In the next place, in addition to these things, we must survey how this tetrad of forms subsists, and how it shines forth in intelligible intellect, analogous to the principles. For it is divided into a monad and triad, for so far as the idea of the celestial gods is arranged prior to the others, it is defined according to a divine cause. It appears, however, to me that intelligible intellect, returning to the principles of the whole of things, according to the conversion of itself, it becomes the plenitude of forms, and is all things intellectually, and at the same time intelligibly, comprehending in itself the causes of beings, and being full of the ineffable and exempt cause of all things, constitutes the monad of the gods. Whence also Plato, I think, calls it the idea of the gods. But receiving the intellectual causes of the three principles posterior to the one, it exhibits three ideas after this, one of them indeed being the cause of air wandering and volant animals, this cause proceeding analogous to bound. Hence also it constitutes gods that are uniform, elevating, undefiled, united to the celestial gods, and which receive measures second in dignity to theirs, and have the same relation to those gods that govern generation coordinately, as the celestial gods have to these according to exempt transcendency. But it exhibits the cause of the aquatic gods coordinate with generative and infinite power, and which produces gods that are the suppliers of motion and prolific abundance, and that are the inspective guardians of life. Since also this water itself, which is the object of sense, is under the dominion of effusion, infinite lation, and indefiniteness. Hence likewise it is attributed to vivific powers, and intelligible intellect exhibits the precedaneous cause of terrestrial and pedestrious gods, in a manner adapted to the nature of that which is mixed. It also generates gods who contain the end of the whole of things, who are stable, who subdue the formless nature of matter by the last forms, and fix the seat of mundane natures in the one centre of the universe. For deriving their subsistence from the first Vesta, as it were, or seat of beings, they stably define this mundane seat. Thus therefore forms first unfold themselves into light in intelligible intellect, possessing their progression and order according to the first principles. It is necessary, however, in addition to these things, to infer this in the third place, following Timaeus, that according to this triad, the multitude of intelligible parts shines forth, and the whole is divided into an all-perfect order of parts. For that, says he, of which other intelligible animals, both according to one and according to genera are parts, is the first and most beautiful paradigm of the universe. But if other intelligible animals are parts of this, it is evident that it is a whole, comprehending in itself the multitude of intelligible parts, and that it is connective of all intelligible parts. It must be inferred, therefore, that this triad is the first cause of production and fabrication. For if it contains the primary paradigms of things, it is evident that the orderly distribution of secondary natures originates from it. And if it is an animal constitutive of all animals, every psychical extent, and all the extent of bodies, have their progression from thence. And it will also comprehend the intelligible causes of all the vivific and demiurgic orders. End of chapter 19. Chapters 20 to 22 of Book 3 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. Such conceptions, therefore, as these may be assumed from what is written in the Timaeus concerning the three intelligible triads, conformably to what is said of them in the Philebus, surveying in each bound infinity and that which is mixed. If you are willing also, we will show from what is scattered in the Sophista that Plato had the same conception as we have concerning the first principles. The Elean guessed, therefore, in that dialogue, doubting against the assertion of Parmenides that the universe is one, unfolding intelligible multitude, and showing how it is suspended from the one. At first, indeed, he argues from the one being, or being characterized by the one, and reminds us that this is passive to the one, and participates of the one, but is not the one itself, nor that which is primarily one. But afterwards he produces the conception of the distinction between the imparticipable one and being from whole. For if the one being is a whole, as Parmenides testifies, but that which is a whole has parts, and that which has parts is not the one itself, the one being will not be the same as the one. In the third place, therefore, he argues from the all-perfect. For that which is perfectly divided and is connective of many parts can never have the same subsistence as that which is entirely one. And, having proceeded thus far, he shows that what is void of multitude is in its own nature exempt from the one being, proceeding in the demonstration of this through three arguments. And at one time indeed he begins from the one being, at another time from whole, and at another from all. It is better, however, to hear the words themselves of Plato. That the one, therefore, is not the same with the one being, he proves through the following words. Quote, "But what with respect to those who assert that the universe is one, must we not enquire to the utmost of our power what they say being is?" Certainly. To this question, therefore, they may answer, "Do you say there is one thing alone?" We do say so. Or will they not speak in this manner? They will. What then? Do you call being anything? Yes. Do you call it the one, employing two names respecting the same thing? Or how do you say? What will be their answer after this, O guest? Close quote. Through this, therefore, Plato, separating the one and being from each other, and showing that the conception of the one is different from that of being, and that these are not the same with each other, evinces that the most proper and primary one is exempt from the one being. For the one being does not abide purely in an hyparxis, void of multitude, and possessing the form of one, but the one itself is exempt from every addition. For by whatever you may add to it, you will diminish its supreme and ineffable union. Hence it is necessary to arrange the one prior to the one being, and to suspend the one being from that which is one alone. For if the one and the one being were the same, and it made no difference to say one and being, since if they differed, the one would again be changed from the one being. If therefore the one differs in no respect from the one being, all things will be one, and there will not be multitude in beings, nor will it be possible to denominate things, lest there should be two things, the thing and the name. For being exempt from all multitude and all division, there will neither be a name of anything, nor any discourse about it, but the name will appear to be the same with the thing. And neither will a name be the name of a thing, but a name will be the name of a name, if a thing is the same with a name, and a name is the same with a thing, and a thing will be the thing of a thing. For all things will exist about a thing the same as about a name, through the union of the thing and the name. If therefore these things are absurd, and the one is, and also being, and being participates of the one and the one being are not the same. But that whole also is not the same with the one, Plato afterwards demonstrates in the same dialogue, beginning as follows. Quote, "What then? Will they say that whole is different from the one being, or that it is the same with it? Undoubtedly they will and do say so. If therefore whole is, as Parmenides says, quote, that which is everywhere similar to the bulk of a perfect sphere, entirely possessing equal powers from the middle, for nothing is greater or more stable than this, close quote. If this be the case, it is necessary that being should have a middle and extremities, and having these, there is every necessity that it should have parts. Or, how shall we say? Just so. Nothing, however, hinders, but that when it is divided, it may have the passion of the one in all its parts, and that thus the all and whole may be one. Undoubtedly. But is it not impossible that that which suffers these things should be the one? Why? Because, according to right reason, that which is truly one should be said to be entirely without parts. It must indeed necessarily be so. But such a thing as we have just now mentioned, in consequence of consisting of many parts, would not accord with the one. Close quote. Through these things, therefore, the Elean guest, arguing from wholeness after the one being, and also from the division of the parts of wholeness, demonstrates that the all is not one. For if whole is in beings, as Parmenides in his verses testifies it is, all things will not be the one. For the one is impartible, but whole possesses parts. Whole, therefore, is not the one itself, for that transcends all things and wholeness, but whole is passive to the one. Hence also it is denominated whole, for it is not the one itself. Hence all things are not one, void of separation and multiplication. Moreover, the all is comprehensive of many parts, for whole indeed consists at first of two parts, but the all possesses a multitude of parts, and participating of wholeness at the same time is all, as being perfectly distributed into parts. This therefore is not the one itself, but is passive to the one. For the one itself is impartible, but it is impartible in such a manner as to be exempt from all parts. Hence the all is not the same with the one. We therefore have divided whole and the all, but Plato conjoins them when he says, quote, "Nothing, however, hinders but that when it is divided, it may have the passion of the one in all its parts, and that thus the all and whole may be one." Close quote. At the same time, however, they are divided after the above-mentioned manner. From these three arguments, therefore, the Elean guest separates the one from the participants of the one, and doubts against those who assert all things to be one, videre licet, the one being, whole and the all, of which the all indeed participates of whole, and is a self-perfect multitude consisting of many parts, but whole participates of being, For being is not whole, as Parmenides testifies. These, therefore, having such an order as this, is it not necessary that the arguments of Plato should be made conformably to the three intelligible triads? For it was requisite, since Parmenides defined the one being in intelligibles, that Plato should from thence derive his demonstrations of the distinction between the one prior to intelligibles and the one which is in intelligibles. For the doubts against Parmenides evince in many places that the one which is participated derives its subsistence from the imparticipable union. The one, therefore, is not in these triads, but the one being and whole. But with respect to the all, it is evident that it is in the extremity of the intelligible order. For that which is in every respect perfect, and all intelligible multitude, have their subsistence in that extremity. But whole is in the middle centre, and in the bond of the intelligible breadth. For whole is adapted to have a subsistence prior to the all, since the all is a whole, but whole is not necessarily all. For the all is divided multitude, but that which contains multitude in itself, and which is not yet separated, is whole. And this especially pertains to eternity. For eternity is the measure of all intelligible multitude, just as whole is the coherence and union of the all. But the one being is in the first triad, for the one is especially the peculiarity of this triad, as Timaeus also has demonstrated. And being, which is occultly and intelligibly being, and which is the cause of essence to all other things, primarily shines forth there. Again, therefore, following the Elean guest, three triads present themselves to our view. The first indeed according to the one being, the second according to whole, and the third according to the all, to which also the demiurgus of the universe looking adorns the sensible universe, defining the visible nature with reference to that intelligible all, but time with reference to the intelligible wholeness. On which account also time is continued. And as the intelligible whole comprehends two parts, but contains the parts in one boundary, after the same manner, time also is bounded by the now, but by its twofold parts is infinite. These things, therefore, we shall shortly after more fully discuss when we speak concerning the Parmenides. For the conceptions of the Elean guest are the protelia of the mysteries of the Parmenides. Before, however, we turn to the Parmenides, let us discuss, if it is agreeable to you, the three triads from the beginning, collecting the conception of Plato from his assertions that are scattered in many places. Chapter 21. There are three triads, therefore, as we have frequently observed, and they are divided after this manner into bound, infinity, and that which is mixed. Hence there are triple intelligible bounds, triple infinities, and triple mixtures. But of every intelligible triad, the bound in each is denominated father, the infinite, power, and that which is mixed, intellect. And let not anyone apprehend that these names are foreign from the philosophy of Plato, for it will appear that he uses these appellations in the before mentioned triads more than any one. For he denominates the first God Father and Lord in his epistles. It is evident, however, that as the first God surpasses even the paternal order, the first paternal is in the intelligible gods, for these are they that are most eminently allied to the One, and that intelligibly unfold his ineffable and unknown union. If therefore the first God is denominated One and Father from the natures that proximately proceed from him, if this be the case, As the intelligible gods are primarily unities, so likewise they are primarily fathers. For Plato gives names to the ineffable in a twofold respect, either from the summits of beings, or from all beings. For through these the transcendency of the One is known. Moreover, the Elean guest calls being that which is powerful and power. The first power therefore exists prior to being, and is united to the Father, but it particularly accords with being, which also it fills. Hence, being, as participating of power, is denominated powerful, but as united to it, and producing all beings according to it, it is called power. If, however, both Plato himself and his most genuine disciples frequently call all true beings intellect, on which account, in many places, they make three principles, the good, intellect, and soul, denominating every true being intellect, you will also have the third in these, intellect. But it is necessary not to be ignorant of the difference. For with respect to intellect, one kind is intellect, as with reference to hyparxis. For when we denominate the unity in each triad intelligible, as the object of desire to being, and as filling being, then we call that which ranks as the third in the triad intellect. For it is intelligible as essence and intellect, but not as the intellect of essence, but of Father and Deity. For every participated deity is intelligible, as being the plenitude of its participant. But another kind is intellect, which is the intellect of essence, according to which we say that the being of the third triad is the intellect of that which is primarily being. For this is essential intellect, being allotted its own essence by energizing. For all things are essentially in it, and both the more simple genera and the primary paradigms. For it is intelligible intellect. But the third kind is intellectual intellect, which subsists analogous to intelligible intellect, is conjoined with it, and is filled from it, possessing intellectually those things which are in the other intelligibly. And in short, it is necessary everywhere that such things as are first, according to each series, should have the form of the things that are prior to them. Hence also they are called things first, and possess a certain transcendency of essence towards coordinate natures. Since therefore that which is prior to intelligibles is God, the first intelligibles are gods and unities. And since the intelligible is essential, the first intellects are essences. Since also intellect is everywhere according to its own nature intellectual, the first souls are intellectual. Because likewise souls are the plenitudes of life, the first of bodies are most vital. And because the bodies that are perpetual are moved in a circle, the summits of material bodies are moved in conjunction with those bodies that are perpetual. This therefore is the cause why the unities are frequently called intelligibles, and beings intelligible intellects. That Plato, however, knew this triad, I mean Father, Power, and Intellect, we shall learn by looking to the demiurgic order, for in this the triad is most remarkably apparent. Hence, on account of its union with the intelligible, it is filled with this triad, and possesses these things in a more divided manner than animal itself, or intelligible eternity. Immediately, therefore, in the beginning of the fabrication in the Timaeus, the Demiurgus calls himself Father, quote, "Of which works I am the Demiurgus and Father." Close quote. But shortly after he unfolds his power, quote, "Imitating my power in your generation." Close quote. This therefore is also wonderful, that he has delivered to us the most theological conception concerning power, For in the first place indeed he calls it the power of the Father when he says, quote, "Of which works I am the demiurgus and father," close quote. And that the power is his is evident from the words, quote, "imitating my power," close quote. So that according to Plato, power is of the Father. And in the next place, he ascribes to this power a peculiarity generative of the whole of things. For this is evident from the words, quote, "in your generation," close quote. Power, therefore, is the cause of generation and of the progression of beings. And in the last place he delivers the intellectual peculiarity of the demiurgos, quote, "having thus spoke, again into the former crater in which he had tempered the soul of the universe, he poured, mingling the remainder of the former mixture," close quote. For to pour, to mingle, mixture, and to be productive of soul pertain to intellect. Though what necessity is there for asserting these things, since prior to this he calls the demiurgos intellect? Quote, "Whatever ideas, therefore, intellect perceived by the dianoetic energy in animal itself, such and so many he conceived it necessary for this universe to contain," close quote. Hence the demiurgus is father and power and intellect, and he possesses these things as much as possible on account of intelligibles, for he is a god as father on account of them. He is also power and the generator of wholes, and knows beings intellectually on account of them, for in them intelligible knowledge first subsists. Much more, therefore, are father, power, and intellect in intelligibles, from which also the demiurgus, being filled, participates of this triad. For Plato assumes each of these analogously. For as the paternal triad in intelligibles gives subsistence to intelligible eternity, so the demiurgus makes those works to be indissoluble of which he is the father. And as in intelligibles, eternity proceeding according to all power generates intelligible animal itself, so the demiurgic power gives subsistence to mundane animals that are perpetual and divine, and imparts to the junior gods another power which is generative of mortal animals. That any one, therefore, may assume these names from Plato is evident from what has been said. Since, however, being has an hypostasis triply in intelligibles, one is primarily being and prior to the eternal, but another is secondarily being, and the first eternity, and another is being ultimately, and is intelligible and eternal intellect. And here indeed there is being, but there eternity, and there intellect. And eternity is more comprehensive than intellect, but being than eternity. For every intellect is eternal, but not everything eternal is intellect. For soul, according to its essence, is eternal, and everything which participates of eternity participates also by a much greater priority of being. For with perpetuity of existence, existence is entirely consubsistent. But that which participates of existence is not universally, eternally being. For bodies also participate in a certain respect of the nature of existence, but they are not eternal. Intellect therefore constitutes an intellectual essence only, so far as it is intellect, since so far as it is also life and being, it constitutes all things. But eternity constitutes both the intellectual and psychical essence. For the mixture in the second triad was intelligible life, but being constitutes the intellectual, the psychical, and the corporeal life. For matter also is being most obscurely, and is capacity indeed, but formless being and non-being, falling off from the participation of being. If, however, some one should say that it is being in power or capacity, yet it has this power from being. For capacity is the forerunning participation of energy, and thus much concerning these things. But what sufficient argument of division does Socrates afford us in the Phaedrus concerning these intelligible triads? And how, from what is delivered by him, may we recur to the conception of the hypostasis of the most principal gods? Socrates, therefore, in that dialogue, being inspired by the nymphs, celebrates everything divine as beautiful, wise, and good, and says that by these the soul is nourished. But if everything divine is a thing of this kind, this is the case with the intelligible by a much greater priority. And all these indeed are everywhere, but in the first triad, the good principally subsists, in the second, the wise, and in the third, the beautiful. For in this there is the most beautiful of intelligibles. But in the second triad, truth and the first intelligence subsist. And in the first, there is the commensurate, which we say is the same as the good. But Socrates in the Philebus says that the element of the good is the desirable, the sufficient, and the perfect. The desirable therefore pertains indeed to bound, for it is the union and goodness of all the triad, and the triad converges about it. But the sufficient pertains to infinity, for sufficiency is a power capable of pervading to all things, and of being present to all things without impediment. And the perfect pertains to that which is mixed, for this is that which is primarily triadic, since every mixture has its coalition from the triad. The elements, therefore, of the good unfold to us the first triad, and the elements of intelligible wisdom the second triad. But everything wise is full of being, is generative of truth, and is convertive of imperfect natures to their perfection. The full therefore pertains to the second bound, for this is uniformly filled with the participation of the natures prior to itself. For the full is everywhere adapted to bound, just as that which cannot be filled is adapted to the infinite. But the prolific pertains to the second power and to infinity. For that which does not abide in the fullness of itself, but is prolific and generative of other things, is especially indicative of divine infinity. And the convertive pertains to that which is mixed. For this, as being allotted the end of the triad, converts everything imperfect to the full, and unites itself prior to other things to the bound of the whole triad. Chapter 22. Moreover, the elements of beauty are the peculiarities of the third triad of intelligibles. But these are, as we have before observed, the lovely, the delicate, and the splendid. The lovely, therefore, being arranged analogous to the desirable, pertains to bound, but the delicate, being coordinate to the sufficient, pertains to the infinite power which is in the beautiful, and the splendid is of an intellectual peculiarity. For this is the beautiful of beauty, is that which illuminates all things, and astonishes those that are able to behold it. And as apparent beauty shining most manifestly is seen through the clearest of the senses, for the objects of this sense have many differences according to Aristotle, and this sense pervades farther than the rest, so likewise intelligible beauty appears to the intellect of the soul shining intelligibly. For it is an intelligible form, and on this account the splendor of beauty is apparent to intellect. Splendid beauty, therefore, as Socrates calls it, shines forth at the extremity of the intelligible order. For this is the most splendid of intelligibles, is intelligible intellect, and is that which emits the intelligible light, that, when it appeared, astonished the intellectual gods, and made them admire their father, as Orpheus says. Such, therefore, is the preparation to the science of the intelligible gods, which may from these things be assumed. And now it will appear how beauty is indeed occultly in the end of the first intelligible triad, but subsists in the third triad, so as to have manifestly proceeded into light. For in the former it subsists according to one form only, but in the latter it subsists triadically. It is also evident how each of the triads is at one and the same time a monad and a triad. For the first triad, being characterized according to the good, derives its completion from the three elements of the good. But the second, being characterized by the wise, is contained in the triad of wisdom. And the third, subsisting according to the beautiful, is all perfect through the triad of beauty. If, however, the beautiful is occultly in the first triad, and shines forth triadically in the third, it is evident that intelligible intellect loves the first triad, and has love conjoined with its beauty. And this is the intelligible love of the first beauty. From these, therefore, intellectual love proceeds together with faith and truth, as we have before observed. For the three intelligible monads, the good, the wise, and the beautiful, constitute three powers which lead upwards all other things, and prior to other things the intellectual gods. Concerning these things, however, we shall speak hereafter. End of chapter 22. Chapters 23 to 26 of Book 3 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. Let us now then direct our attention to the theory of the Parmenides. But I wish again to remind the reader of what we have before demonstrated. It has been shown, therefore, that it is necessary to divide the second hypothesis into the whole progressions of the one being, and that this hypothesis is nothing else than the generation and progression of the gods, proceeding supernally from the supreme union of intelligibles as far as to a deified essence. For the discussion is not, as some say it is, in the first hypothesis concerning God and the gods. For it was not lawful to Parmenides to conjoin multitude with the one, and the one with multitude. For the first God is perfectly exempt from the whole of things. But in the first hypothesis essence, and even the one itself, are taken away from the first God. That such an oblation, however, as this is not adapted to the other gods is evident to every one. Moreover, neither does Parmenides in the first hypothesis speak about the intelligible gods, as they say he does. For they assert that the negations are of these gods, because they are conjoined with the one, and in simplicity and union precede all the divine genera. For how can the similar, or the dissimilar, or contact, and the privation of contact, and all the other particulars which are denied of the one, be inherent in the intelligible gods? They appear indeed to me to be right in asserting that the things which are taken away are similitudes of the gods. But they do not speak rightly when they say that all of them are similitudes of the intelligible gods. To which it may be added, in opposition to this assertion, that the discussion is again concerning the intelligible gods in the second hypothesis. For the things which are denied in the first are affirmed in the second hypothesis. This, therefore, as I have said, is demonstrated that the conclusions with reference to each other have the order of prior and posterior, of causes and effects. It is necessary, therefore, that proceeding from the beginning, we should adapt the first conclusions to the first orders, the middle conclusions to the middle orders, and the last conclusions to the last orders, and should demonstrate that as many questions are asked as there are progressions of the divine orders. And in the first place we must deliver the doctrine of Parmenides concerning the intelligible gods, of whom we have proposed to speak, since Plato speaks about these in many places, partly indicating and partly clearly unfolding his meaning. It is necessary, however, that we should collect into one the elaborate and synoptical theory about each order, since it would not be proper now to repeat the exposition which we have given in our commentaries on that dialogue. But assuming each of the conclusions itself by itself, I will endeavor to refer it to an appropriate order of the gods, following in so doing the divine inspirations of our leader Surianus. For we also, through his assistance, have with a divine head pursued these sacred paths about the theory of the Parmenides, being agitated with a divine fury, and wakened as from a profound sleep to this arcane mystic discipline. And thus much concerning the mode of the whole of the conclusions. But from hence I shall pass to the narration of the things proposed. The first and imparticipable one, therefore, which pre-exists beyond the whole of things, and not only beyond the unities that participate, but also those that are participated, is celebrated through the first hypothesis, being demonstrated to be the cause of all things ineffably, but not being defined itself in any one of all things, nor having any power or peculiarity of a kindred nature with the other gods. But after this imparticipable one, that which is alone superessential and surpassing and unmingled with all hyparxes, is a unity participated by being, and constituting about itself the first essence, and by the addition of this participation becoming more redundant than that which is primarily one. This, however, is a superessential hyparxis, and the hyparxis of the first intelligible triad. As there are therefore these two things in the first triad, videre licet, the one, and being, and the former generates, but the latter is generated, and the former perfects, but the latter is perfected, it is necessary that the middle of both should be power, through which and together with which the one constitutes and is perfective of being. For the progression of being from the one, and its conversion to the one, is through power. For what else conjoins being to the one, or causes the one to be participated by being except power? For it is the progression of the one, and its extension to being. Hence, in all the divine genera, powers precede progressions and generations. This triad, therefore, the one, power, and being, is the summit of intelligibles. The first of these indeed producing, the third being produced, and the second being suspended from the one, but coalescing with being. Chapter 24. This triad, therefore, Parmenides delivers immediately in the beginning of the second hypothesis, adjoining to the One, the most simple participation of essence. But he calls it the One Being, and says that being participates of the One, and the One of being. The participation, however, of these is different. For the One, indeed, so participates of being, as illuminating and filling, and deifying being. But being so participates of the One, as suspended from the One, and deified by it. But the habitude, which is the middle of both, is not with them void of essence. For neither is the habitude which is among sensibles in no respect being, and much more is this the case with the habitude which is there. But this habitude is biformed, for it is of the One, and is connascent with being. For it is the motion of the One, and its progression into being. Parmenides delivers this triad, beginning what he says about it as follows. Quote, "See therefore from the beginning if the One is. Is it possible then for it to be, and yet not to participate of essence? It is not possible." Close quote. But he ends speaking about it in the following words. Quote, "Will therefore that which is said be anything else than this, that the One participates of essence, when it is summarily asserted by any one that the One is? It will not." Close quote. This therefore is the first intelligible triad, the One, being, and the habitude of both, through which being is of the One, and the One of being, in a manner perfectly admirable. Plato indicating through these things that the Father is the Father of intellect, and that intellect is the intellect of the Father, and that power is concealed between the extremes. For Deity is the Father of the triad, and being is the intellect of this Deity. Yet it is not intellect in the same way as we are accustomed to call the intellect of essence. For every such intellect stands still and is moved, as the Elean guest says. But that which is primarily being neither stands still nor is moved, as he also teaches. The first triad, therefore, is called One Being, since power is here occultly. For the triad does not proceed from itself, but subsists without separation and uniformly, being primarily defined according to divine union. Hence, this is the first participation of essence, which participates of the One, through power as the middle, which collects together and separates both the One and being. And it is superessential indeed, but is conjoined with essence. We must never think, therefore, that all power is the progeny of essence. For the powers of the gods are superessential, and are consubsistent with the unities themselves of the gods. And through this power, the gods are generative of beings. Rightly, therefore, does poetry everywhere assert that the gods are able to do all things. For essential powers, indeed, are not capable of affecting all things, since they are not constitutive of superessential natures. The first triad, therefore, is through these things unfolded to us by Parmenides. Chapter 25. But immediately after this, the second triad is allotted a progression, which Parmenides characterizes by intelligible wholeness, as we have shown in the Sophista. For the first triad being uniform, and possessing all things intelligibly and occultly, videre licet hyparxis, power and being, so that power, which is the cause of division, subsisting between the One and being, is concealed, and becomes apparent through the communion of the extremes with each other, The second triad proceeds, being characterized by the first intelligible power, and having the monads in itself distinguished from each other. For all things being united and without distinction in the first triad, distinction and separation shine forth in this triad. Being also and power are more divided from each other, and that which consists of these is no longer one being, or being characterized by the one, but is a whole, so that it has the one and being in itself as parts. For above indeed, i.e. in the first triad, all things are prior to parts and wholeness. But in this triad there are both parts and a whole, power unfolding itself into light. For as there is separation here, there are parts and the whole consisting of these. The second triad, therefore, is called intelligible wholeness, but the parts of it, the one and being, I call the extremes, and power, being here the middle, connects the one and being, and does not cause them to be one in the same manner as in the first triad. Since also it is the middle of both, through its communion indeed with being, it renders the one being, but through its communion with the one, it perfectly causes being to be one, and thus the one being consists of two parts, videre licet, of being, which is characterized by the one, and of the one which is characterized by being, as Parmenides himself says. He begins therefore to speak about this triad as follows. Quote, "Again, therefore, let us say if the one is what will happen. Consider then, if it is not necessary that this hypothesis should signify the one to be a thing of such a kind as to have parts." Close quote. But he ends in the following words, quote, "That which is one, therefore, is a whole and has a part." Close quote. Through these things, therefore, Parmenides defines the second order of intelligibles to be a wholeness. For as existence is derived to all things from the first triad, so whole from the second, and an all-perfect division from the third. This, however, will be considered by us hereafter. Wholeness, therefore, is triple, being either prior to parts, or consisting of parts, or subsisting in a part according to the doctrine of Plato. For in the Politicus, indeed, he calls genus a whole, but species a part. Not that genus derives its completion from species, but exists prior to it. And in the Timaeus he says that the world is a whole of wholes, and all the world indeed derives its completion from parts that are wholes. But each of the parts is a whole, not as the universe is, but partially. Wholeness, therefore, being triple, as we have said, according to Plato, the unity and the intelligible and occult cause of these is now delivered, unically comprehending and constituting three wholenesses, according to the hyparxis indeed of itself, the wholeness prior to parts, but according to its power, the wholeness which is from parts, and according to its being, the wholeness which is in a part. For the one is prior to all multitude, but power communicates in a certain respect with both the extremes, and comprehends in itself the peculiarities of them, and being in a certain respect participates of the one. Hence the first of the wholenesses, or that which is prior to parts, is derived from a unical hyparxis. For it is a monad, and is itself constitutive of parts, and of the multitude which is in them. But the second wholeness is from power, for it derives its completion from parts, just as in the power which is collective of the one and being, The extremes in a certain respect shine forth to the view. And the third wholeness is from being, for being is a part, and is the progeny both of power and the one, and possesses each of these partially. After the intelligible, therefore, three wholenesses are divided according to the different orders of beings. But the intelligible wholeness comprehends the three unically, and is the intelligibly connective monad of this triad, every way extending the powers of itself from the middle of the intelligible and occult order. Chapter 26. Immediately after this triad, we may see another proceeding, in which all intelligible multitude shines forth, and which Parmenides indeed constitutes a wholeness, but a wholeness consisting of many parts. For after the occult union of the first triad, and the dyadic separation of the second, the progression of the third is generated, which has indeed its subsistence from parts, but the parts are many, with the multitude of which the triad prior to it is parturient. For in this triad there is a unity, and power and being. But the one is multiplied, and also being and power, and thus all the triad indeed is a wholeness, but each of its extremes, videre licet the one and being, as it is multitude conjoined through collective power, is again divided and multiplied. For this power conjoining unical multitude to the multitude of beings, of some of these it causes each through progression to be being characterized by the one, but of others, each according to participation, to be the one characterized by being. For here indeed there are two parts of the wholeness, the one and being, but the one participates of being, for it is conjoined with it, and being participates of the one. The one of being therefore is again divided, so that the one and being generate a second unity conjoined with the part of being. But being participating of the one is again separated into being and the one. For it generates a more partial being suspended from a more partial unity, and being consists of more partial deified beings, and is a more specific monad. The cause, however, of this progression is power, for power is effective of two things, and is the operator of multitude. For the one, indeed, calls forth into multitude, but being converts to the participation of the divine unities. Whence, therefore, does Parmenides begin to teach us concerning this triad, and where does he conclude his discourse about it? The beginning, therefore, of what he says on this subject is as follows, quote, "What then can each of these parts of the one being, videre licet the one and being, desert each other, so that the one shall not be a part of being, or being shall not be a part of the one? It cannot be." Close quote. But he ends thus, quote, "Will not therefore the one being after this manner be an infinite multitude? It seems so." Close quote. In the first place, therefore, it is proper to understand the manner of the progression of the divine genera, and that conformably to the intelligible monad, which we arrange according to the one being, the duad posterior to it, which we call a wholeness, proceeds. But we say that it consists of two parts which are separated by power, and that intelligible multitude presents itself to the view from the monad and the duad. For when all things are said to be parts of the one being, videre licet secondary things, and such as become apparent through the separating cause of power, then Parmenides delivers the union which pervades from the monad to the third triad. But when power, separating and conjoining the unities and beings, gives completion to multitude, then the participation of the duad becomes perfectly apparent, as I think Parmenides demonstrates when he says, quote, "So that it is necessary two things should always be generated, and that there should never be one thing only." Close quote. This triad, therefore, proceeds according to both the pre-existent triads, flowing according to the oracle, and proceeding to all intelligible multitude. For infinite multitude is indicative of this flux, and of the incomprehensible nature of power. Hence, in the first place, I have said that the hypostasis of this triad is through these things demonstrated to be suspended from the triads prior to it. And in the next place, I say that this triad, according to Parmenides, is primogenial. For this first imparts the power of being generated, and Parmenides calls the multitude which is in it in generation, i.e., becoming to be, or rising into existence. For he says, quote, "And the part will be generated from two parts at least." Close quote. And again, quote, "Whatever part is generated will always have these parts." Close quote. And in what follows, quote, "So that it is necessary it should always be generated two things, and should never be one." Close quote. Does not he, therefore, who frequently uses the word generation in teaching concerning the progression of the intelligible multitude, proclaim that the natures prior to this order are more united to each other? But this order proceeds to a greater extent, unfolds the occult nature of the triads prior to itself, and is primogenial, unfolding in itself prolific power. In addition to these things also, it is necessary to consider the infinity of multitude, not as those think fit to speak who assume the infinite in quantity, but since in the principles of the whole of things there are bound and infinity, the former being the cause of the union, but the latter of the separation of multitude. Parmenides calls the first and intelligible multitude infinite, because all multitude indeed, according to its own nature, is infinite as being the progeny of the first infinity. All intelligible multitude, however, is a thing of this kind, for it is the first multitude and multitude itself. But multitude itself is the first progeny of intelligible infinity. Intelligible multitude, therefore, is on this account infinite, as unfolding into light the first infinity, and this infinity is the same with the all perfect. For that which has proceeded to the all, and as far as it is requisite an intelligible nature should proceed, through the power which is generative of the whole of things, is infinite. For it cannot be comprehended by any other thing. But intelligible multitude is comprehensive of all intelligible multitude. For if indeed that which is primarily infinite was infinite according to quantity, it would be requisite to admit that the intelligible is infinite multitude of this kind. Since, however, the intelligible is infinite power, it is necessary that the participant of the primarily infinite should cause infinity to shine forth according to the power which is comprehensive of all prior natures. And if it be requisite to relate my own opinion, as that which is primarily one is primarily bound, so that which is primarily multitude is infinite multitude. For it receives the whole power of infinity, and producing all unities and all beings, as far as to the most individual natures it possesses never failing power. It is therefore more total than all multitude, and is an incomprehensible infinite. Hence, unfolding into light all multitude, it bounds and measures it by infinite power, and through wholeness introduces bound to all things. These things, therefore, may be assumed from Parmenides concerning the third intelligible triad. End of chapter 26. Chapters 27 and 28 of Book 3 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. Let us, in the next place, speak in common about all the intelligible triads. With respect to the first triad, therefore, which is occult, and is allotted the intelligible summit in intelligibles, Plato at one time, proceeding from the union which is in it, and its exempt transcendency with respect to the other triads, denominates it one, as in the Timaeus. For eternity, says he, abides in one. But reason evinces that this one is the first triad of intelligibles. But at another time, proceeding from the extremities which are in it, videre licet, that which is participated, and that which participates, he calls it the one being, considering the power which is comprehended in these as ineffable, in consequence of its subsisting uniformly and occultly. And at another time he unfolds the whole of it, according to the monads which are in it, bound, infinity, and that which is mixed. Bound, indeed, indicating its divine hyparxis, infinity, its generative power, and that which is mixed, the essence proceeding from this power. Plato, therefore, as I have said, teaches us through these names the first intelligible triad, at one time indeed through one name, but at another through two names, and at another again through three names, unfolding it to our view. For there is a triad in it, according to which the whole is characterized, and a duad, according to which the extremes communicate with each other, and a monad, which exhibits the ineffable, occult, and unical nature of the first through its own monads. But the second triad after this, Plato denominates in the Timaeus indeed eternity, but in the Parmenides the first wholeness. How these, however, are allotted the same peculiarity, we may learn by considering that everything eternal is indeed a whole. Videre licet, if it is perfectly eternal, and has the whole of its essence and energy at once present. For every intellect is a thing of this kind, perfectly establishing at once in itself the whole of intellectual perception. It likewise does not possess one part of being, but is deprived of another part, nor does it partially participate of energy, but it summarily comprehends the whole of being and the whole of intelligence. If, however, in its energies it proceeded according to time, but had an eternal essence, it would be allotted the whole of the latter, and this always stably the same, but would possess the former variably, so as to exert different energies at different times. Eternity, therefore, is everywhere the cause of wholeness to the natures to which it is primarily present, but whole also is everywhere comprehensive of perpetuity. For no whole abandons either its essence or its proper perfection, but that which is primarily corrupted and vitiated is a partial nature. For on this account also the whole world is perpetual, videre licet, because it is a whole, and this is likewise the case with all that the heavens contain, and with each of the elements. For everywhere wholeness is connective of subjects. Hence eternity is consubsistent with wholeness, and whole and eternity are the same. Each also is a measure, the one of things eternal and of all perpetual natures, but the other of parts and of all multitude. Since, however, there are three wholenesses, one indeed being prior to parts, another subsisting from parts, and another in a part, through the wholeness which is prior to parts, eternity measures those unities of divine natures which are exempt from beings. But through the wholeness which derives its subsistence from parts, it measures the unities that are coordinate with beings. And through the wholeness which is in a part, it measures all beings and whole essences. For these wholenesses, being parts of the divine unities, they possess partably what pre-exists unically in the unities. And, moreover, eternity is nothing else than the ever shining forth from the unity which is connected with being. But whole consists of two parts, videre licet, of the one, and being, power existing as the collector of the parts. According to both these conceptions, therefore, the duad pertaining to the middle intelligible triad unfolds the uniform and occult hypostasis of the first triad. Moreover, in the Timaeus, Plato calls the third triad of intelligibles, animal itself, intelligible, all perfect, and only begotten. But in the Parmenides he denominates it infinite multitude, and a wholeness comprehensive of many parts. And in the Sophista he perpetually calls it the intelligible distributed into many beings. All these assertions, therefore, are the progeny of one science, and tend to one intelligible truth. For when Timaeus calls this triad intelligible animal, he also asserts it to be all perfect and comprehensive of intelligible animals as its parts, both according to one and according to parts. Hence, animal itself is according to this a whole, comprehensive of intelligible animals as its parts. And Parmenides, when he shows that the one being is all perfect multitude, demonstrates that it is consubsistent with this order. For the infinite will be all powerful and all perfect, as we have before observed, comprehending in itself an intelligible multitude of parts, which also it generates, some of these being more total, but others more partial, and, as Timaeus says, both according to one and according to genera. Farther still, as he calls animal itself eternal and only begotten, so Parmenides first attributes the ever and to be generated to infinite multitude, when he says, quote, "And thus, according to the same reasoning, whatever part is generated will always possess these two parts. For the one will always contain being, and being the one, so that two things will necessarily always be generated, and no part will ever be one." Close quote. Who, therefore, so clearly reminds us of eternal animal and the primogenial triad as Parmenides, first assuming in this order generation and the ever, and so continually using each of these. The same thing, therefore, is both an all-perfect animal and all-powerful intelligible multitude. For the first infinity being power, and every intelligible subsisting according to it, and receiving from it a division into parts, I think it proper to call it all-powerful, thus avoiding the appellation of the infinite, which disturbs the multitude. That, however, which in these things is both difficult to understand, and for which Plato especially deserves to be admired, we must not omit, but demonstrate to the genuine lovers of truth. For intelligible animal comprehends four intelligible ideas, according to which it not only constitutes the genera of gods, but also the more excellent kind of beings after the gods, and also mortal animals themselves. For, generating, it extends the idea of air-wandering, the idea of aquatic, and the idea of terrestrial animals, from the gods as far as to mortal animals. Since animal itself, therefore, comprehends four ideas, and through the same paradigms produces totally divine, demoniacal, and mortal animals, this deservedly produces a doubt in those who love the contemplation of truth. How the causes being the same, and the same primary paradigms pre-existing, some of the natures which are constituted are gods, others demons, and others mortal animals. For, all these being generated with reference to one form, how is it possible they should not have the same form and nature, since it is requisite that one idea should everywhere be generative of things that have a similar form? For on this account we admit the hypothesis of ideas, in order that the intelligible genus of gods may possess and contain prior to multitude monads productive of similar natures. This doubt, therefore, being so difficult, some one may solve it logically by saying that all things which subsist according to one form are not synonymous, and that they do not similarly participate of their common cause, but some things primarily and others ultimately. For each form is the leader of a certain series, beginning supernally and subsiding as far as to the last of things. For according to the oracle, all things begin supernally to extend their admirable rays to the downward place. Hence, it will not be wonderful that the same idea should pre-exist as the cause of gods, demons, and mortal animals, producing all things totally, and delivering the more partial separation of things to the demiurgic order, in the same manner as this order delivers the production of individuals to the junior gods. For intelligibles are the causes of whole series, but intellectuals of divisions according to common genera. Supermundane forms are the causes of specific differences, but mundane of things which are now individuals. For they are causes which are moved, and are the leaders of mutation to their progeny. If, however, it be requisite to survey the thing itself by itself, and how one intelligible form is the cause of gods, and demons, and mortals, Parmenides alone is able to satisfy us about the parts which are contained in the intelligible multitude. For he characterizes some things according to being, but others according to the one. For the one being, indeed, is absorbed by the one, but being, which is one, is rather absorbed by being, and the one being, and being, which is one, contain in themselves each of the intelligible animals. According to the one being, therefore, Parmenides constitutes the divine genera, together with an appropriate peculiarity. But according to being, which is one, he constitutes the genera posterior to the gods, and according to the one being indeed of being, which is one, he constitutes the genera of demons, but according to being, which is one, the mortal genera. And again, according to the one being of the one being, he constitutes the first and highest genera of the gods, but according to the being which is one of it, the second genera, and which have an angelic order. And thus all things are full of gods, angels, demons, animals, and mortal natures. And you see how the medium is preserved of the more excellent genera. For being, which is one, is the angelic boundary of the one being which produces the gods, but the one being is the demoniacal summit of being which is one, and which adorns secondary natures. As to the unions, however, of secondary natures, it is not immanifest that they approximate to multitude and to the progression of the natures placed above them. Nor must you wonder if being which is one is the cause of angels, but the one being of demons. For in one place being which is one is a part of the one being, but in another the one being is a part of being which is one. And here indeed the union is essential, but there essence has the form of the one. For the summit of being which is one is a thing of this kind. Deservedly therefore is intelligible multitude all powerful, and intelligible animal all perfect, as being at once the cause of all things, and this as far as to the last of things, Plato all but exclaiming, in the words of the Chaldean oracle, quote, "Thence a fiery whirlwind sweeping along obscures the flower of fire, leaping at the same time into the cavities of the worlds." Close quote. For the divine unities, proceeding gradually, generate the multitude of all mundane natures. This triad, therefore, is the fountain and cause of all things, and from it all the life, and all the progression of the gods, and the genera superior to us, and of mortal animals subsist. For it produces totally and uniformly all things, and binds to itself the whole principles of the divisible rivers of vivification, and the production of forms. Chapter 28. Again, therefore, let us recur from the divided theory of intelligibles to the all-perfect and one science of them, and let us say to ourselves that this intelligible genus of the gods is unically exempt from all the other divine orders, and is neither called intelligible as known by a partial intellect, nor as comprehended by intelligence in conjunction with reason, nor yet as pre-existing in all perfect intellect. For it transcends both total and partial intelligibles, and exists prior to all intellectual objects, being an imparticipable and divine intelligible. Hence also it is allotted the same transcendency with respect to all the intelligible orders, as the one with respect to every genus of the gods. For this intelligible is imparticipable, and supernally fills the divine and intellectual orders. For if every intellect is intelligible to itself, it possesses this property through the intelligible gods. For plenitude is derived to all things from thence, and thus the intelligible is at the same time exempt from intellect, existing itself by itself, and at the same time the intelligible is not external to intellect. For there is an intelligible which is conjoined with intellect, the coordinate being derived from that which is exempt, the participated from that which is imparticipable, that which is inherent from that which is pre-existent, and that which is multiplied from that which is uniform. Intelligible simplicity, therefore, must not be defined to be such as that which we are accustomed to assert of intelligibles. For in these, the one becomes equal to multitude, and separation to the uniform sameness of essence. But intelligible simplicity is uniform, without separation and occult, excelling every divisible form of life, and intellectual multitude. Hence, I do not place intelligible simplicity in the order of idea, for this form is partial, and is subordinate to intelligible union. But I consider it as the hyparxis of divine natures, and as generative of the whole of the good which is distributed to all divine natures, and in which the gods themselves subsist. For the goodness of the gods is neither form nor habit, but the plenitude of divine self-sufficiency and divine power, according to which the gods fill all things with good. In a much greater degree, therefore, are the intelligible gods, because they are united to the good, wholly full of superessential goodness, and being established in this, they contain in it the supreme hyparxis of themselves. Very properly, therefore, do we say that the intelligible gods unfold the ineffable principle of all things, and his admirable transcendency and union, subsisting themselves indeed occultly, but comprehending multitude uniformly and unically, reigning over the whole of things exemptly, and being uncoordinated with all the other gods. For as the good illuminates all things with superessential light, and exhibits the gods, who are the fathers of all things, so likewise the intelligible genus of gods, according to a similitude to the good, imparts from itself to all the secondary gods intelligible plenitude. Hence, according to each distribution of the gods, there is an appropriate intelligible multitude, just as a monad analogous to the good exists prior to each of the divine orders. And this monad indeed is the pre-existent leader of union to secondary natures. But intelligible multitude is the pre-existent source of beauty, self-sufficiency, power, essence, and all intelligible goods. For the gods antecedently and intelligibly comprehend all intellectual natures, and contain in themselves all things according to supreme union. End of chapter 28, and end of book 3. Chapters 1 to 3 of book 4 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. Let the discussion, therefore, of the intelligible gods, unfolding the mystic doctrine of Plato concerning them, be here terminated by us. But it entirely follows in the next place that we should consider after the same manner the narration concerning the intellectual gods. Since, however, of intellectuals some are both intelligible and intellectual, videre licet, such as, according to the oracle, perceiving intellectually, are at the same time intellectually perceived, but others are intellectual only. This being the case, beginning from those that are intellectual and at the same time intelligible, we will in the first place determine what pertains to them in common, from which we shall render the doctrine concerning each order of them more perspicuous. Again, therefore, let us recall to our memory those things which we a little before demonstrated, videre licet, that there are three total monads which are entirely beyond the gods, that are divided according to parts, videre licet, essence, life, and intellect, and these, prior to the partial participate of the superessential unities. Essence, however, is exempt from the rest. Life is allotted the middle order, but intellect converts the end of this triad to the beginning, and all these are indeed intelligibly in essence, but intelligibly and intellectually in life, and intellectually in intellect. And as secondary natures always participate of the natures placed above them, but these prior to participation presubsist themselves by themselves, and as in each order there are these three things, the cause of abiding, the cause of proceeding, and the cause of conversion, though intellect is more formalized according to conversion, but life according to progression, and essence according to permanency. This being the case, it is certainly necessary that the first intellectual gods, being essentialized according to life, should conjoin imparticipable intellect, and the intelligible genus of gods, and that they should uniformly connect the various progressions of secondary, but unfold and expand the stable hyparxis of precedaneous causes. For imparticipable life is a thing of this kind, circumscribing that which is primarily being and intellect, and participating indeed of being, but participated by intellect. But this is the same thing as to assert that intelligence is filled indeed from the intelligible, but fills intellect from itself. For being is the intelligible, but life is intelligence, and being indeed is characterized according to a divine hyparxis, but life according to power, and intellect according to intelligible intellect. For as being is to hyparxis, so is intellect to being, and as intelligible power is to each of the extremes, so is life to the intelligible and to intellect. And as power is generated from the one and hyparxis, but constitutes in conjunction with the one the nature of being, so life proceeds indeed from being, and gives subsistence to a power different from that which is in being. As also the one itself, which exists prior to being, imparts to being from itself a second unity, so likewise life, being allotted an hypostasis prior to intellect, generates intellectual life. For true being and the intelligible, which precede the rest, supply both life and intellect with union. Imparticipable life, therefore, but which participates of the intelligible monads, is the second after being, is generative of imparticipable intellect, and giving completion to this medium, and containing the bond of intelligibles and intellectuals, is illuminated by gods, who are allotted a union secondary to the occult subsistence of intelligibles, but preceding, according to cause, the separation of intellectual natures. For the unical, indivisible, simple and primary nature of intelligibles subsides through the medium of these gods into multitude and separation, and the inexplicable evolution of the divine orders. Whence also, I think, the gods who connectedly contain life which is infinite, being the middle of the intelligible and intellectual gods, and carried in the divisions of themselves as in a vehicle, are called intelligible, and at the same time intellectual, being filled indeed from the first intelligibles, but filling the intellectual gods. For we call the intelligible gods intelligible, not as coordinate with intellect. For the intelligible which is in intellect is one thing, and that which produces the intellectual gods another. And we denominate the gods that subsist according to life intelligible, and at the same time intellectual, not as giving completion to intellect, nor as being established according to intellectual intelligence, and imparting to intellect the power of intellectual perception, but to the intelligible the power of being intellectually perceived. But we give them this appellation, as deriving their subsistence from the intelligible monads, but generating all the intellectual hebdomads. And because they are illuminated indeed with intelligible life, but subsist prior to intellectuals, according to a generative cause, we think fit to denominate them in common, connecting their names from the extremes, in the same manner as they also are allotted a peculiarity collective of wholes in the divine orders. It is evident, therefore, that they subsist according to this medium, and that they are proximate to the intelligible Gods, who are both monadic and triadic. For the intelligible triads, with reference indeed to the highest union, and which is exempt from all things, are triads. But with reference to the divided essence of triads, they are monads, unfolding into light from themselves total triads. Since intelligibles, therefore, in their triadic progression, do not depart from a unical hyparxis, the intelligible and at the same time intellectual Gods subsist triadically, exhibiting in themselves the separation of the monads, and through divine difference, proceeding into multitude, and a variety of powers and essences. For the natures which subsist more remote from the one principle of all things, are more multiplied than the natures which are prior to them, and are diminished indeed in powers, and the comprehensions of secondary natures, but are divided into more numbers, and such as are more distant from the monad. They likewise relinquish the union which is the cause of primarily efficient natures, and variety is assumed by them in exchange for the occult hyparxis of those primary essences. According to this reasoning, therefore, the intelligible and intellectual separation is greater than the separation which is only intelligible. And of these again, the partial orders are allotted a much greater division, so as to unfold to us a multitude of Gods, which cannot be comprehended in the numbers within the decad. Their peculiarities also are indescribable and inexplicable by our conceptions, and are manifest only to the Gods themselves, and to the causes of them. Such, therefore, are the intelligible and intellectual Gods, and such is the peculiarity which they are allotted, a peculiarity connective of extremes, and which unfolds into light precedaneous, but converts secondary natures. For they intellectually perceive the Gods prior to them, but are objects of intellection to the Gods posterior to them. Hence also Timaeus establishes all perfect animal to be the most beautiful of intelligibles, because there are intelligibles posterior to it, which it surpasses in beauty, as being superior to them, and because it is the boundary of the first intelligibles, the natures posterior to it subsisting intellectually. According to this reasoning, therefore, the first intellectual Gods are also intelligible, and we do not, deriving these things from a foreign source, ascribe them to Plato, but they are asserted by us in consequence of receiving auxiliaries from him. This, however, will be more manifest through what follows. Chapter 2. In the next place, therefore, we shall discuss the manner in which the Gods, who illuminate the breadth of imparticipable life, proceed from the intelligible Gods. Since then the intelligible Gods establish in themselves uniformly things multiplied, occultly such as are divided, and according to a certain admirable transcendency of simplicity, the various genera of beings. Hence, the first intellectual Gods, unfolding their indistinct union, and the unknown nature of their hypostasis, and being filled through intelligible power and essential life with the prolific abundance of wholes, are allotted a kingdom which ranks as the second after them. And they always indeed produce, perfect, and connect themselves, but receive from the intelligible Gods an occult generation, from intelligible power indeed, receiving a peculiarity generative of all things, but from intelligible life which pre-exists according to cause in the intelligible, receiving the nature which is spread under them. For life is primarily indeed in intelligibles, but secondarily in intelligibles and intellectuals, and in a third degree in intellectuals, existing indeed according to cause in the first, but according to essence in the second, and according to participation in the last of these. The first intellectual, therefore, proceed from the intelligible Gods, multiplying indeed their union, and their unical powers, unfolding their occult hyparxis, and through prolific, connective, and perfective causes, assimilating themselves to the essential entire and all perfect transcendencies of intelligibles. For in intelligibles there were three primarily effective powers, one indeed constituting the essence of wholes, another measuring things which are multiplied, and another being productive of the forms of all generated natures. And conformably to these, the intelligible and intellectual powers subsist, one indeed by its very essence producing the life of secondary natures, according to a certain intelligible comprehension, but another being connective of everything which is divided, and imparting by illumination the intelligible measure to those natures that relinquish the one union of all things, and another supplying all things with figure and form and perfection. The intelligible and intellectual orders of the Gods, therefore, are generated according to all the intelligible causes. From power, indeed, being allotted the peculiarity of progression, but from life receiving the portion of being which is suspended from them. For life is conjoined with power, since life is of itself infinite, all motion having infinity consubsistent with its nature, and the power of infinity is generative of the whole of things. But from the triadic hypostasis of intelligibles they receive a distribution into first, middle, and last. For it is necessary that all things should be detained by a triadic progression, and that this should be the case prior to all other things with the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual genera of Gods. For because they subsist as the middle of wholes, and to give completion to the bond of the first orders, according to their summit indeed, they are assimilated to intelligibles, but according to their extremity to intellectuals. And they are partly indeed intelligible, and partly intellectual. For everywhere the progressions of the divine genera are effected through continued similitude, and the first of subordinate are united to the ends of pre-existent causes. As however the first and the last in the middle of wholes are both intelligible and intellectual, it is necessary there should be a connective medium of these, according to which medium the peculiarity of these Gods is principally apparent. For that which is intelligible and at the same time intellectual in one part indeed is more abundant than, but in another equally communicates with both these. From these things, therefore, the continuity of the progression of the divine orders appears to be admirable. For the extremity of intelligibles indeed was intellectual, yet as in intelligibles, but the summit of intelligibles and at the same time intellectuals is intelligible indeed, yet it possesses this peculiarity vitally. And again, the end of intelligibles and at the same time intellectuals is intellectual, but it is vitally so. But the beginning of intellectuals is intelligible, and presides over the intellectual Gods, yet it has the intelligible intellectually. And thus all the divine genera are allotted an indissoluble connection and communion, an admirable friendship, and well-ordered diminution, and a transcendency, partly coordinate and partly exempt. That which proceeds too is always in continuity with its producing cause, and secondary natures together with a firm establishment in their causes make a progression from them. There is likewise one series and alliance of all things, secondary natures always subsisting from those prior to them through similitude. After what manner, therefore, the intelligible and at the same time intellectual gods unfold themselves into light from the intelligible gods, may through these things be recollected. Chapter 3. In the next place, let us show how they are divided in their progressions, and what difference the triads of these gods are allotted with respect to the intelligible triads. These gods, therefore, are also divided triply after the above-mentioned manner, being conjoined indeed to the intelligible through their summit, but to the intellectual through their end, and through the middle bond of the extremes, being allotted the peculiarity of each equally, and extending to both the intelligible and intellectual genera of gods, as the centre of these twofold orders, uniformly containing the communion of wholes. They are likewise divided triply, because in these all things, videre licet, essence, life, and intellect are vitally, in the same manner as they are intelligibly in the gods prior to them, and intellectually in the gods that derive their subsistence from these. And essence indeed is the intelligible of life, but life is the middle, and at the same time the peculiarity of this order, and intellect is the extremity, and that which is proximately carried in intellectuals as in a vehicle. All things therefore subsisting in these gods, there will be a division of them into first, middle, and last genera. And in the third place, they are divided triply, because it is necessary that life should abide, proceed, and be converted to its principles, since of beings, the first triad was said to establish all things, and prior to other things the second triad. Eternity therefore abides stably in the first triad, but the triad posterior to this is the supplier to wholes, and therefore to all things, of progression, motion, and life according to energy, and the third triad is the supplier of conversion to the One, and of perfection which convolves all secondary natures to their principles. Hence it is necessary that the intelligible and at the same time intellectual gods should primarily participate of these three powers, and should abide indeed in the summit of themselves, but proceeding from thence and extending themselves to all things, should again be converted to the intelligible place of survey, and conjoin to the beginning of their generation the end of their whole progression. The intelligible and at the same time intellectual gods therefore are, as I have said, triply divided, and essence indeed is that which ranks as first in them, but life is the middle, and intellect the extremity of them. Since, however, each of these three is perfect and participates of the intelligible monads, I mean of the essence which is there, of intelligible life, and of intelligible intellect, they are tripled according to the participation of primarily efficient causes. And the intelligible of life indeed possesses essence, intellect, and life intelligibly, but the intelligible and intellectual of it possesses essence, life, and intellect intelligibly, and at the same time intellectually. And the intellectual of it possesses these intellectually and intelligibly. And everywhere indeed there is a triad in each of the sections, but in conjunction with an appropriate peculiarity. Hence, three intelligible and at the same time intellectual triads present themselves to our view, which are indeed illuminated by the divine unities, but each of them contains an all various multitude. For since in intelligibles there was an all-powerful and all-perfect multitude, how is it possible that this multitude should not in a much greater degree be evolved and multiplied in the gods secondary to the intelligible order, according to the prolific cause of them? Each triad therefore comprehends in itself a multitude of powers, and a variety of forms, producing intelligible multitude into energy, and unfolding into light the generative infinity of intelligibles. And we indeed, being impelled from the participants, discover the peculiarity of the participated superessential Gods. But according to the order of things, the intelligible and intellectual monads generate about themselves essences, and all lives, and the intellectual genera. And through these, they unfold the unknown transcendency of themselves, preserving by itself the pre-existent cause of the whole of things. There are, however, as we have said, three intelligible triads, and there are also three triads posterior to these, which appear to be tripled from them according to their prolific perfection. But it is necessary that the peculiarity of the intelligible, and also of the intelligible and at the same time intellectual triad, should be defined according to another mode. For in the intelligible order indeed, each triad had only the third part of being, for it consisted of bound and infinity, and from both these. But this was essence indeed in the first triad, intelligible life in the second, and intelligible intellect in the third. The natures, however, prior to these were unities and superessential powers, which give completion to the whole triads. But in the intelligible and at the same time intellectual order, each triad has essence, life, and intellect, one indeed intelligibly, and at the same time intellectually, but more intelligibly so far as it is in continuity with the first intelligibles, but another intellectually and intelligibly, but more intellectually, because it is proximately carried in intellectuals, and another according to an equal part, as it comprehends in itself both the peculiarities. Hence the first triad, that we may speak of each, was in intelligibles, bound, infinity, and essence, for essence was that which was primarily mixed. But here the first triad is essence, life, and intellect, with appropriate unities, for essence is suspended from the first deity of this triad, life from the second, and intellect from the third, and these three superessential monads unfold the monads of the first triad. But again, the second triad after this was in the intelligible order a superessential unity, power, and intelligible and occult life. Here, however, essence, life, and intellect are all vital, and are suspended from the Gods who contain the one bond of the whole of this order. For as the first unities were allotted a power unific of the middle genera, so the second unities after them exhibit the connective peculiarity of primarily efficient causes. After these, therefore, succeeds the third triad, which in the intelligible order indeed was unity, power, and intelligible intellect. But here it consists of three superessential Gods, who close the termination of the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual Gods, and begird all things intellectually, I mean essence, life, and intellect. They are likewise the suppliers of divine perfection, imitating the all-perfect intelligible triad, just as the connectedly containing Gods imitate the intelligible measure, and the Gods prior to these the generative cause of intelligibles. The three intelligible, therefore, and at the same time intellectual triads are thus generated, and are allotted such a difference as this with respect to the intelligible triads. End of chapter 3. Chapters 4 to 9 of Book 4 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Again, however, returning to Plato, let us accord with him and exhibit the science which pre-exists with him concerning each of these triads. And, in the first place, let us assume what is written in the Phaedrus, and survey from the words themselves of Socrates how he unfolds to us the whole of the orderly distinction of these triads, and the differences which it contains. In the Phaedrus, therefore, there are said to be 12 leaders who preside over the whole of mundane concerns, and who conduct all the mundane gods, and all the herds of demons, and convert them to the intelligible nature. It is also said that Jupiter is the leader of all these 12 gods, that he drives a winged chariot, adorns and takes care of all things, and brings all the army of gods that follow him, first indeed to the place of survey within the heaven, and to the blessed spectacles, and discursive energies of the intelligibles which are there. But in the next place Jupiter brings them to the sub-celestial arch, which proximately begirds the heaven, and is contained in it, and after this to the heaven itself, and the back of heaven, where also divine souls stand, and being borne along together with the heaven, survey all the essence that is beyond it. Socrates further adds that prior to the heaven there is what is called the supercelestial place, in which true and real essence, the plane of truth, the kingdom of Adrastia, and the divine choir of virtue subsist, and that souls, being nourished through the intellection of these monads, are happily affected, following in their contemplation the circulation of the heaven. These things, therefore, are asserted in the Phaedrus, Socrates being clearly inspired by divinity, and discussing mystic concerns. It is necessary, however, prior to other things, to consider what the heaven is of which Socrates speaks, and in what order of beings it is established. For having discovered this, we may also survey the subcelestial arch, and the supercelestial place, for each of these is assumed according to habitude towards the heaven, the one indeed being primarily placed above it, but the other being primarily arranged under it. Chapter 5. What therefore is the heaven to which Jupiter leads the gods? For if we should say that it is the sensible heaven, as certain other persons say it is, it will be necessary that the more excellent genera should be converted to things naturally subordinate to themselves. For if Jupiter, the mighty leader in the heaven, proceeds to this sensible heaven, and leads to it all the gods that follow him, he will have a conversion to things subordinate and posterior to himself. And together with Jupiter, this will also be the case with all the leaders, and the gods and demons suspended from these. Though the same Socrates in the Phaedrus says that even a partial soul, when perfected, is conversant with sublime concerns, and governs the whole world. How is it possible, therefore, that the leaders of whole souls should be converted to the sensible heaven, and exchange the intelligible place of survey for an inferior allotment, when, through these souls, they preside over the universe, in order that they may illuminate mundane natures with a liberated and unrestrained power? In addition to these things also, what are the blessed intellections of the gods within this sensible heaven? And what are the evolutions of all the knowledge of sensibles? For in short, the gods know sensibles, not by a conversion to them, but by containing in themselves the causes of them. Hence, intellectually perceiving themselves, they know sensibles causally, and rule over them, not by looking to them and verging to the subjects of their government, but by converting through love inferior natures to themselves. Neither, therefore, is it lawful for the gods who adorn the whole of heaven, and think it worthy their providential care, to be ever situated under the circulation of this heaven. Nor is there any blessedness in the contemplation of the things which exist under it. Nor are the souls that are converted to this contemplation among the number of those that are happy, and that follow the gods, but they rank among those that exchange intelligible for doxastic nutriment, such as Socrates says the souls are that are lame, that have broken their wings, and are in a merged condition. Since, therefore, passions of this kind belong to partial souls, and these not such as are happy, how can we refer a conversion to the sensible heaven to the ruling and leading gods? Farther still, Socrates says that souls standing on the back of the heaven are carried round by the circumvolution itself of the heaven. But Timaeus and the Athenian guest say that souls lead everything in the heavens by their own motions, externally cover bodies with their motions, and, living their own life through the whole of time, impart to bodies secondarily efficient powers of motion. How, therefore, do these things accord with those who make this heaven to be sensible? For souls do not contemplate and dance round intelligibles through the circulation of the heavens, but through the unapparent convolution of souls, bodies revolve in a circle, and about these perform their circulations. If, therefore, any one should say that the sensible heaven circumvolves souls, and that it is divided according to the back, the profundity, and the subcelestial arch, many absurdities must necessarily be admitted. But if some one should say that the heaven is intelligible, to which Jupiter is the leader, but all the gods, and together with these demons, follow him, he will unfold the divinely inspired narrations of Plato consentaneously to the nature of things, and will follow the most celebrated of his interpreters. For Plotinus and Iamblichus are of opinion that this heaven is a certain intelligible, and prior to these, Plato himself in the Cratylus, following the Orphic Theogonies, calls the father indeed of Jupiter Saturn, but of Saturn heaven, and he evinces that Jupiter is the demiurgus of the whole of things through the names by which he is called, investigating for this purpose the truth concerning them. But he shows that Saturn is connective of a divine intellect, and that heaven is the intelligence or intellectual perception of the first intelligibles. For sight, says he, looking to the things above is heaven. Hence heaven subsists prior to every divine intellect, with which the mighty Saturn is replete. But it intellectually perceives the things above, and such as are beyond the celestial order. The mighty heaven, therefore, is allotted a kingdom which is between the intelligible and intellectual orders. For the circulation mentioned in the Phaedrus is intelligence, through which all the gods and souls obtain the contemplation of intelligibles. But intelligence is a medium between intellect and the intelligible. It must be said, therefore, that the whole of heaven is established according to this medium, and that it contains the one bond of the divine orders, being the father indeed of the intellectual genus, but being generated from the kings prior to it, which also it is said to see. But on one side of it the supercelestial place, and on the other the subcelestial arch, must be arranged. Chapter 6. Again, therefore, if indeed the supercelestial place is the imparticipable and occult genus of the intelligible gods, how can we establish so great a divine multitude there, and this accompanied with separation, videre licet, truth, science, justice, temperance, the meadow, and adrastia. For neither do the fountains of the virtues, nor the separation and variety of forms, pertain to the intelligible gods. For the first and most unical of forms extend the demiurgic intellect of wholes to the intelligible paradigm, and the comprehension of forms which is there. But Socrates in the Phaedrus says that a partial intellect contemplates the supercelestial place. For this intellect is the governor of the soul, as it is well said by the philosophers prior to us. If therefore it be necessary from this analogy to investigate the difference of intelligibles, as the demiurgic intellect indeed is imparticipable, but a partial intellect is participable, so with respect to the intelligible, one indeed, which is the first paradigm of the demiurgus, pertains to the first intelligibles, but another, which is the first paradigm of a partial intellect, pertains to the second intelligibles, which are indeed intelligibles, but are allotted an intelligible transcendency, as subsisting at the summit of intellectuals. But if the supercelestial place is beyond the celestial circulation, but is inferior to those intelligible triads, because it is more expanded, for it is the plane of truth, and is not unknown, is divided according to a multitude of forms, and possesses a variety of powers, and the meadow which is there nourishes souls, and is visible to them, the first intelligibles illuminating souls with ineffable union, but not being known by them through intelligence. If this be the case, it is certainly necessary that the supercelestial place should subsist between the intelligible nature and the celestial circulation. If Plato himself also admits that essence which truly is, exists in this place, how is it possible that he should not also admit it to be intelligible, and to participate of the first intelligibles? For because indeed it is essence, it is intelligible, but because it truly is, it participates of being. Moreover, possessing in itself a multitude of intelligibles, it will not be arranged according to the first triad. For the one being is there, and not the multitude of beings, but possessing a various life, which the meadow indicates, it is subordinate to the second triad. For intelligible life is one and without separation, and again, since it shines forth to the view with divided forms, all various orders, and prolific powers, it falls short of the all-perfect triad in intelligibles. If therefore it is the second to these in dignity and power, but is established above the celestial order, it is intelligible indeed, but is the summit of the intellectual gods. On this account also, nutriment is derived to souls from thence. For the intelligible is nutriment, since the first intelligibles also, videre licet, the beautiful, the wise, and the good, are said to nourish souls. For by these, says Socrates, the wing of the soul is nourished, but by the contraries to these it is corrupted and destroyed. These things, however, are indeed effected by the first intelligibles exemptly, and through union and silence. But the supercelestial place is said to nourish through intelligence and energy, and to fill the happy choir of souls with intelligible light, and the prolific rivers of life. Chapter 7. After the supercelestial place, however, and the heaven itself, is the subcelestial arch, which it is obvious to every one ought to be arranged under the heaven and not in the heaven. For it is not called by Plato the celestial, but the sub-celestial arch. That it is also proximately situated under the celestial circulation is evident from what is written concerning it. But if it be necessary to make the sub-celestial arch, being such, the same with the summit of intellectuals, and not with the end of the intelligible and intellectual gods, it will be now necessary to contemplate what remains. For the summit of intellectuals separates itself from the kingdom of the heaven, but the sub-celestial arch is on all sides comprehended by it. And the former indeed constitutes the whole of intellect, intellectual multitude, and, as Socrates says, the blessed discursive energies of the gods. But the latter only bounds the celestial series, and supplies the gods with the means of ascending to the heaven. For when the gods are elevated to the banquet and the delicious food, and are filled with intelligible goods, then they proceed ascending to the sub-celestial arch, and through it are raised to the celestial circulation. Hence, if you say that the sub-celestial arch is perfective of the gods, and converts them to the whole of the heaven, and the super-celestial place, you will not wander from the meaning of Plato. For the gods are indeed nourished by the intelligible, by the meadow, and by the divine forms, which the place above the heaven comprehends. But they are filled with this nutriment through the sub-celestial arch. For through this they also participate of the celestial circulation. Hence they are converted indeed through the sub-celestial arch, but they receive a vigorous intellectual perception from the celestial order, and they are filled with intelligible goods from the super-celestial place. It is evident, therefore, that the super-celestial place is allotted an intelligible summit, but the circulation of the heaven, the middle breadth, and the arch, the intelligible extremity. For all things are in it, and intellect indeed is convertive, but the intelligible is the object of desire. But divine intelligence gives completion to the middle, perfecting indeed the conversions of divine natures, and binding them to such as are first, but unfolding the tendencies to intelligibles, and filling secondary natures with precedaneous goods. I think, however, that through these things we have sufficiently reminded the reader of the order of these three. Chapter 8. Perhaps, however, someone may ask us why we here characterize the whole progression of the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual gods, according to the middle, and why we call one of the extremes super-celestial, but the other sub-celestial, from their habitude to the middle, indicating the exempt transcendency of the one, but the proximate and connected diminution of the other. Perhaps, therefore, we may concisely answer such a one, that this whole genus of the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual gods, binds together both the extremes, being to the one the cause of conversion, but to the other of becoming unfolded into light, and being present with secondary natures. As therefore we denominate all the intelligible gods paternal and unical, characterizing them from the summit, and as we say that they are the boundaries of the whole of things, videlicet those that are effective of essence, those that are the causes of perpetuity, and those that are the sources of the production of forms. After the same manner, we unfold these middle gods as the leaders of all bonds, from the middle which is in them. For the whole of this middle order is vivific, connective, and perfective. But the summit of it, indeed, unfolds the impressions of intelligibles, and their ineffable union. The termination of it converts intellectuals, and conjoins them to intelligibles, and the middle collects into and fixes in itself, as in a centre, the whole genera of the gods. For to the extremes also, through reference to the middle, we attribute the habitude of transcendency and diminution, calling the one above, but the other under the middle. Chapter 9. Through these things, therefore, we may concisely answer him, as I have said, who doubts concerning these names. Here, however, it is fit that we should admire the divine science of Plato, because he has narrated the mode of the ascent of the whole of things to the intelligible, conformably to the highest of initiators. For, in the first place, he elevates souls and the gods themselves to the fountains, through the liberated leaders. For the blessed and most abundant spectacles and discursive energies are particularly in these fountains, in which also theurgists place all their hope of salvation. They are therefore blessed through the unpolluted monads, but they are most abundant through the cause of divine difference, and they are spectacles and discursive energies through the intellectual and paternal powers. But in the second place, Plato elevates souls and gods from the fountains, and through the fountains to the leaders of perfection. For after many and divided intellections, the good of the perfective gods shines forth, being supernally expanded from the intellectual gods themselves, and illuminating us, and prior to our souls, whole souls, and prior to these, the gods themselves. But from the perfective gods, Plato elevates souls and gods to the divinities, who are connective of all the intellectual orders. For the perfective gods are suspended from these divinities, subsist together with them, and are comprehended by them. Such also is the communion and union of these gods, that some of the most celebrated interpreters of Plato have supposed that there is an all-perfect and indivisible sameness among them, in consequence of not being able to apprehend by a reasoning process the separation which is in them. For here also it may appear to some one that Plato calls the extremity of the celestial circulation the arch. This, however, is not the case, for he does not denominate the arch celestial, but subcelestial. As therefore the supercelestial is essentially exempt from the heaven, thus also the subcelestial is inferior to the kingdom of the heaven. For the former indeed is indicative of transcendency, but the latter of a proximately arranged diminution. After this circulation, however, which is connective of the whole of things, Plato elevates souls and the gods to the supercelestial place, and the intelligible union of intellectuals, where also the gods abiding are nourished, are in a happy condition, and are filled with ineffable and unical goods. For with theurgists also, the ascent to the ineffable and intelligible powers, which are the summits of all intellectuals, is through the connective gods. In what manner, however, the gods are here conjoined to the first intelligibles, Plato no longer unfolds through words. for the contact with them is ineffable, and through ineffables, as he also teaches in what he says about them in the Phaedrus. And through this order, the mystic union with the intelligible and first producing causes is effected. With us, therefore, there is also the same mode of conjunction, and through this, the mode of theurgic assent is more credible. For as wholes ascend to exempt principles, through the natures proximately placed above them, thus also parts, imitating the ascent of wholes, are conjoined through middle steps of ascent, with the most simple and ineffable causes. For what Plato has delivered in this dialogue concerning whole souls, he afterwards unfolds concerning ours. And in the first place indeed, he conjoins them with the liberated gods. Afterwards, through these he elevates them to the perfective gods. Afterwards, through these, to the connective gods. And in a similar manner, as far as to the intelligible gods. Socrates, therefore, narrating the mode of ascent to intelligible beauty, and how following the gods, prior to bodies and generation, we were partakers of that blessed spectacle, says, quote, "For it was then lawful to see splendid beauty, when we obtained together with that happy choir this blessed vision and spectacle, we indeed following Jupiter, but others in conjunction with some other god, perceiving and being initiated in those mysteries, which it is lawful to call the most blessed of mysteries." Close quote. How then were we once conjoined with intelligible beauty? Through being initiated, says he, in the most blessed of mysteries. What else, therefore, does this assert than that we were conjoined with the perfective leaders, and were initiated by them in order to our being replenished with beauty? Of what goods, therefore, is the initiation the procurer? Quote, "Which orgies," close quote, says he, quote, "were celebrated by us, when we were entire and impassive, and were initiated in, and became spectators of entire, simple, and quietly stable visions." Close quote. The entire, therefore, is derived to souls from the celestial circulation, for this contains and is connective of all the divine genera, and also of our souls. Everything, however, which in the whole contains parts, comprehends also that which is divided, and collects that which is various into union and simplicity. But the entire, quietly stable and simple visions are unfolded to souls supernally from the supercelestial place, through the connectedly containing gods. For the mystic impressions of intelligibles shine forth in that place, and also the unknown and ineffable beauty of characters. For moesis and epopteia are symbols of ineffable silence, and of union with mystic natures through intelligible visions. And that which is the most admirable of all is this, that as theurgists order the whole body to be buried except the head in the most mystic of initiations, Plato also has anticipated this, being moved by the gods themselves. Quote, "For being pure," close quote, says he, quote, "and liberated from this surrounding vestment, which we now denominate body, we obtained this most blessed moesis and epopteia, being full of intelligible light." Close quote. For the pure splendor which he mentions symbolically unfolds to us intelligible light. Hence, when we are situated in the intelligible, we shall have a life perfectly liberated from the body, but elevating the head of the charioteer to the place beyond the heaven, we shall be filled with the mysteries which are there, and with intelligible silence. It also appears to me that Plato sufficiently unfolds the three elevating causes, love, truth, and faith, to those who do not negligently read what he has written. For what besides love conjoins with beauty? Where is the plane of truth except in this place? And what else than faith is the cause of this ineffable muesis? For muesis, in short, is neither through intelligence nor judgment, but through the unical silence imparted by faith, which is better than every Gnostic energy, and which establishes both whole souls and ours in the ineffable and unknown nature of the gods. These things, however, have proceeded to this length from my sympathy about such like concerns. End of chapter 9. Chapters 10 to 14 of Book 4 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. But again, returning to the proposed theology, let us unfold the conceptions which Plato indicates to us concerning each order of the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual gods. The supercelestial place, therefore, is intelligible. Hence also Plato says that it is essence which truly is, and that it is visible to the intellect of the soul. It is likewise the one comprehension and union of the intellectual gods. For it is not intelligible after such a manner as animal itself, nor as the first eternity, nor as that which is itself primarily the one being. For as these are primarily intelligibles, they are exempt from all other intelligibles, and presubsist by themselves. But the supercelestial place is proximately established above the celestial circulation, and of this is the intelligible, yet it is not simply intelligible. And that we assert these things rightly, Socrates also testifies, imparting the intellection of this intelligible to souls likewise through the heaven. For in this period, according to which they are carried round together with the circulation of the heaven, they behold indeed justice, they behold temperance, and they also behold science, and each of the beings which have a true and real existence, so that if the supercelestial place is intelligible and real being, yet it is intelligible as being above the heaven. The first intelligibles, however, are intelligible according to their own essence, and according to the exempt and first efficient cause of all intellectual natures. For the mighty Saturn, likewise, though he is an intellectual god, and the fullness of intellect, is intelligible, as with reference to the Demiurgus, for he is the summit of the intellectual triad. Thus, therefore, the place also, which is above the heaven, is allotted an intelligible transcendency with respect to the celestial circulation, and is intelligible as in the first intellectuals. Hence also it subsists analogous to the first triad of intelligibles. That triad, however, was simply intelligible, for the intelligible which is in intelligibles at once exists prior to all second and third intelligibles. But the supercelestial place is not simply intelligible, for it is the summit of intellectuals, and not of intelligibles. Hence Plato calls the first triad of intelligibles the one being, but he denominates the supercelestial place truly existing essence. For the former indeed antecedes all beings in an admirable simplicity, and in the occult unity of being. For that being is the intelligible itself, and is not in one respect intelligible, but in another intellectual. Nor is it that which is passive to, videre licet, participates of, being. But it is the seat and the most ancient monad of being. This order, however, videre licet, the supercelestial place, falls short of the union of that triad, and participates of being, but is not simply being. Hence also Plato calls it essence, and essence which truly is, as receiving this intelligible and essential according to the essence of that which is primarily being. And the first triad indeed of intelligibles was paternal, for it subsists according to divine union and bound, and is the occult and highest boundary of all intelligibles. But the supercelestial place is maternal, subsisting according to infinity, and the power of infinity. For this order is feminine and prolific, and produces all things by intelligible powers. Hence also Plato calls it a place, as being the receptacle of the paternal causes, and bringing forth and producing the generative powers of the gods into the hypostasis of secondary natures. For, having denominated matter also a place, he calls it the mother and nurse of the reasons, i.e., of the productive principles, which proceed into it, from being and the paternal cause. According to this analogy, therefore, Plato thus denominates the supercelestial place as feminine, and as being the cause of those things maternally, of which the intelligible father is the cause paternally. Matter, however, receives forms alone, but the mother and nurse of the gods not only receives, but also constitutes and generates secondary natures together with the father. Nor does this generative deity produce from herself into an external place her progeny, and separate them from her own comprehension, in the same manner as the natures which generate here deliver their offspring into light external to themselves. But she generates, comprehends, and establishes all things in herself. Hence also she is the place of them, as being a seat which on all sides contains them, and as by her prolific and primarily efficient powers, preoccupying and containing in herself all the progressions, multitude, and variety of secondary natures. For all beings subsist in the gods, and are comprehended and saved by them. For where can they recede from the gods, and from the comprehension which is in them? And how, if they depart from them, can they remain even for the smallest portion of time? In a particular manner, however, the powers which are generative of divine natures are said to comprehend their progeny, so far as they are the proximate causes of them, and constitute their essence with a more abundant division, and a more particular providence. For paternal causes produce secondary natures uniformly, exemptly, and without coordination, and comprehend, but unically, their own progeny. And in simplicity indeed, they preoccupy the variety of them, but in union their multitude. It is evident, therefore, from what has been said, that the supercelestial place is intelligible, and after what manner it is intelligible. In addition to these things also, it is evident how it is feminine. For place is adapted to the generative gods through the above mentioned causes. and the meadow is the fountain of a vivific nature, as will be shortly demonstrated. Socrates likewise assumes all the divine natures that are in this place to be of this kind, viz. To be of the feminine genus, I mean science herself, justice herself, temperance herself, truth herself, and adrastia, which may especially be considered as a certain indication that Plato particularly attributes the feminine to this order, and not only other theologists. Chapter 11. What therefore is the cause through which Plato, in the first place, celebrates this deity negatively, analogous to the One? And what are the negations? For he denominates it without color, without figure, and without contact, and he takes away from it these three hyparxes: color, figure, and contact. I say, therefore, that this order, being the summit of the intellectual gods, is unknown and ineffable, according to its peculiarity, and is only to be known through intelligible impressions. For, being the summit of intellectuals, it conjoins itself with intelligibles. For how could intellectuals be conjoined with intelligibles, unless they antecedently constituted an intelligible transcendency of themselves? But what connection and communion could be surveyed of the whole orders of things, unless the extremities of such as are first possessed a certain similitude to the beginnings of such as are second? For, on account of this similitude, these are connascent with each other, and all things subsist according to one series. As therefore the end of intelligibles was intellectual, so likewise the beginning of intellectuals is allotted an intelligible hyparxis, and each of these indeed is intelligible, but the one is intelligible simply, and the other is not intelligible without the addition of the intellectual. These therefore are consubsistent with each other, and the one indeed is the paternal cause of the whole of things, so far as it is intelligible, and the intellectual which is in it is extended intelligibly, but the other is generatively constitutive of the same things, because it is intellectual, and intelligible good presides in the intellectual genus. All things therefore are from both, exemptly indeed from the intellectual of intelligibles, but coordinately from the intelligible of intellectuals, and both indeed rejoice in unknown hyparxes, and are alone, as Plato says, known by intelligible, mystic, and ineffable impressions. Hence also he calls the attempt boldness, which endeavors to unfold the arcana concerning them, and to explain by words their unknown union. From the end of the intelligible order, however, the summit of intellectuals possesses its unknown peculiarity. For, so far as it conjoins itself to the first intelligibles, and is filled with their unical, ineffable, and paternal hyparxis, so far also it exists in an unknown manner prior to intellectuals. Hence it is incomprehensible by the natures posterior to it, but it is known by those prior to it, being superexpanded into a continued union with them. It likewise knows the natures prior to itself intelligibly, But this does not at all differ from uniform and ineffable knowledge. For intelligible knowledge is the union, cause, summit, and unknown and occult hyparxis of all knowledge. Since therefore the one and united triad is, if it be lawful so to speak, the intellectual image of the unknown union of intelligibles, and presides over the same uniform and unknown power in intellectuals, as its own cause does, hence Plato mystically unfolds it through negations. For everywhere that which is highest and that which is unknown are analogous to the unical God. As therefore we are taught to celebrate this God through negations, after the same manner we endeavour to unfold negatively the uniform and unknown summits of secondary orders. And in short, since Socrates in the Phaedrus makes the ascent as far as to the supercelestial place, arranging it analogous to the first, as in this order, and in the ascent of souls, he celebrates it by negations. For in the Timaeus, Plato contends that the one demiurgus, through whom every demiurgic genus of gods subsists, is ineffable and unknown. And everywhere that which is highest has this transcendency with respect to secondary natures. For it imitates the cause which is at once unically exempt from all beings. We celebrate this cause, however, through negations alone, as existing prior to all things. But we unfold the summits, which proceed analogous to it, affirmatively, and at the same time negatively. As participating indeed the natures prior to themselves, we celebrate them affirmatively. For Plato calls the supercelestial place essence, which truly is the plane of truth, the meadow, and the intelligible place of survey of the gods. And he does not only call it without color, without figure, and without contact, thus mingling affirmations with negations. For this order is a medium between the intelligible gods and the first intellectual divine orders, containing the bond of both, and it guards indeed intellectually according to a uniform and unknown transcendency, but transmits the plenitudes of intelligibles as far as to the last of things. It likewise elevates all things at once according to one common union, as far as to the intelligible Father, and generates and produces them as far as to matter. Being therefore established between the unical and the multiplied gods, it is unfolded, negatively indeed through the unknown manner in which it transcends secondary natures, but affirmatively through its participation of the first natures. For the first demiurgus is called in the Timaeus fabricator and father, and good, and all such names, so far as he participates of pre-existent causes. But so far as he is the monad of all fabrication, Plato leaves him unknown and ineffable, exempt from all the fabricators of things. For he says, quote, "It is difficult to discover him, and when found it is impossible to speak of him to all men." Close quote. Thus, therefore, Plato unfolds the supercelestial place, affirmatively indeed, as being filled from the first causes, at one time indeed calling it essence, which truly is, at another the plane of truth, and at another something else of this kind. But so far as it transcends the intellectual gods, and so far as it is supreme and unical, he celebrates it negatively, in the same manner as the principle which is exempt from all things. Chapter 12. It follows, therefore, in the next place, that we should consider what the negations are, and from what orders they are generated. In the Parmenides, then, the negations of the One are produced from all the divine orders, because the One is the cause of all of them, and everything divine, according to the hyparxis of itself, participates of the first principle, and the One, in consequence of transcending these, is in a much greater degree exempt from the natures posterior to these. For from these all things proceed, since they receive partibly the peculiarities of these. This, however, is evident from the other hypotheses, in which the same conclusions are again circulated, at one time being connected together negatively, and at another affirmatively. For what is there which could be able to subsist, unless it was antecedently comprehended according to cause in wholes? But in the Phaedrus, the things which are denied of the intelligible summit of all intellectuals are the natures which are proximately established after this summit, videre licet, the sacred genera, the connective, the perfective, and the paternal of what are properly called intellectuals. For this summit, being exempt from these, it also transcends all the intellectual gods. For what every genus of the gods is to the One, that the three orders posterior to this summit are to it. Plato, therefore, denominates the celestial order which connectedly contains wholes, and illuminates them with intelligible light, color, because likewise the apparent beauty of this sensible heaven is resplendent with all various colors, and with light. Hence he calls that heaven intellectual color and light. For the light proceeding from the good is, in the orders above the heaven, unknown and occult, abiding in the addita of the gods. But it shines forth in this order, and from being unapparent becomes manifest. Hence it is assimilated to color, the offspring of light. Farther still, if the heaven is sight beholding the things above, the intelligible of it may very properly be called color, which is conjoined with the sight. The cause, therefore, of the intelligibles in the heaven is without color, but is exempt from them. For sensible color is the offspring of the solar light. But Plato denominates the order which proximately subsists after the celestial order, and which we have called the subcelestial arch, figure. For the arch itself is the name of a figure. And in short, in this order, Parmenides also places intellectual figure. But Plato first attributes contact to the summit of intellectuals, as is evident from the conclusions of the Parmenides. For in the first hypothesis, taking away figure from the One, he uses this as a medium, videre licet, that the One does not touch itself, quote, but the One, close quote, says he, quote, does not touch itself, close quote. And the conclusion is evident. Here, therefore, contact first subsists, and subsists according to cause. For of those things of which the demiurgus is proximately the cause, the Father, who is prior to him, is paradigmatically the cause. In this order, therefore, contact is the paradigm of the liberated gods. Hence, these three orders are successive: videre licet, color, figure, and contact. And from these, the supercelestial place is essentially exempt. Hence it is without color, without figure, and without contact. Nor does it transcend these three privatively, but according to causal excellence. For it imparts to color from intelligibles the participation of light. On figure it confers by illumination intellectual bound. And in contact it supernally inserts union and continuity, and perfects all things by its power, things which are touched indeed through union, those that are figured through the participation of bound, and those that are colored through the illumination of light. But it draws upward and allures to itself everything ineffably, and through intelligible impressions, and fills everything with unical goods. If, therefore, we assert these things rightly, we must not admit the interpretation of those who are busily occupied in sensible colors, and contacts, and figures, and to assert that the supercelestial place is exempt from these. For these are trifling, and by no means adapted to that place. For even nature, not only that which exists as a whole, but that also which is partial, is exempt from sensible colors, from apparent figures, and from corporeal contact. What therefore is there venerable in this, if it is also present to natures themselves? But it is necessary to extend colors and figures, and contacts from on high as far as to the last of things, and to evince that the supercelestial place is similarly exempt from all these. For soul also and intellect participate of figure, and contact is frequently in incorporeal natures, according to the communion of first with secondary beings. And it is usual to call these communications contacts, and to denominate the touchings of intellectual perceptions adhesions. We should not therefore be carried from things first to things last, nor compare the highest order of intellectuals with the last of beings, above which both soul and nature are established. For in so doing we shall err, and shall not attend to Plato, who exclaims that it is boldness to assert these things concerning it. For where is the boldness, and what the unknown power transcending our conceptions, in contemplating the truth of sensible colors, figures, and contacts? For an hypostasis of this kind is known by physiologists, and not by the sons of theologists. Such, therefore, is the power possessed by the negations through which Plato celebrates the supercelestial place. Chapter 13. Again, then, let us in the next place survey the affirmations, how they exist according to the participation of the first intelligibles themselves. The supercelestial place, therefore, is said to be essence, which truly is, because it participates of that which is primarily being. For to be and truly to be are present to all things, as the progeny of the intelligible essence. For as the one is from the first principle which is prior to intelligibles, so the nature of being is from intelligibles. For there the one being subsists, as Parmenides a little before taught us. But the supercelestial place is beheld by the governor of the soul, because it is allotted an intelligible transcendency with respect to the other intellectual gods. Hence, the intelligible good of it is rendered manifest from its being known by intellect. This intelligible, therefore, in the same manner as that which is truly being, arrives to it from the unical gods. For they are primarily and imparticipably intelligibles, and the first efficient causes of all intelligibles. These things also concur with each other. Videre licet, that which is truly being and the intelligible. For every intelligible is truly being, and everything which is truly being is intelligible. For intellect is intelligible according to the being which is in it, but according to its Gnostic power it is intellect. Hence also every intellect is the supplier of knowledge, but every intelligible is the supplier of essence. For that which each is primarily, it imparts by illumination to the secondary orders. Chapter 14. In the third place, therefore, the genus of true science is said to be established about the supercelestial place. For these two things ascend to the contemplation of that essence, videre licet, intellect the governor of the soul. But this is a partial intellect established indeed above souls, and elevating them to their paternal port. And true science, which is the perfection of the soul. This therefore energizes about that place, as transitively revolving in harmonic measures about being. But intellect contemplates it as employing simple intellection. Farther still, the science which is in us is one thing, but that which is in the supercelestial place another. And the former indeed is true, but the latter is truth itself. What therefore is it, and whence does it subsist? It is indeed a deity, which is the fountain of all intellectual knowledge, and the first efficient cause of undefiled and stable intelligence. But it shines forth in the first triad of intellectuals, because this is perfective of all other things, and likewise of divine souls. For these, ascending to this uniform power of all knowledge, perfect their own knowledge. For each of the undefiled souls, says Socrates, revolving together with Jupiter and the heaven, surveys justice, temperance, and science. Hence, these three fountains are there, being intelligible deities, and the fountains of the intellectual virtues, and not being, as some think they are, intellectual forms. For Plato is accustomed to characterize these by the term itself, as for instance, science itself, and justice itself. And this Socrates says somewhere in the Phaedo. But here, when he says justice herself, temperance herself, and science herself, he appears to unfold to us certain self-perfect and intelligible deities, which have a triadic subsistence. And of these, science indeed is the monad, but temperance has the second order, and justice the third. And science indeed is the supplier of undefiled, firm, and immutable intelligence, but temperance imparts to all the gods the cause of conversion to themselves, and justice imparts to them the cause of the distribution of the whole of good according to desert. And through science indeed, each of the gods intellectually perceives the natures prior to himself, and is filled with intelligible intelligence. But through temperance he is converted to himself and enjoys a second union, and a good coordinate to the conversion to himself. And through justice he rules over the natures posterior to himself, in a silent path, as they say, measures their desert, and supplies a distribution adapted to each. These three fountains, therefore, contain all the energies of the gods. And science indeed proceeds analogous to the first triad of intelligibles. And as that triad imparts essence to all things, so this illuminates the gods with knowledge. But temperance proceeds analogous to the second triad of intelligibles. For temperance imitates the connective and measuring power of that triad, since it measures the energies of the gods and converts each of them to itself. And justice proceeds analogous to the third triad of intelligibles. For it also separates secondary natures according to appropriate desert, in the same manner as that triad separates them intelligibly by the first paradigms. End of chapter 14. Chapters 15 to 19 of Book 4 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. After these things, therefore, we may survey another triad pre-existing in this place, which also Socrates celebrates, videre licet, the plain of truth, the meadow, and the nutriment of the gods. The plain of truth, therefore, is intellectually expanded to intelligible light, and is splendid with the illuminations that proceed from thence. For as the one emits by illumination intelligible light, so the intelligible imparts to secondary natures a participation productive of essence. But the meadow is the prolific power of life, and of all various reasons, is the comprehension of the first efficient causes of life, and is the cause of the variety and generation of forms. For the meadows also, which are here, are productive of all various forms and reasons, and bear water, which is the symbol of vivification. And the nourishing cause of the gods is a certain intelligible union, comprehending in itself the whole perfection of the gods, and filling the gods with acme and power, in order that they may bestow a providential attention to secondary natures, and may possess an immutable intellectual perception of such natures as are first. Above, however, the gods participate of these uniformly, but in a divided manner in their progressions. With respect to the nutriment likewise, one kind is called by Plato ambrosia, but the other nectar. For the charioteer, says he, stopping the horses at the manger, places before them ambrosia, and afterwards gives them nectar to drink. The charioteer, therefore, being nourished with intelligibles, unically participates of the perfection which is imparted through illumination by the gods. But the horses participate of this divisibly, first indeed of ambrosia, and afterwards of nectar. For it is necessary that from ambrosia they should stably and undeviatingly abide in more excellent natures, but that through nectar they should immutably provide for secondary natures. For they say that ambrosia is solid, but nectar liquid nutriment, which Plato also indicates when he says that the charioteer places before the horses ambrosia, and afterwards gives them nectar to drink. Hence the nutriment of nectar manifests the unrestrained and indissoluble nature of providence, and its proceeding to all things in an unpolluted manner. But the nutriment of ambrosia manifests stability and a firm settlement in more excellent natures. From both these, however, it is evident that the gods both abide and proceed to all things, and that neither their undeviating nature, and which is without conversion to subordinate beings, is unprolific, nor their prolific power and progression is unstable. But abiding, they proceed, and being established in the divinities prior to themselves, they provide for secondary natures without being contaminated. Nectar and ambrosia, therefore, are the perfections of the gods, so far as they are gods. But other things are the perfections of intellect, nature, and bodies. Hence Plato, having assumed these in souls, calls the souls which are nourished with these gods. For so far as they also participate of the gods, so far they are filled with nectar and ambrosia. These, however, in their progressions have a bipartite division, the one indeed being the supplier to the gods of stable and firm perfection, but the other of undeviating providence, of liberated administration, and of an unenvying and abundant communication of good, according to the two principles of the whole of things, which preside over a distribution of this kind. For it must be admitted that ambrosia is indeed analogous to bound, but nectar to infinity. Hence the one is as it were humid and not bounded from itself, but the other is as it were solid, and has a boundary from itself. Nectar, therefore, is prolific, and is perfective of the secondary presence of the gods, and is the cause of power, of a vigor which provides for the whole of things, and of infinite and never failing supply. But ambrosia is stable perfection, is similar to bound, is the cause to the gods of an establishment in themselves, and is the supplier of firm and undeviating intellection. Prior to both these, however, is the one fountain of perfection and seat to all the gods, which Plato calls nutriment, and the banquet, and delicious food, is unically perfecting indeed the divided multitude of the gods, but converting all things to itself through divine intelligence. For dice, the banquet, indeed, manifests the divided distribution of divine nutriment, but thoine, delicious food, the united conversion of the whole of things to it. For it is the intellectual perception of the gods so far as they are gods, but nutriment connectedly contains both these powers, being the plenitude of intelligible goods, and the uniform perfection of divine self-sufficiency. Chapter 16. Concerning these things, therefore, thus much may suffice as to the present theory. But it follows that we should discuss the division of the supercelestial place into three parts. For the intelligible summit of intellectuals is, as we have before observed, a triad. Immediately, therefore, according to the first conception of this place, Plato unfolds its triadic nature, assuming indeed three negatives: the uncolored, the unfigured, and the untangible. Having likewise established three divinities in it, videre licet, science, temperance, and justice, our preceptor and leader, Syrianus, thinks fit to divide this triad into three monads, and also demonstrates this conformably to the Orphic theologies. If, however, it be requisite to discover the definite peculiarities of these three goddesses, from what has been already laid down, we must understand that the plane of truth, the meadow, and the nourishing cause of the Gods are posited there. To nourish, therefore, is the province of intelligible perfection. Hence, the elevating impulse is given to the wing of the soul, and also intellectual perfection, according to the nourishment which flows from thence into the soul. But the peculiarity of the meadow is to possess a power generative of reasons and forms, and of the causes of the production of animals. Hence also souls are fed about the meadow, and the pablum, nome, is indeed nutriment, but in a divided manner. The plane, however, of truth is the expansion and manifestation of intelligible light, the evolution of inward reasons, and perfection proceeding everywhere. This, therefore, is the peculiarity of the third monad, but fecundity is the peculiarity of the second, and intelligible plenitude of the first. For all the supercelestial place is indeed illuminated with the light of truth. Hence, all the natures that are contained in it are called true. And Socrates says, quote, that whatever soul attending on divinity has beheld anything of reality shall be free from damage till another period takes place. Close quote. For everything in that place is truly being and intelligible, and is full of divine union. In the first monads, however, i.e., in the plane of truth and the meadow, this intelligible light subsists contractedly, and is occultly established as it were in the adyta. But in the third monad, videre licet, in the nourishing cause of the Gods, it shines forth and is co-expanded and is co-divided with the multitude of powers. We may therefore from these things survey the differences of the three monads in a manner conformable to the Platonic hypotheses. But if indeed science pertains to the first monad, temperance to the second, and justice to the third, from these things also the triad will be perfectly apparent. And does not science, which is stable, and the uniform intelligence of wholes, and which at the same time is consubsistent with intelligibles, pertain to the power which is united to the intelligible Father, and which does not proceed nor separate its union from the deity of that Father? But does not the genus of justice pertain to the power which is divided, which separates the intellectual genera, leads the intelligible multitude into order, and imparts by illumination distribution according to desert? And does not the genus of temperance pertain to the power which is the medium of both these, which is converted to itself, and possesses the common bond of this triad? For the harmonic and a communication with the extremes, according to reason, are the illustrious good of this middle power. That we may not therefore be prolix, what has been said being sufficient to remind us of the meaning of Plato, those three deities are celebrated by us, which, dividing the supercelestial place, are indeed all of them intelligible, as in intellectuals, and are likewise summits, and collective of all things into one intelligible union. One of these, however, is so stably, another generatively, and another convertively, possessing a primary effective power in intellectuals. For one of them indeed unites the monads of all the Gods and collects them about the intelligible, but another affects this about the progressions of the Gods, and another about their conversions. All of them, however, at the same time collect into one the whole of an hyparxis, which always abides, proceeds, and returns. Hence also Plato elevates the Gods that are distributed in the world to this one place, and converts them, energizing about this as collective of the whole orders of the gods to the participation of intelligibles. These monads therefore educe intelligible forms, fill them with the participation of divine union, and again recall the natures that have proceeded and conjoin them to intelligibles. Concerning this whole triad, however, what has been said may suffice. Chapter 17. It remains therefore that we should pass to the discussion of Adrastia, Socrates indicating that she possesses her kingdom in this place. For that which defines the measures of a blameless life to souls, from the vision of these intelligible goods, is certainly there allotted its first evolution into light. For the elevating cause, being secondary to the objects of desire, may be able to raise both itself and other things to the supercelestial place through conversion. But that which defines and measures the fruits of the vision of the intelligible to souls, since it has its hyparxis in the intelligible, imparts by illumination beatitude to them from thence. It is established therefore, as I have said, in that place, but it rules over all the divine laws uniformly from on high, as far as to the last of things. It likewise binds to the one sacred law of itself all the sacred laws, videre licet, the intellectual, the supermundane, and the mundane. Whether therefore there are certain Saturnian laws, as Socrates in the Gorgias indicates there are, when he says, quote, "The law, therefore, which was in the time of Saturn, is now also among the gods," close quote. Or whether there are Jovian laws, as the Athenian guest asserts there are, when he says, quote, "But justice follows Jupiter, which is the avenger of those that desert the divine law," close quote. Or whether there are fatal laws, as Timaeus teaches there are, when he says, quote, "That the Demiurgus announced to souls the laws of fate," close quote. Of all these, the sacred law of Adrastia is connective according to one intelligible simplicity, and at the same time imparts existence to all of them, and the measures of power. And if it be requisite to relate my own opinion, the inevitable guardian power of this triad, and the immutable comprehension of order pervading everywhere, pre-subsist in this goddess. For these three deities not only unfold and collect all things, but they are also guardians according to the oracle of the works of the Father, and of one intelligible intellect. This guardian power therefore, the sacred law of Adrastia indicates, which nothing is able to escape. For with respect to the laws of fate, not only the gods are superior to them, but also partial souls, when they live according to intellect, and give themselves up to the light of providence. And the Saturnian gods are essentially exempt from the Jovian laws, and the connective and perfective gods from the Saturnian laws. But all things are obedient to the sacred law of Adrastia, and all the distributions of the gods, and all measures and guardianships subsist on account of this. By Orpheus also, she is said to guard the Demiurgus of the universe, and receiving brazen drumsticks, and a drum made from the skin of a goat, to produce so loud a sound as to convert all the gods to herself. And Socrates, imitating this fabulous sound, which extends a certain proclamation to all things, in a similar manner produces the sacred law of Adrastia to all souls. For he says, quote, "This is the sacred law of Adrastia, that whatever soul has perceived anything of truth shall be free from harm till another period," close quote. All but expressing the Orphic sound through this proclamation, and uttering this as a certain hymn of Adrastia. For in the first place indeed he calls it thesmos, a sacred law, and not nomos, a law, as he does the Saturnian and Jovian laws. For thesmos is connected with deity, and pertains more to intelligibles than to the intellectuals. But nomos, indicating intellectual distribution, is adapted to the intellectual fathers. And in the second place, he speaks of it in the singular, and not in the plural number, as Timaeus does of the fatal laws. In the third place, therefore, he extends it to all the genera of souls, and evinces that it is the common measure of their happy and blessed life, and the true guard of those souls that are able to abide on high, free from all passivity. For such is the meaning of the words, "And the soul that is able to do this always shall always be free from harm." This sacred law therefore comprehends all the undefiled life of divine souls, and the temporal blessedness of partial souls, and it guards the former indeed intelligibly, but measures the latter by the vision of intelligible goods. And thus much concerning Adrastia. Chapter 18. With respect to what remains, therefore, we shall summarily say that the supercelestial place is the first triad of the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual gods, possessing three peculiarities: the unfolding into light, the collective, and the defensive. It likewise comprehends all these intelligibly, and in an unknown manner, conjoining indeed intellectuals to intelligibles, but calling forth the prolific powers of intelligibles, receiving in itself the plenitude of forms from the intelligible paradigms, and producing its own meadow from the fontal summit which is there. But from the one intellect it gives subsistence to the three virtues, perfects all itself by intelligible impressions, and in its ineffable bosoms receives the whole of intelligible light. At one and the same time also it abides in the occult nature of the intelligible gods, and proceeds intelligibly from thence, shines forth to the view of intellectuals, and converts and draws upward by ineffable powers all the images of its proper union, which it has disseminated in everything. To this place likewise it is necessary that we should mystically approach, leaving in the earth all the generation producing life, and the corporeal nature, with which, on coming hither, we were surrounded as with a wall, but exciting alone the summit of the soul to the participation of total truth, and the plenitude of intelligible nutriment. Chapter 19. After this intelligible and unknown triad, however, which presides over all the intellectual genera, let us survey the triad which connectedly contains the bond of them, intelligibly and at the same time intellectually. For it is necessary that prior to intellect and the intellectual gods, the cause of connectedly containing should be in these gods, and that this being established in the middle of the intelligible and intellectual order should extend to all the divine multitudes, all the genera of beings, and all the divisions of the world. For what is it which primarily connects things? If, as some say, the nature of spirit and local motion, body itself, which is connective of other things, will require connection. For every body, according to its own composition, is dissipable and divisible, which also the Elian guest, indicating to those who make corporeal principles, says that the essence which is so much celebrated by them is broken and dissipated. Body, therefore, is not naturally adapted to be connective of other things, Nor even if a power of this kind pertained to bodies, would spirit be able to afford us this power, because it is always defluous and dissipated, and diffusing itself beyond that which bounds it. But if we suppose that habits and connective forms which are divided about bodies illuminate their subjects with connection, it is perfectly necessary that they should effect this by being present with them. But how will these habits and forms connect themselves? For it is difficult to devise how this can be effected. For these, being distributed about material bulks and divided together with their subjects, require a boundary and connection. But they are not naturally adapted to be bounded or connected from themselves, because they have not an essence self-begotten and self-subsistent. That, however, which neither produces nor perfects itself, cannot connect itself. And, moreover, every habit and every material form is altermotive, and depends on another more ancient cause, and on this account is inseparable from subjects, not being able to verge to itself. But if, abandoning these, we should assert that souls which are incorporeal and self-begotten are the first efficient causes of connection, where shall we place the partible and at the same time impartible nature of souls, that which is mixed from the partible and impartible, that which participates of the genera of being, and that which is divided into harmonic reasons? For souls indeed connect bodies and natures, because they participate of an impartible peculiarity, but they are in want of another connective nature, which may impart the first principle of mixture to the genera, and of connection to divided reasons. For the self-motive nature of souls being transitive and extended to time, requires that which may connect its one life, and may render it total and indivisible. For the whole which is connective of parts exists prior to parts, since the whole which consists of parts receives connection introduced from something different from itself. But if, proceeding with the reasoning power beyond souls, we survey intellect, whether the intellect which is participated, or, if you are willing, that which is imparticipable and divine, and in short, if we survey at once the intellectual genus of the gods, if this is primarily connective of beings, we shall find also in this all various multitude, divisions of genera, and, as Socrates says, many and blessed visions, and discussive energies. For the separation of divine natures, and the variety of forms, present themselves to the view in intellectuals, and also fabulous sections and generative powers. How therefore can that which connects be primarily here, where the divisive genus shines forth? And how is it possible that intellectual multitude should not refer to another more ancient cause, the participation of its proper connection? For intellectual multitude is that which is primarily connected, since it is that which is primarily divided, and that which requires connection is divisible, but the indivisible itself is beyond the connective hyparxis. But it is not that which primarily connects. For everything which is connected by another thing which primarily possesses the power of connection. It is evident, therefore, from what has been said, that the connective order of beings is established prior to the intellectual gods. The intelligible indeed and occult hyparxis is the supplier of union to all things, as proximately subsisting after the one, and being indivisible and uniform. But connection is the contraction of multitude into impartible communion, on which account it subsists as secondary to intelligibles. For the medium which was there was intelligible, and the united primarily efficient cause of connection. The connective, however, of intelligibles and intellectuals imitates the unific power of intelligibles. For there, the three triadic monads were the unions of wholes. One of them, indeed, according to transcendency, another according to the middle center, and another according to conversion. But in the intelligible and at the same time intellectual orders, these three triads are the second after those unions, and are connascent with multitude. Hence, one of these triads is collective, another is connective of multitude, and another is of a perfective nature. For that which is collected, that which is connected, and that which is perfected is multitude. Whether, therefore, it is intellectual, or supermundane, or mundane, or any other multitude, it is collected, connected, and perfected through these three triads. And when collected indeed, it is elevated to the union of intelligibles, and is firmly established in them. When it is connected, it abides impartible and undissipated in its progeny. And when it is perfected, it receives completion from its proper parts or powers. Since, however, it is necessary that beings abiding, proceeding, and returning should enjoy this triple providence, there are indeed three pre-existent collective monads, three connective, and three perfective monads. And we do not say this, that on account of the good of secondary natures, first natures are thus divided, and preside over so many orders and powers. But they indeed are always the primary causes of good to things subordinate, while we from inferior natures recur to the causes of wholes. The intelligible, therefore, and intellectual triads perfect things triadically, and always connect and collect them into union. But the intelligible monads generate without separation, and unically, their permanencies, progressions, and conversions. With respect to other things, however, we have partly spoken, and shall again partly speak concerning them. End of chapter 19. Chapters 20 to 22 of Book 4 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. Let us therefore speak at present concerning the connective triad. This then Socrates in the Phaedrus calls the celestial circulation, because indeed it possesses the middle center of imparticipable life, and is that which is most vital itself of life. He calls it circulation, as comprehending circularly, and on all sides all other lives, and divine intellections. For, on account of this, souls also which are elevated to it are perfected according to intellection, and are conjoined with intelligible spectacles. The circulation of the heaven, however, is always established after the same manner, for it is an eternal, whole, one, and united intelligence. But the circulation of souls is effected through time, subsists in a more partial manner, and is not an at once collected comprehension of intelligibles. Souls, therefore, are carried round in a circle, and are restored to their pristine state, the celestial circulation always remaining the same. Because, however, it gives completion to the bond of the intelligible and intellectual gods, and connects all the orders in their abiding, proceeding, and returning, Socrates calls it celestial. For Timaeus says that this sensible heaven also compresses on all sides the elements that are under it, and that on this account no place is left for a vacuum. As therefore the apparent heaven is connective of all things that are under it, and is the cause of continuity, coherence, and sympathy, For the intervention of a vacuum would interrupt the continuity of things, and the subversion of this continuity would destroy the sympathy of bodies. Thus also, that intellectual heaven binds all the multitudes of beings into an impartible communion, illuminating each with an appropriate portion of connection. For intellect participates of the connective cause in one way, the nature of soul in another, and a corporeal state of being in another. For through the highest participation of connection, intellect is impartible, but through second measures of participation, soul is partible and impartible, according to one mixture, and through an ultimate diminution, bodies possessing a partible hypostasis at the same time remain connected, and do not in consequence of being dissipated perish, but enjoy their own division and imbecility. The whole of the connective triad therefore is denominated heaven according to the hyparxis of itself. But the breadth of life, which is spread under it, is called circulation. For in things apparent to sense, the period of the heavens is motion, and is, as it were, the life of body. Chapter 21. If, however, it be requisite to discover the triadic nature of it from what has been laid down, we must employ the mode of analogy. Since therefore Plato himself calls the back of the heaven one thing, and its profundity another, it is evident that the celestial arch is the third thing. For the arch which is under this he directly calls subcelestial. But as we say that the supercelestial place is established above the back of the heaven, so likewise we must grant that the subcelestial is different from the celestial arch. For the heaven is bounded, supernally indeed by the back, but beneath by the arch, and it is comprehended indeed by the supercelestial place, but it comprehends the subcelestial arch. It is evident therefore from these things that the heaven presents itself to our view as triadic according to its back indeed, connectedly containing all things in one simplicity, but according to its arch bounding the whole triad, and according to its profundity, itself proceeding into itself, and constituting the middle breadth of connection and coherence. The back, however, of the whole celestial order is an intelligible deity, being perhaps allotted from hence this appellation. But it is intelligible, as in the connective triad, externally compressing, and connectedly comprehending all the kingdom of the heaven. It likewise imparts to all the gods by illumination a uniform and simple comprehension of secondary natures, and is supernally filled with intelligible union. Hence also divine souls being led through all the celestial profundity, stand indeed on the back of the heaven, but the circulation carries them round as they stand, and thus they survey what is called the supercelestial place. The station, therefore, is the establishment of souls in the intelligible watchtower of the heaven, extending to souls sameness, undefiled power, and undeviating intellection. But the circumduction is the participation of a life full of vigor, and the most acute energy. And the common presence of both these comprehends the prolific energy, the quiet motion, and the stable intellection of intelligibles. But the celestial profundity is the one continuity of the whole triad, and the middle deity which conjoins the whole celestial order, proceeding indeed from the intelligible comprehension, but ending in the celestial arch, which defines the boundary of the whole of the heaven. There is therefore one union and connection of all this triad, and an indissoluble progression from the back as far as to the arch, through this middle deity, which is connascent with both the extremes, and which unfolds indeed the connective multitude, but on each side is bounded by the extremes, one of which comprehends it supernally, but the other from beneath bounds its progression. The celestial arch, therefore, remains, which is the boundary beneath of the triad, and this is also the case with the intellect which is in it, being filled indeed by life, but united by the intelligible, and converting all the triad to its principle. For the arch also is similar to the back of the heaven, though according to interval it is less. Through subjection, therefore, it is diminished, but through similitude it is converted to the celestial summit. And this is the celestial intellect, which is the proximate synochius of the subcelestial arch. Hence, each arch is called the intellectual boundary of the intelligible and intellectual gods. The whole connective triad, therefore, is allotted such a division as this: the back, ta noton, according to the intelligible, kata ta noiton, the profundity according to life, and the arch according to intellect. But the whole of it is one and continued, because that which connects all other things ought much more to be connective of itself. For each peculiarity of the gods begins its energy from itself, the peculiarity indeed which is collective, fixing itself collectively in the highest union, that which is convertive of wholes, converting itself to the principle, and that which is undefiled, preserving itself prior to other things pure from matter. Hence the connective peculiarity also, prior to its participants, connects itself intelligibly and intellectually, and through this connection the nature of the heaven is asserted to be one and continued. For all the triad converges to itself, and preserves its proper wholeness united, and most similar to itself according to nature. And the arch indeed proximately connects all intellectuals, and compresses them on all sides. But prior to this, the celestial profundity itself, which also comprehends the arch, binds together the whole orders. And prior to these, the celestial back uniformly comprehends, according to one ambit of simplicity, all the celestial kingdom itself, and all things that are contained under it, and binds them to themselves by connective power and hyparxis. For in the things also that are apparent to sense, the concave circumference of the heavens proximately compresses the elements, and does not suffer them in their indefinite motions on all sides to be dissipated and blown away. And still prior to these, the celestial bulk strongly compresses and impels all things to the middle, and leaves no void place. But there is one comprehension of all these, videre licet, the back of the heavens, which is the cause to the heavens of similitude, and to the elements of contact with the heavens. For the smooth and equable nature of the back of the heavens, as Timaeus says, makes the whole of heaven similar to itself, and always the natures which comprehend are connective of the natures that are comprehended. It is necessary, therefore, from things that are apparent, to transfer the similitude to the father of the intellectual gods, heaven, and to survey how he is both one and triple, supernally indeed, and beneath, possessing the intelligible and intellect, but according to the middle possessing life, which being the cause of progressions and intervals, and generative powers, we have properly arranged according to interval under the celestial profundity, since Plato himself also calls the summit the back. For those, says he, that are called immortals, when proceeding beyond the heaven, they arrive at the summit, stand on the back of the heaven. He calls therefore the summit of the celestial order and beyond the back of the heaven, which things are in a remarkable manner the prerogatives of the first of the synoches. For connectedly containing all things in the one summit of his hyparxis, according to the oracle, he wholly exists beyond, and is united to the supercelestial place, and to the ineffable power of it, being enclosed on all sides by it, and shutting himself in the uniform comprehension of intelligibles. For what difference is there between saying that the first of the synonches is shut in the intelligible place of survey, and evincing that it is proximately comprehended by the supercelestial place which was intelligible, but expanded in intellectuals? If, however, that which is beyond is the first, the summit is evidently co-arranged with the rest, and is exempt from them. But if the first is a thing of this kind, being established according to the intelligible summit, and imparting by illumination to the other gods contact with the intelligible, and with the paternal port, it is indeed necessary that there should be a middle and an extremity, the one according to the celestial profundity, but the other according to the termination of the whole circulation. If, however, the circulation of the whole of the heaven is one and continued, the peculiarity of this order must be assigned as the cause of this. For being connective of the whole orders of the gods, and prior to other things of itself, and being as it were the center and bond of the divine genera, it in the first place binds and connects itself, and extends itself to one life. The heaven therefore is one, and at the same time triple, and proceeds into three monads, being both unapparent and apparent, and that which is between these, and imitating the intelligible gods who subside into intelligible triads. Chapter 22. If you are willing, however, from what is written in the Crotylus to see the peculiarity of this order, in the first place, let this be considered by you as an argument of the synonche, established in the middle, that a twofold habitude of it is delivered, one towards intelligibles, but the other towards intellectuals. For it is said to see the things above, and to generate a pure intellect. Hence, of intelligibles it is the intelligence, but of intellectuals the intelligible. For the cause of intellect subsists prior to an intellectual cause, and that which is at once both these, especially gives completion to the middle order of intelligibles and intellectuals. For the collective deity, perceiving intelligibles, or rather being united to them, does not primarily give subsistence to a divine intellect. And the perfective deity, producing together with the middle divinity intellectuals, proximately perceives intellectually the celestial order, and not the intelligibles prior to the heaven. But the middle divinity alone, occupying the intelligible and intellectual center, equally indeed extends to both. But perceiving intelligibles intellectually, it is the cause of intellectuals intelligibly. Since, however, habitude to its causes precedes the power in it which is generative of intellectuals, Socrates, beginning from this habitude, delivers also a second power as suspended from it. But sight directed to things above is very properly assigned the appellation of celestial, as seeing the things above. This therefore perfectly defines for us a habitude more ancient than the connectedly containing order, jointly assuming it to be intellectual as with reference to intelligibles, and sight as with reference to the objects of sight, though it intellectually perceives itself, and is intelligible in itself. But the intelligible of it, as with reference to that which is primarily intelligible, is allotted an intellectual order. What follows, however, unfolds the habitude of this middle to intellectuals. For Socrates adds, quote, "Whence also, O Hermogenes, those who are conversant with things on high say that heaven generates a pure intellect, and that this name is properly assigned to it." Close quote. The order, therefore, of the heaven is expanded as a middle in the middle intellectual and intelligible gods, comprehending at once the intelligible and intellectual in one impartible connection, subsisting similarly with respect to each of these, and being equally distant from the first intellectuals and the unical intelligibles. Hence it is said to perceive intellectually the things above, and thus to produce a pure intellect. Assuming this, therefore, in the first place from what has been laid down, in the next place we should attend to this, that the celestial order being triple, and the whole of it intellectually perceiving intelligibles, and producing intellectuals, the first monad indeed in an eminent manner intellectually perceives intelligibles. For it mingles itself with intelligibles, knows intelligible intellect, is united to the natures prior to itself, and is impartible as in impartibles, superexpanding itself towards intelligible simplicity. But the third monad is especially generative of intellectuals, since it is the intellect of the whole connective triad. And with the Orphic theologists also, heaven, the father of Saturn, is the third. But the middle monad produces together with the third the intellectual order of the gods, but is conjoined together with the first two intelligibles, and is filled indeed with intelligible union from the first, but fills the third with prolific powers. Do you not see therefore how Plato, through the peculiarity of the extremes, unfolds to us the whole celestial order, conjoining indeed the intelligible hyparxis of it to intelligibles, but its intellectual hyparxis to intellectuals, and affording us the means of collecting its hyparxis, which is the middle of both these, and which proceeds according to a common peculiarity. For if you likewise wish to assume this from what has been said, the celestial light is conjoined to the light of intelligibles, for sight is nothing else than light. The middle order, therefore, by its own light, and by the divine summit of itself, is conjoined to the first natures. But by an intellectual nature and the boundary of the whole triad, it generates intellect, and all the unpolluted deity of intellectuals. For it does not produce intellect by itself, but in conjunction with purity. For this Socrates himself asserts, quote, "Whence also they say that a pure intellect is generated by it." Close quote. Hence the celestial order is the first efficient cause of the intellectual hyparxis and of undefiled power. If, however, it is necessary that purity should not be inherent in intellect from accident, it is the deity of those beings that are exempt from secondary natures, and is the supplier of immutable power, which the mighty heaven, producing in conjunction with intellect, is at the same time the efficient cause of the gods, who are the sources of purity and of the intellectual fathers. These indications, therefore, of the truth concerning the connective gods may also be assumed from the Cratylus. End of chapter 22. Chapters 23 to 26 of Book 4 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. It remains, therefore, that in conformity to what is written in the Phaedrus, we should survey the subcelestial arch and the peculiarity of the gods that are there. Before, however, we begin the doctrine concerning it, I wish to premise thus much, that some of the most celebrated of the interpreters, prior to us, conceiving that this subcelestial arch is a divine order arranged under the heaven, have thought fit to rank it immediately after the first god, calling the first god heaven. But others have arranged both the heaven and the subcelestial arch in the breadth of intelligibles. For the Ascenian philosopher, indeed, Theodorus, being persuaded by Plotinus, calls that which proximately proceeds from the ineffable the subcelestial arch, as in his treatise concerning names he philosophizes about these things. But the great Iamblichus, conceiving the mighty heaven to be a certain order of the intelligible gods, and in one place he considers it to be the same with the Demiurgus, asserts that the order proximately established under the heaven, and as it were begirding it, is the subcelestial arch. And these things he has written in his commentaries on the Phaedrus. Let no one therefore think that we make any innovation concerning the theology of this order, and that we are the first who divide the subcelestial arch from the heaven, but that we are principally persuaded by Plato, who distinguishes these three orders: the supercelestial place, the celestial circulation, and the subcelestial arch, and that after Plato we are persuaded by those who investigate his theory in a divinely inspired manner, videre licet by Iamblichus and Theodorus. For why is it necessary to speak of our leader Syrianus, who was truly a Bacchus, id est, one agitated with divine fury, and who in a remarkable manner was full of deity about Plato, and caused as far as to us the admirable nature of the Platonic theory, and the astonishment with which it is attended to shine forth. He therefore, in his treatise on the concord of Orpheus, Pythagoras, and Plato, has most perfectly unfolded the peculiarity of this order, the subcelestial arch. The two above mentioned wise men, however, differ very much from each other in their theory. For Theodorus, in calling the first cause heaven, does not any longer permit heaven to be sight perceiving the things above, as Socrates in the Cratylus etymologizes it to be. For the first God neither sees, nor is sight, nor is inferior to anything. Neither therefore does Theodorus admit this explanation of the name, nor does he celebrate the supercelestial place, as Socrates does under the influence of divine inspiration. For there is neither any place nor intelligible of the one, nor any multitude of forms, nor does the genus of souls ascend beyond the first God, since there is not anything beyond him. But the divine Iamblichus, as he supposes that heaven subsists indefinitely after the first cause, and as he has not delivered the peculiarity of its hyparxis, he is indeed pure from the above mentioned doubts, but he should teach us what the celestial order is, how it subsists, and what genus of gods prior to the Demiurgus gives completion to it. He, however, who has perfected everything on this subject, and has confirmed all that he has said by invincible arguments, is our preceptor Syrianus, who has surveyed all the orders between the first God and the kingdom of the heaven, and who has intellectually beheld the peculiarity of this order, and has delivered to us his mystics the accurate truth concerning it. In this way, therefore, our fathers and grandfathers differ from each other, but all of them in common distinguish the subcelestial arch from the celestial circulation. Chapter 24. This therefore must also be supposed by us, and likewise in addition to this, that this order of gods, the subcelestial arch, is proximately arranged under the heaven. Hence, since the heaven, being one and triple, is allotted the connective order, but the supercelestial place is allotted the highest order of the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual gods, it is undoubtedly necessary that the subcelestial arch should terminate the middle progression of the gods, should close this whole order, and convert it to its principle, and that it should receive an order which is secondary indeed to the heaven, but which it convolves to the highest union, and should be connascently conjoined with the middle genera, but exist prior to intellectuals. For these indeed separate their kingdom from the celestial power, but the subcelestial arch is united to the heaven, and is comprehended by the celestial order. Whence also it is denominated subcelestial, as it is conjoined therefore to the celestial circulation, and subsists proximately from it. It converts all secondary natures to intelligibles, and perfects them according to the intellectual place of survey. For since the intellectual gods are generated according to conversion, and are convolved to themselves according to one spherical union, it is necessary that the perfective empire should be proximately established above them. Hence, I am led to wonder at those who are ignorant of this divine order, and do not maintain the whole fountain of perfection. But some of them betake themselves to entelechias, of whom we admit thus much alone, that they also conjoin the perfect with the form of connection. They are ignorant, therefore, of the perfection which is separate from subjects, willingly embrace the resemblances of true perfections, and are conversant with these. Others again assign soul as the cause of perfection, who are ignorant that they do not vindicate to themselves a perfection pre-existing in eternity, and who begin from the life which energizes according to time, and possesses its perfection in periods. It is necessary, however, that a perfection, the whole of which subsists at once, should be prior to that which is divided, and that stable perfection should be prior to that which is moved. For the motion itself, which is according to time, is indigent of end, and of the desirable, and is evolved about it according to parts. In the third place after these, others recur to intellect, and suppose the first perfection to be intellectual. For intellect indeed is energy and intellectual perfection, but it aspires after divine perfection, subsists about it, and is converted to itself through it. It is necessary, therefore, that the cause of conversion should exist prior to the intellectual genera, which are converted to divine perfection, and that the leader of the perfection which is one should be expanded above the natures which are perfected. Deservedly, therefore, does the subcelestial arch, prior to all intellectual natures, pre-establish an order of gods convertive and perfective of all the secondary divine genera. And on this account, Plato elevates the gods and demons that follow Jupiter to this arch, and through this to the heaven, and the supercelestial place. For when they proceed to the banquet and delicious food, they ascend to the subcelestial arch. Hence, through this they are perfected, participate of the circulation of the heaven, and are extended to the intelligible. For the intelligible is that which nourishes and fills all things. The perfective, therefore, is established under the connective order, and it perfects indeed all the natures that ascend to the intelligible, dilates souls to the reception of divine goods, and illuminates intellectual light. But comprehending in the bosoms of itself the second genera of the gods, it establishes all things in the connective circulation of wholes. Through these things, therefore, Socrates also shortly after says, that the souls that are elevated together with the 12 gods to intelligible beauty are initiated, videre licet, rendered perfect in the most blessed of the mysteries, and through this initiation receive the mysteries with a pure soul, and become established in and spectators of things ineffable. Hence the initiation of the gods is there. The first mysteries are there. Nor is it at all wonderful if Plato also tolerates us in calling the gods of this order teletarchs, since he says that the souls that are there are initiated, the gods themselves indeed initiating them. But how is it possible otherwise to denominate those who are the primary sources of telete, or initiation, than teletarchs? For I indeed, perceiving so great an energy, even as far as to the names themselves, do not see how they can be called differently. Initiation, however, being one and triple, for the perfective are co-divided with the connective gods, Plato calls the one union of it the subcelestial arch, in the same manner as he calls the connective order heaven. But the depth which is in it is indicated by his admitting that there is in it an extreme subjection and a steep path to the summit of the arch. As therefore, in the order prior to this, we thought it proper to arrange the intelligible according to the summit, the vital according to the profundity, and the intellectual according to the extremity, which defines the whole celestial circulation, so likewise in this perfective order we must consider the intelligible of the arch as its summit, denominating it after the same manner as the back of the heaven, because these are coordinate to each other. But we must consider the profundity as coordinate to life, through which souls proceed to the summit, and the extremity which closes the whole arch as coordinate to intellect. Chapter 25. This whole order, however, which is united to the order prior to it, we must analogously divide. For the perfective gods are spread under all the connective triad, and one of these indeed is the supplier to the gods of stable perfection, establishing all the gods in, and uniting them to themselves. But another is the primary source of a perfection, generative of wholes, exciting things which precede according to essence, to the providence of secondary natures. And a third is the leader of conversion to causes, convolving everything which has proceeded to its proper principle. For through this triad, everything which is perfect is self-sufficient and subsists in itself. Everything which generates is perfect, and generates full of vigor, and everything which aspires after its proper principle is conjoined to it, through its own perfection. Whether therefore you assume the power of nature, which is perfective of things that are generated, or the perfect number of the restitutions of the soul to its pristine state, or the perfection of intellect, which is established according to energy in one, all these are suspended from the one perfection of the gods, and being referred to it, some are allotted a greater, but others a less portion of a perfect hyparxis, and every perfection proceeds from thence. But, in short, perfection is triple, one indeed being prior to parts, such as is the perfection of the gods. For this has its subsistence in unity, pre-existing self-perfectly, prior to all multitude. For such indeed is the one of the gods, not being such as the one of souls, or of bodies, since these indeed are in a kindred manner conjoined with multitude, and are commingled with essences. But the unities of the gods are self-perfect, and subsist prior to essences, generating multitudes, and not being generated together with them. But another perfection is that which consists of parts, and which derives its completion through parts, such as is the perfection of the world. For it possesses the all-perfect from its plenitudes. And a third other perfection is that which is in parts. But thus also each part of the world is perfect. For as this universe is a whole consisting of wholes, so likewise it is perfect from the perfect parts that are in it, according to Timaeus. And in short, perfection is divided after the same manner as wholeness. For, as Timaeus says, they are conjoined with each other. Hence also the perfective genus is connascent with the connective, and the perfective monad is arranged under all the connective genera. And as the wholeness of the heaven, which connectedly contains parts, is triple, so likewise perfection is triple. And if it be requisite to deliver my own opinion, all the perfections are derived from all the leaders, but the perfection which is prior to parts pertains in a greater degree to the first leader, that which consists of parts to the middle, and that which is in a part to the third leader. But prior to this triad is the intelligible triad, which is uniform perfection, and an all-perfect hyparxis, and which Timaeus also denominates perfect according to all things. There, however, the three perfections pre-existed unitedly, or rather, there was one fountain of every perfection. As therefore the connective triad is the evolution of the intelligible connection, and the collective triad of the unific, and that which is the first in intelligibles, so likewise the perfective triad is the image of the all-perfect triad. For the intelligible and intellectual proceed analogous to the intelligible triads. Perfection therefore is triple: prior to parts, from parts, in a part. According to another mode also, perfection is stable, generative, convertive. And according to another conception, there is one perfection of intellectual and imparticipable essences, another of psychical essences, and another of the natures which are divisible about bodies. Very properly, therefore, there are three leaders of perfection prior to the intellectual gods, who constitute one order under the celestial circulation, who elevate through themselves all secondary natures to the intelligible, perfect them by intelligible light, convert and conjoin them to the kingdom of the heaven, impart an unsluggish energy to the natures that are perfected, and are the guardians of their undefiled perfection. Chapter 26. Such are the conceptions which may be assumed from Plato concerning the third triad of the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual orders, which at one time he denominates the subcelestial arch, possessing a summit, middle, and extremity, but at another a blessed mystery, and of all mysteries the most ancient and august, through which he elevates souls and conjoins them to the mystic plenitude of intelligibles. For this triad opens the celestial paths, being established under the celestial circulation, and exhibits the self-splendid appearances of the gods, which are both entire and firm, and expand to the mystic inspection of intelligible spectacles, as Socrates says in the Phaedrus. For telete precedes moesis, and moesis epopteia. Hence we are initiated, teleumetha, in ascending by the perfective gods, but we view with closed eyes, idest, with the pure soul itself, mometha, entire and stable appearances, through the connective gods, with whom there is the intellectual wholeness and the firm establishment of souls. And we become fixed in and spectators of epopteuomon, the intelligible watchtower, through the gods who are the collectors of wholes. We speak indeed of all these things as with reference to the intelligible, but we obtain a different thing according to a different order. For the perfective gods initiate us in the intelligible through themselves, and the collective monads are through themselves the leaders of the inspection of intelligibles, And there are indeed many steps of ascent, but all of them extend to the paternal port, and the paternal initiation, in which may the teletarchs, who are the leaders of all good, likewise establish us, illuminating us not by words, but by deeds. May they also think us worthy of being filled with intelligible beauty under the mighty Jupiter, and perfectly free us from those evils about generation with which we are now surrounded as with a wall. May they likewise impart to us by illumination this most beautiful fruit of the present theory, which, following the divine Plato, we have sufficiently delivered to those who love the contemplation of truth. End of chapter 26. Chapters 27 to 30 of Book 4 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. Let us now therefore again follow Parmenides in another way, who, after the intelligible triads, generates the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual orders, and unfolds the continued progression of divine natures through successive conclusions. For the connection of the words and their dependence on each other imitates the indissoluble order of things, which always conjoins middles to extremes, and proceeds through middle genera to the last progressions of beings. This therefore we must survey prior to the several intellectual conceptions, how the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual triads, proceed analogous to the intelligible triads, that we may comprehend by a reasoning process the well-arranged order of things. There were three intelligible triads therefore, videre licet, the one being, whole, and infinite multitude, and three intelligible and at the same time intellectual triads have also presented themselves to our view, videre licet, number, whole, and the perfect. Hence, from the one being, number is derived, from the intelligible whole, the whole that is in these, and from infinite multitude the perfect. For the infinite which is there was all powerful and all perfect, comprehending indeed all things, but being itself incomprehensible. To the all powerful therefore and all perfect, the perfect is analogous, possessing a perfection which is intellectual, and secondary to the first effective and intelligible perfection. The whole also, which is both intelligible and intellectual, is allied to the intelligible whole, but it differs from it so far as the latter possesses wholeness according to the one union of the one being, but the one of the former appears to be itself by itself a whole, consisting of unical parts, and being appears to consist of many beings. These wholenesses therefore, being divided, differ from the wholeness which precedes according to union and is intelligible, for the wholenesses of this whole are parts of the intelligible wholeness. In the third place, therefore, we must consider number as analogous to the one being, for the one being is there indeed occultly, intelligibly, and paternally, but here in conjunction with difference it generates number, which constitutes the separation of forms and reasons. For difference itself first shines forth in this order, being power indeed, and the duad in intelligibles, but here it is maternal and a prolific fountain. For there power was collective of the one, and the one being, on which account also it was ineffable, as existing occultly in the One and in hyparxis. But here difference separates indeed being and the One. After this likewise it multiplies the One, proceeding generatively, and calls forth being into second and third progressions, breaking indeed being into many beings, and dividing the One into more partial unities, but according to each of these completing the decrements, the wholes remaining. Very properly therefore does Plato make the negations of the One from this. For here the many subsist through difference, which divides being and the One, since the whole also which is denied of the One is intellectual and not intelligible. The negation therefore says that the One is not a whole, so that the affirmation is, the One is a whole. This whole, however, is intellectual and not intelligible. Parmenides also denies the many as follows, quote, "The One is not many," close quote. But the opposite to this is, the One is many. The multitude of intelligibles, however, does not make the One to be many, but causes the one being to be many. And in short, every intelligible is characterized by the one being. For in the intelligible, being and the One are complicated, and are connascent with each other, and being is most unical. But when each of these proceeds into multitude, they are separated from each other, and evince a greater difference with respect to each other. Each of these also is divided into multitude through the prolific nature of difference. From these things, therefore, it is evident that the intelligible and intellectual orders, being analogous to the intelligible orders, proceed in conjunction with diminution. Chapter 28. After this, however, let us discuss each of them, beginning according to nature. First, therefore, the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual number presents itself to our view, and which is connected with multitude, for every number is multitude. But with respect to multitude, one kind subsists unitedly, and another kind with separation. Number, however, is separate multitude, for there is difference in it. For in the intelligible there was power, and not difference, and this power generated multitude, and conjoined it to the monads. Number, therefore, is in continuity with intelligible multitude, and this is necessary. For the monad was there, and also the duad, since whole also was there, and was always monadic, and becoming to be two, has no cessation. Hence the monad and the duad were there, which are the first and exempt principles of numbers. And in these, multitude was unitedly, since the monad, which is the fountain of numbers, and the duad possess all multitude according to cause. The former paternally, but the latter maternally. And on this account, intelligible multitude is not yet number, but is intelligibly established in the uniform principles, I mean the monad and the duad, generatively indeed in the duad, but paternally in the monad. For the third God was father and mother, since if animal itself is in it, it is also necessary that the cause of the male and the female should there primarily pre-exist, for these are in animals. Hence, according to Timaeus, and according to Parmenides, the maternal and the paternal cause are there, and in these, intelligible animals and intelligible multitudes are comprehended. From these first principles also, number together with difference proceed. and they generate the monads and the duads which are in number, and all numbers. For both the generative and the paternal subsist in these in a feminine manner. All the monads likewise of this triad are paternal. Hence, prior to other things, they participate of the monadic cause, but according to the power of difference. For there indeed, I mean in the intelligible, the maternal was paternally, but here the paternal subsists maternally, just as there the intellectual subsists intelligibly, but here the intelligible intellectually. From that order, therefore, the first number subsists proximately, but being generated analogous to the first triad of intelligibles, it also evidently proceeds from it. Hence also, Parmenides, beginning his discourse about number, reminds us of the first hypothesis through which he generates the one being, asserting that the one participates of essence, and essence of the one, in consequence of this subsisting according to that triad. And this very properly, for being intelligible and intellectual, so far indeed as it is allotted an intelligible order in intellectuals, it proceeds from the summit of intelligibles, but so far as it precedes the intellectual orders, it proceeds from the intellectual of intelligibles. In that intelligible triad, however, the one was of being, and being of the one, through the ineffable and occult union of these two, and their subsistence in each other. But in the intelligible and at the same time intellectual triad, difference presenting itself to the view, which is the image of the concealed and ineffable power in the first triad of intelligibles, and luminously exerting its own energy, separates the one from being, and being from the one, leads each into divided multitude, and thus generates total number. For number, as we have frequently said, is divided and not united multitude, and subsists from the principles according to a second progression, but is not occultly established in the principles. Hence also, it is simply different from multitude, and in intelligibles indeed there is multitude, but in intellectuals number. For there indeed number is according to cause, but here multitude is according to participation. For there indeed division subsists intelligibly, but here union has an intellectual subsistence. If therefore number proceeds from these, and is allotted such an order, Parmenides very properly especially mentions these triads, asserting that the one participates of essence, and essence of the one, and that through these the many become apparent. For one of these indeed is the illustrious property of the first triad, but the other of the third triad. And in the first triad indeed participation was the presubsistence of the union of the one and being, but in the third triad many intelligibles present themselves to the view. Plato all but proclaiming that the most splendid of intelligibles subsists according to intelligible multitude, though multitude is there occult and uniformly. For according to each order of divine natures, multitude is appropriately generated in the extremities. Chapter 29. The intelligible number, therefore, of the intellectual genera proceeds from these and through these, and it possesses indeed properties incomprehensible by human reasonings, but which are divided into two first effective powers, videre licet, the power generative of wholes, and the power which collects into union all progressions. For according to the monad, indeed, it collects intellectual multitude and conjoins it to intelligibles. But according to the duad, it produces multitude, and separates it according to difference. And according to the odd number, indeed, it collects the many orders into indivisible union. But according to the even number, it prolifically produces into light all the genera of the gods. For, being established as the middle of the intelligible and intellectual gods, and giving completion to the one bond of them, it is carried in its summit indeed, in intellectuals as in a vehicle. But being united to intelligibles, it evolves intelligible multitude, and calls forth its occult and unical nature into separation and prolific generation. It also collects that which is intellectual into union and impartible communion. And not this only, but generating all things as far as to the last of things, according to the incomprehensible cause of the duad, and the nature of the even number, it again unites the proceeding natures, and convolves them according to the monad, and the sameness of the odd number. Through unity indeed, and the duad it produces, collects and binds all things intelligibly, occultly, and in an unknown manner to the intelligible, and effects this even in the last matter and the vestiges of forms which it contains. But through the even and odd number it constitutes the two coordinations, videre licet, the vivific and the immutable, the prolific and the effective, all the impartible genera of fabricating and animal producing powers, those powers that preside over a partible life, or partible production, the more intellectual and singular mundane natures, and which belong to the better coordination, and those natures that are more irrational and multiplied, and which give completion to the subordinate series. And again, through this divided generation, we may see that each of the proceeding natures is united and at the same time multiplied, is indivisible and divided in its causes, and through diminution is separated from them. And we attribute indeed things that are more excellent and more simple to the nature of the odd number, but things that are less excellent and more various to the nature of the even number. For everywhere indeed the odd number is the leader of impartible, simple and unical goods, but the even number is the cause of divided, various and generative progressions. And thus we may see all the orders of beings woven together according to divine number, which is most ancient, intellectual, and exempt from all the dinumerated genera. For it is necessary that number should exist prior to the things that are numbered, and that prior to things which are separated there should be the cause of all separation, according to which the genera of the gods are divided, and are distinguished in an orderly manner by appropriate numbers. If therefore in intellectuals there are divisions, contacts, and separations of the proceeding natures, and likewise communications of coordinate natures, it is necessary that number should be prior to intellectuals, which divides and collects all things intelligibly by the powers of itself. And if all things subsist occultly, intelligibly, in an unknown manner and exemptly in this summit, there is a number of them, and a peculiarity, unical and without separation. Number therefore subsists according to the middle bond of intelligibles and intellectuals, being indeed expanded above intellectuals through intelligible goods, but subordinate to intelligibles through intellectual separations. And it is assimilated indeed to intelligibles according to the power which is collective of many things into union, but to intellectuals according to the power which is generative of the many from the one. But From this highest place of survey of the intellectual gods, it constitutes the first intellectual numbers themselves, which have the nature of forms, are universal, and preside over the whole of generation and production. It likewise constitutes the second numbers, which are supermundane and vivific, and measure the gods that are in the world. But it constitutes as the third numbers the celestial governors of the perpetual circulations, and who convolve all the orbs according to the intellectual causes of them. And it constitutes as the last numbers those powers that, in the sublunary region, connect and bound the infinity and unstable nature of matter by forms, and numbers and reasons, through which both the wholes and parts of all mortal natures are variegated with proper numbers. But it everywhere connects the precedaneous and more perfect genera of the gods by the odd number, but the subordinate and secondary genera by the even number. Thus, for instance, in the intellectual orders, it produces the female and the prolific according to the even number, but the male and the paternal according to the odd number. But in the supermundane orders it characterizes similitude and the immutable according to the odd number, but dissimilitude and a progression into secondary natures according to the even number. For thus the Athenian guest also orders that in sacred worship odd things should be distributed to the celestial, but even to the terrestrial powers. And according to each of these genera, that which is of a more ruling nature must be referred to the odd number, but that which is subordinate to the even number. The nature of number therefore pervades from on high, as far as to the last of things, adorning all things and connecting them by appropriate forms. For how could a perfect number comprehend the period of the whole world, as the Muses in Plato assert that it does? Or how could numbers, some of which are productive of fertility, and others of sterility, comprehend the descents of souls? Or how could some of them define the ascents of souls in less, but others in greater periods, as Socrates says in the Phaedrus, where he delivers to us restitutions consisting of 3,000 and 10,000 years? Or how could time itself, which is uniquely comprehensive of the psychical measures, proceed according to number, as Timaeus says it does, unless divine number exists prior to all these, which imparts to all things a principal cause of order, according to numbers? Since all things therefore subsist through numbers and forms, numbers are allotted a progression from the intellectual summit, but forms have their generation from intelligible forms. For forms subsist primarily in the third triad of intelligibles, but numbers are primarily in the first triad of intellectuals. Since also in the effects of these, every number indeed is form, but not every form is number. If, however, it be requisite clearly to unfold the truth, numbers are also prior to forms. For there are indeed superessential numbers, but there are not superessential forms. And according to this reasoning, every form is number, as also the Pythagoreans said. For Timaeus, being a Pythagorean, not only asserts that there are intelligible forms, but also intelligible numbers. For he says that the intelligible forms are four. There, however, number is intelligibly and monadically according to cause. For intelligible animal is a monad, occultly containing the whole of number. But in the summit of intellectuals, number subsists separately, evolving the number which pre-exists in the monad according to cause, and uniformly. For there is a difference, I think, between saying multitude in its cause, and multitude from its cause, and between saying united and saying separated multitude. And the one indeed is prior to number, but the other is number, so that according to Timaeus there are intelligible numbers together with forms, and prior to forms. And according to Parmenides, number is after multitude. For Timaeus calls uniform and occult multitude the number of forms. But since number is primarily in the gods, but forms participate of the divine unities, he denominates the first ideas four. For monad and triad were primarily indeed in the gods themselves, but secondarily in intellectuals, and superessentially indeed in the former, but formally in the latter. In intelligibles, therefore, multitude was unically, but in intellectuals it subsists separately. But where there is separation, there also there is number, as we have frequently observed. Hence likewise all the genera of the gods are from hence generated, and they are divided, the paternal indeed and generative among intelligibles and intellectuals, but the demiurgic and vivific among intellectuals. And the genera indeed that bind through similitude are divided among supermundane natures, but those that are both exempt and distributed are divided among the liberated gods. And the celestial and sublunary genera are divided among the mundane gods. And in short, all the coordinations of beings receive their distinction and separation from this order. From these things, therefore, it is evident what the peculiarities are which intelligible and at the same time intellectual number possesses, and of what it is the cause to the gods. Chapter 30. In the next place, we must likewise assert that the first number is of a feminine nature. For in this, difference first shines forth, separating the one from being, and dividing the one into many unities, and being into many beings. What therefore is the difference which is the cause of these things to the gods? For if we should call it a genus of being, in the first place indeed, how is it prior to being? For separating being and the one, it is arranged between both of them, but existing as a middle, it calls forth indeed the one into generations, but it fills being with generative cause. If therefore it is prior to being, how will it be one certain genus of being? And in the second place after this, the different, which is a genus of being, is everywhere essential, and is by no means inherent in superessential natures. But difference itself is primarily present with the unities themselves, and separates and produces many unities from one. How therefore can superessential difference ever come to be the same with the difference which gives completion to essences? In the third place, that different, which is a genus of being, presents itself to the view in intellectuals, according to the demiurgic order. But difference itself is the intelligible summit of intellectuals, and the former indeed subsists together with sameness, but the latter has by itself a subsistence in the intelligibles of intellectuals, to which also may be added that in what follows, Plato, as he proceeds, makes mention of difference, and generates it in conjunction with sameness. How therefore does he effect the same conclusion twice? For he does not employ such a repetition as this in any one of the other conclusions. For whole, which he seems to assume twice, is not the same whole, Videre licet, the intellectual is not the same with the intelligible. But these, as we have said, differ from each other. For how could he unfold to us the different progressions of divine natures, if he collected the same conclusions? According to all these conceptions, therefore, we must separate the difference which is generative of numbers from the genus of beings. But if difference itself is not the nature of the different, but a power generative of beings, it will be collective of being and the one. For everywhere power is allotted an hyparxis of this kind. For through power the one participates of being, and being of the one. Power therefore was the cause not of division but of communion, of contact without separation, and of the habitude of the one to being, and of being to the one. Hence it is necessary that it should neither be arranged according to intelligible power, nor according to the intellectual difference of beings, but that being the middle of both, it should subsist analogous to intelligible power, but should generate in the extremities of intellectuals the portion of the different. What else therefore is it than the feminine nature of the Gods? Hence also it imitates intelligible power, and is prolific of many unities and of many beings. And how could it otherwise separate number from itself, and the forms and powers of number, unless it was the cause of the divine progressions in a feminine manner? Multitude therefore is paternally in intelligibles, but maternally in intellectuals. Hence, in the former indeed, it subsists monadically, but in the latter according to number. Very properly therefore, in the second genera of the Gods also, union is derived from the male, but separation from the female divinities, and bound indeed proceeds from the males, but infinity from the females. For the male is analogous to bound, but the female to infinity. The female, however, differs from infinite power so far as power indeed is united to the father, and is in him, but the female is divided from the paternal cause. For power is not only in the female divinities, but is also prior to them, since the intelligible powers are in the male divinities according to Timaeus, who says that the power of the demiurgus is the cause of the generation of perpetual natures. For the demiurgus says to the junior Gods, quote, "Imitating my power, produce and generate animals." Close quote. Power therefore is prior to the male and the female, and is in both, and posterior to both. For it pervades through all beings, and every being participates of power, as the Elean guest says. For power is everywhere, but the female participates in a greater degree of its peculiarity, and the male of union according to bound. That the first number, therefore, which presents itself to the view from intelligibles, is of a feminine nature, is, through these things, evident. End of chapter 30. Chapters 31 to 34 of Book 4 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31. It remains then that we should speak concerning the triadic division of it, following Parmenides. These three things, therefore, have appeared to us from the beginning, according to the separation of the one from being. Videre licet, the one, difference and being. Difference not being the same either with the one or being. For though the one and being were inintelligibles, yet difference first subsists here. Since, however, power above, id est inintelligibles, was collective, but here is the separator of the extremes, there are not only three monads, but also three duads, videre licet, the one in conjunction with difference, difference in conjunction with being, and the one in conjunction with being. For difference also is the cause of a separation of this kind, not preserving the union of the one being with genuine purity. There are therefore three monads and three duads, but these likewise may become three triads when we begin at one time from the one, at another time from being, and at another from difference. Hence this triad subsists monadically and triadically. But this is the same thing as to assert that difference and the first feminine nature generates in itself monads, duads, and triads. For the divided assumption generates for us different monads, but the conjoined assumption, duads and triads, some indeed being vanquished by the one, others by difference, and others by being. And thus far the first deity presents itself to the view, being prolific of the first numbers, according to the one indeed of unical numbers, but according to difference of generative, and according to being of essential numbers. Since, however, from this deity, which is intelligible, that which is posterior to it proceeds, it is evidently necessary that the monad, duad, and triad should severally have prolific power. These powers, therefore, Parmenides calls once, twice, thrice. For each of these is a power which is the cause of the above-mentioned essences that produce either separately or connectedly. For there, with respect to the generations of them, some of them are entirely peculiar, but others are common to secondary natures. The progeny, therefore, of these are the oddly odd, the evenly even, and the evenly odd. And of these, the oddly odd indeed, as we have before observed, is collective into union of the divine progressions. But the evenly even is generative of wholes, and proceeds as far as to the last of things. The evenly odd, however, is mixed, having its subsistence from both the even and the odd. Hence we must establish the first as analogous to bound, but the second as analogous to power, and the third as analogous to being. And you may see how indeed in the first order all things had a primary subsistence, videre licet, monad, duad, triad, but how in this order all things are secondarily and subordinately. And the mixture, which is the triad, subsisted there indeed in one way, but here the evenly odd subsists in another way. For there the extremes were odd because they were intelligible, but here the even is more abundant, and the intelligible summit only is odd. For the middle of the triad is analogous to power, and there indeed is the monad, which has all the forms of odd numbers according to cause, and the duad is there, which is occultly all the forms of even numbers, and also the triad, which is number primarily. But here both the odd and the even number now subsist in a twofold respect. In one place in an unmingled, and in another in a mingled manner. All things, therefore, are here prolifically, but there paternally and intelligibly. But that monad does not proceed from intelligibles, but subsists in them in unproceeding union. Hence, after these, and from these, we may survey the whole of number subsisting according to a third progression. For these things, says Parmenides, pre-existing, no number will be absent. Every number, therefore, is generated through these in the third monad, and both the one and being become many, difference separating each of them, and every part indeed of being participates of the one, but every unity is carried, as in a vehicle, in a certain portion of being. Each of these, however, is multiplied, intellectually separated, divided into minute parts, and proceeds to infinity. For, as in intelligibles we attribute infinite multitude to the third triad, so here in this triad we assign infinite number to the third part of the triad. For, in short, everywhere, the infinite is the extremity, as proceeding in an all-perfect manner, and comprehending indeed all secondary natures, but being itself participated by none of them. In the first monad, therefore, there were powers, but intelligibly. In the second, there were progressions and generations, but both intelligibly and intellectually. And in the third, there was all-powerful number, unfolding the whole of itself into light, and which also Parmenides denominates infinite. It is likewise especially manifest that it is not proper to transfer this infinity to quantity. For how can there be an infinite number, since infinity is hostile to the nature of number? And how are the parts of the one equal to the minute parts of being? For in infinites there is not the equal, but this indeed has been thought worthy of attention by those who were prior to us. Chapter 32. The division, therefore, into three, having been demonstrated by us, we shall briefly observe that the one appears to be many according to this order, the one itself proceeding into a multitude of unities, and being in a similar manner becoming generated in conjunction with the one. For those three monads are the intelligible comprehensions of all orders, and they at once preside over all the progressions from intelligibles, produce all of them in an exempt manner, and collect them to the intelligible causes. Since, however, Plotinus admits that number is prior to animal itself, and says that the first being produces from itself number, and that this is established as a medium between the one being and animal itself, but is the basis and place of beings, it is worthwhile to speak likewise concisely about this. For if he says that animal itself has intelligible and occult number, as comprehended in the monad, he speaks rightly and accords with Plato. But if he says that animal itself comprehends number, now separated, or which has a multiform subsistence, and is the progeny of difference, intelligible multitude is not a thing of this kind. For there indeed, the one is being, and being is the one. Hence, animal itself is according to all things perfect, but in number, the one is separated from being, and being from the one, and each of the parts is no longer an intelligible whole, as an animal itself. For that is a whole of wholes, and everywhere the one was with being in the parts of it, and animal itself was only begotten. but number proceeded after the twofold coordinations, I mean the monad and duad, the odd and the even number. How, therefore, can we place in animal itself the first number? If, however, some one should say that number exists there, it is according to cause and intelligibly. But it is intellectually separated by difference, and farther still, in addition to these things, if animal itself is surveyed by some one in the demiurgic order, and he denominates it the plenitude of forms, and the intelligible of the demiurgic intellect, it will thus have intellectual number as being arranged near the intellectual end. But if he should call intelligible animal number, in this case there will be separation and difference in the gods, whom we have asserted to be established above the whole of things according to supreme union. For all section and division originate from the intellectual gods, since here difference proceeds, adorning things in conjunction with the one and being. How, therefore, does the division of the unities into minute parts, or the multiform nature of beings, pertain to intelligibles? And how can the multitude of all forms accord with the first animal itself? For the tetrad was there, divided by the monad and triad, a division of this kind being adapted to the third order of intelligible forms. For as the one being is a monad, but eternity is a monad and duad, for to be is conjoined with the ever, so animal itself is a monad and triad. Since, however, it comprehends in itself the cause of all number, Timaeus denominates it the tetrad, which is comprehensive of the four first effective causes. For the tetrad itself pre-exists as the fountain of all the production of forms. But in intelligibles the monad, duad, and triad subsist unically, but in intellectuals in a divided manner. Difference, therefore, necessarily generates all these for us with separation. For everywhere the first of subordinate natures have the peculiar form of the natures that exist prior to them. Hence the first multitudes proceed indeed from the one, but they are unical, without separation and without number, imitating the one principle of the whole of things. Very properly, therefore, does Parmenides constitute multitude in intelligibles according to the end of the intelligible order, but number in intellectuals according to the beginning of the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual order. And these are conjoined with each other. Parmenides also pre-establishes unical and intelligible multitude as the cause of intellectual numbers. And Timaeus shows that animal itself is only begotten, because it was monadically the cause of the whole of things, and not dyadically, nor according to divine difference. That number, however, is the first thing in intellectuals, we have abundantly shown. Chapter 33. But Parmenides begins to speak about it as follows, quote, "Proceed therefore, and still farther consider this. What? We have said that the one participates of essence, so far as it is being. We have said so. And on this account, the one being appears to be many." Close quote. But he completes his discourse about the first monad thus, quote, "Are not three things odd, and two even? How should they not?" Close quote. And about the second monad as follows, quote, "Hence there will be the evenly even and the oddly odd, and the oddly even, and the evenly odd. But he completes his discourse about the third and all the succeeding triad as follows. The one being, therefore, is not only many, but it is likewise necessary that the one which is distributed by being should be many. Entirely so. The first triad, therefore, of the intelligible, and at the same time intellectual gods, is through these things unfolded to us by Plato, and which possesses indeed, according to the first monad, the first powers of numbers, I mean the odd and the even, and is completed through these principles, which were in intelligibles occultly, videre licet, monad, duad, triad. But according to the second monad, it possesses the second powers of numbers, which subsist from these, i.e., from the first powers. For the section of the forms of the even number is allotted a second order, and the oddly odd is subordinate to the first odd numbers. But according to the third monad, it possesses the more partial causes of divine numbers. Hence also a separation into minute parts, infinity, all perfect division, and unical and essential number are here, receiving indeed the unical and the essential from unity and being, but the separation of number from difference. For everywhere difference is in the three monads, but it particularly unfolds the multitudes of numbers, according to the third monad, generates more partial gods, and divides being in conjunction with the gods. For neither is deity in these imparticipable, because unity is not separate from being, nor is essence destitute of deity, because neither is being deprived of the one. Since, however, all things are in each of the monads, but unically and intelligibly in the first, generatively, and according to the peculiarity of difference in the second, and intellectually, and according to being in the third. This being the case, Plato, when unfolding to us the first monad, very properly begins from the monad and proceeds as far as to the triad. But when teaching about the second, he begins from evenly even numbers, and proceeds as far as to those that are evenly odd, both which belong to the nature of the even number. And when he adds the third monad, he begins from being, and recurs through difference to the one. For having shown that being participates of number, he from hence leads us round to unical number, employing the mode of conversion in the conception of this monad. Chapter 34. If, however, it be requisite to survey the unknown peculiarity of divine numbers, and how the first order of intelligibles and intellectuals, and number, which subsists according to this order, is the most ancient of all numbers, in the first place we should consider the infinity mentioned by Parmenides, and see whether he does not say that intelligible multitude is infinite on account of this number, in consequence of its being unknown and incomprehensible by partial conceptions. For the all-perfect and all-powerful peculiarity of divine numbers is exempt from the comprehension of partible natures such as ours. They are therefore unknown, and on this account are said to be inexplicable and not to be investigated. For number also in the last of things, and multitude, together with the known, have likewise the unknown. And we are not able to comprehend the progression of every number in consequence of being vanquished by infinity. The incomprehensibility, therefore, of this power, which is unknown according to a discursive energy, is comprehended according to cause in intelligible numbers and multitudes. For there would not be a thing of this kind in the last of numbers, unless the unknown pre-existed in intelligible numbers, and unless the former were ultimate imitations of the exempt incomprehensibility of the latter. In the second place, after this, we may also add that unical numbers are likewise of themselves unknown, for they are more ancient than beings, more single than forms, and being generative of, exist prior to the forms which we call intelligible. But the most venerable of divine operations manifest this, since they employ numbers as possessing an ineffable efficacy, and through these effect the greatest and most arcane of works. And prior to these, nature ineffably, according to sympathy, imparts different powers to different things. To some solar, but to others lunar powers, and renders the productions of these concordant with numbers. For in these monadic numbers also, the forms of numbers, such as the triad, the pentad, and the heptad, are one thing, but the unions of the forms another thing. For each of these forms is both one and multitude. Hence form is unknown according to the highest union. If therefore monadic number participates of a certain unknown power, much more must the first number possess this peculiarity unically exempt from the whole of things. And besides this, we may also assume the anagogic power of numbers, not only because they define the periods of the physical restitutions, circumscribing our indefinite lation by appropriate measures, perfecting us according to these measures, and conjoining us to our first causes, but because likewise number, in a remarkable manner, possesses a certain power of attracting to truth, as Socrates says in the Republic, leading us to intelligibles from a sensible nature. As therefore the last number is allotted this peculiarity, what ought we to say about the first number? Is it not this, that it unfolds intelligible light, especially persuades to an establishment in intelligibles, and through its own order announces to us the uniform power of principles? If therefore we rightly assert these things, we shall in a greater degree admire Timaeus, who, having placed time over the perfections of souls and the whole world, through which it would become more similar to animal itself, says that time proceeds according to number, and by number measures the existence of total souls. And as in intellectuals, number is established above the celestial circulation, collecting and causing it to be one, thus also in sensibles Timaeus says that time, being number, measures the celestial periods, and comprehends in itself the first causes of the perfection of the periods. If also Socrates in the Republic, in the speech of the Muses, speaks about the one and entire period of the universe, which he says a perfect number comprehends, does it not through these things appear that divine number is perfective of wholes, and restores them to their pristine state, and that it measures all periods? The power likewise of collecting things imperfect to the perfect accedes to all things from number, which elevates souls from things apparent to those that are unapparent, illuminates the whole world with the perfection of motion, and defines to all things measures and the order of periods. But if not only a perfect number contains the period of a divine generated nature, But another second number after this is the lord of better and worse generations, as the same Socrates says, number will not only restore things to their pristine state, but will also be of a generative nature. And it is evident that these things subsist in a divided manner, according to the second and third periods of numbers, but at once and contractedly in the first of numbers. The first number, therefore, is generative, mensurative, and perfective of generated natures. End of chapter 34.